I don't
watching
think you
closely.
are. Oh, you can't sneak it from me. Hey
Hey
now,
now!
it's here, Sunday show with everyone's favorite, the guy who's trying to sneak
You
the
jumped
hey
the gun,
nows
though.
away from me.
I
Adam
watched
Frenzy.
it. You totally jumped the gun.
No,
My hey now is the first hey now, guaranteed.
no. Lies.
Tell us in the comments who got the hey now.
Okay,
It was definitely
sure.
me, Adam,
Sure.
of
Today,
the Adam and Sitch show.
there you go. I'm gonna set up a poll, and it's just gonna be like, who got their hey now and Adam, and then there's no other like poll choice.
Of course,
Right.
that's the way to rock and roll. Anyway, what are we talking about today? Enough of this tomfoolery.
I know. Today we're gonna talk about a bunch of stuff.
Mhm.
We're gonna talk about the
David
Shiloh Hendrix.
Pakman.
Yes. We're gonna talk about the Shiloh Hendrix case. Obviously, that ruling just came down. I believe we're gonna talk to Sean about that.
Of potentially criminal.
Potentially criminal Sean.
Who, I mean,
there's a lot of people we know named Sean, right? So potentially criminal
of
Sean.
Of course, yes. Yeah. Not AJW, not actual justice warrior. Potentially criminal is the guy who is potentially a criminal. What the hell is up with that YouTube channel name?
No,
Sean, we need to talk about that name.
Okay,
we potentially criminal. Okay,
yes. Right.
Okay.
I know. Listen, no, he's a good guy. Mm-hmm. Okay, so we're gonna talk to him about that. We're gonna get his lawyerly opinion.
Almost a murderer. That's my that's my new YouTube channel.
That's a great name for a defense attorney, isn't it? Like, don't you want the lawyer? Yeah. Don't you want the lawyer that represents you who's like, he's not a criminal, but he's like almost a criminal, right?
It's too bad his name isn't Scott, because I would name the channel Scott Free.
Oh,
because then you're attracting all the criminals, right?
There you go. Exactly.
You want to get the Scott Free verdict.
Right. So we're going to talk to him about the Shiloh Hendrix stuff, which I find very, very fascinating. Until we get to, we're going to talk first about the David Pakman situation, which is kind of fascinating. David Pakman, to my shock, to my surprise, David Pakman, who, you know, every other video he does is like, Trump's brain is melting and America's going to, you know, turn into an authoritarian state. And yet, very interestingly, much to my surprise and delight, he has come out against Hasan and the DSA trying to infiltrate the Democratic Party, much to my complete and utter shock, because he has been downplaying this stuff for years. I don't know what finally set him off, but something finally set him off. And so
I know.
Oh, well,
they're calling him APAC man.
Yeah, but they've been doing that for like a year. Now. They've been doing that for like a year, though.
David Pakman's Jewish, so they're coming after him because he's Jewish, obviously. Come on. It's like crystal clear here.
Yeah, but they've been doing that for a year. Why now? Like that's
the left is like, you must bow down and renounce Israel, otherwise you're no longer part of the tribe. And David Pakman's like, fuck that. Like, I'm not gonna do that.
Well, I think it might be something slightly different. Okay, David Pakman was born in Argentina.
Sure. Okay.
A lot of people
have we invaded Argentina yet?
No, but a lot of people from South America have family members who've experienced socialism firsthand and are like, this is terrible. Okay. And their family runs away to America. And they now look at all these, you know, young kids who are all like, socialism is based, and they're like, oh my God.
Yeah, scary.
So, but he's kind of come back against Hasan, interestingly, in the DSA stuff. And then Hasan obviously got completely triggered by this, and his reaction to that's very funny. So we're going to watch some of that. Then also there is the Jon Stewart did we're only watching a little bit of it, but he did this disgusting, sweeping, horrible interview of Zoran Mamdani. And it's so funny. He does the same thing. Remember the interview that we always cite where Joy Reid, okay, back when she had her MSNBC show, Joy Reid interviewed Kimberly Crenshaw, one of the founders of CRT. God. And she keeps asking Kimberly Crenshaw, like, is CRT socialist? And she's saying kind of like in this joking way, because she thinks it's absurd that CRT would be socialist. And Kimberly Crenshaw doesn't want to answer the question. And it's very obvious she doesn't want to answer the question is because it is.
It totally is. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And so
she doesn't want to give it all away.
Jon Stewart.
So that same dynamic is going on here. Jon Stewart keeps asking him questions like, are you a commie? And he's like, well.
He keeps asking him. It's insane. he keeps asking him, like, why do you define yourself as like a socialist? Like, what is the purpose of that? What does that mean? What does that do? And he
Because
won't
I am a socialist.
give the answer. Like, he won't, he just keeps going on about nonsense. And it's so funny because Stewart like realizes that he's not answering the question. And at that very end of it, he still sweeps for him. He doesn't like feel like, oh, the red flag, the red alarm, bells are going out here. He's like, no, it's fine. It's totally fine.
Yeah.
And then depending
He's a terrible person now.
And then depending whether or not I die of stomach parasitical viruses that have been sweeping the country or not.
Sitch just went to Taco Bell and said, "Can I have a lettuce taco, please?"
I did. Before stream, I don't know if you guys know this, but I have a ritual before stream. I go to Taco Bell and I get 3 bean burritos. Okay, extra
with
lettuce.
Extra lettuce.
Extra lettuce. All right, and I get another 3 hard shell tacos with extra fire sauce, and I'm just gulping it down, hit the Baja Blast, right? I'm like, I gotta have my energy for stream.
Oh my God.
This is how you get pumped. But depending on the time and everything, there was a very long, sort of interesting, sort of like terrible interview between Hunter Biden and Nick Fuentes that has been kind of making the rounds here. So we'll cover some of that.
I think Hunter Biden is going to be on the ticket in 2028. So,
you could be right. You could be right.
It's fascinating that he's the only one on the left with any charisma whatsoever. It just it seems.
What were you going to say?
Well, no. Do you deny it?
You said a lot of people have been saying this. They've been saying Hunter Biden has a lot of charisma. I haven't, and there was a bunch of clips he put out that people were kind of saw, and that's where kind of this idea generated from. And I have seen 0 of those clips. I've not seen a single one of these clips of Hunter Biden that people are talking about. So I can't base it on that. The only thing,
charisma.
Yes,
he definitely has authenticity that none of the other Democrats have. Which is if there's a bunch of pictures floating around on the internet of you smoking crack with
a prostitute,
hookers, then I mean, really, authenticity is the only way to go, right?
That's true.
I mean, you're not hiding anything.
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
The only thing I've seen of him speak is this interview with him and Nick Fuentes.
Oh, I've seen a bunch of stuff.
So this is all I'm basing my opinion off of. And I watched the entire interview. It's like 2 hours. Hunter Biden in this interview, to me, just comes off as like a boomer who doesn't understand what's going on politically at the moment.
This is like the soyest interview of him out there, because he's completely this interview was the interview that made me think that he really is running for president.
Because he soyed it up. You have to reach a level of soyness to run for president.
Well, no, because he's signaling the progressive talking points all over the place, right? So he's already achieved the authenticity hurdle, right? Like everyone's talking about how, he's authentic. He's talking about his life of smoking crack and being a derelict, right? So they feel like he's disaster proofed. Like if people are willing to see past that, they're like, okay, well, maybe he's our guy. But then he starts virtue signaling about how everything Nick Fuentes is doing is racist, and we've got to really think about the gay people and all that kind of stuff. And I'm like, oh my God, he's totally running. He's totally fucking running.
You could be right. You could be right, even though he claims.
Who else? He's
not.
They have AOC. I think AOC is their top contender right now. Kamala Harris is thinking about getting back in. Gavin Newsom has kind of peaked and started going down now.
They're all going to try. Kamala Harris is going to be there. Gavin Newsom is going to be there. Shapiro is going to be there. Whitmer. They're all going to try to jump in.
You don't want to look. AOC looks kind of like Kamala Harris did, and you don't want to jump the gun. You don't want to pull a Scott Adams and go, okay, she's perfect. I mean, AOC is perfect on paper. Obviously, she's very attractive, but we've heard her speak a couple of times, in particularly that one on that speech on the foreign policy front, and she crapped the bed. She's not going to be able to hold her own in these debates and whatnot. So she is going to be the favorite when people are just looking at the picture, but as soon as she starts talking, it's over for her.
No, that's a great
point. But I think Hunter Biden can navigate those waters and be funny at the same time.
Right. You think they're going to overlook the crack like drug addiction. Like, that's fine, whatever. Who cares? No one cares.
Dude, people are such suckers for political dynasty too. Because this is like a narrative, right? He is avenging his father. Who's talked shit about Joe Biden for the last 4 years or 2 years now, but is going to be talking shit about Biden for the next 4 years? Trump is, yeah,
right.
So the left is just going to eat that shit up. They're going to be like, "Oh my God, he's avenging his father." All these people who voted for Biden, who fucking hate it every time Trump talks shit about Biden. I'm telling you, man. Mark this episode.
Okay, you could be right.
Mark this episode.
You could be right.
I'm ready to take on bets. I take all comers.
Part of me wants to say, Adam, what you're suggesting is insane. It's completely ridiculous. There's no way. But it makes
perfectly logical sense.
There's no way people will vote for Hunter Biden to be president. But I can't say that because this is a crazy time, and you could be absolutely right.
Oh, okay.
What if zero fucks? What if it's Trump Jr. versus Hunter Biden? What if it's Trump versus Biden again?
Oh my God.
Oh my God. Well, we got to be careful because remember, everyone and their mother predicted that the 2016 election was going to be Clinton versus Bush again, and it wasn't. It was Trump. So who knows? There could be some dark horse candidate to come out of nowhere.
Oh, there could be. There definitely could. This could be. This could not pan out this way, but it definitely makes logical sense at this point. We'll see what happens. Things are going to be interesting. Things are definitely going to be interesting.
This is very important. Jason Mulgreen for $5 says it's all about the cheesy gordita crunch. I'll have you know, I haven't had Taco Bell in probably 10 years.
Oh.
But when I did eat Taco Bell, I always hit the cheesy gordita crunch. Oh my God. How did you know? How did you know? Get out of my head. That shit.
I don't think I've ever tried that.
Bomb.
Maybe I should.
You probably shouldn't because it's Taco Bell. So no one should eat at Taco Bell. Okay.
Not yet. Not yet. I'll wait for the safety zone.
They
fired all those people at the FDA, and now all of a sudden we've got breakouts all over the United States. Thank you, Doge.
I know. Who could have foreseen? Yes. J-Mac, thanks so much for serving a father. J-Mac for the 20 get the memberships. Oh my God.
Yeah, welcome new members.
Thank you. And for the $20, J-Mac says, just watched Tombstone with my kids the other day. We had just visited town with my parents. And now my daughters want to solve all her disputes with gun duels as she might be on to something. I love it. That's awesome.
I think YouTube actually deleted that super chat. I tried to respond to it and it wouldn't let me do it. Yeah. And J-Mac was saying,
their YouTube is like, they don't like the idea of small children solving things with high noon gun duels, huh?
I've heard people on YouTube say pew pew instead of gun because they're totally soy cuck.
That's ridiculous. Yes. No, I've seen Tombstone's a great movie. I've seen it, so would highly recommend.
Oh yeah, that's a great movie.
Everyone, of course, Val Kilmer's
when he flips the cup around. Oh my God, yes. I remember it like it was yesterday. It was like 35 years ago.
I'll be a Huckleberry. Yeah, of course. Great movie. Fat Brown Buffalo, thanks so much for the $20. Says you guys should check out Crystal Ball's interview with Adam Smith. He's a Democrat congressman who does a good job pushing back against her. Oh,
I think I did watch that. Yeah, she tried to turn it into a debate. That's the pro-Israel guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and she wanted to go at him on Israel. I believe I'm not sure. I'll check it out, though.
Awesome, I'll check it out, yeah.
If I didn't.
Okay. I think we should ask for $5. Says AOC is not very hot, guys. Come on, you're looking everywhere but her face. How do you respond to that?
True, but I mean, I mean, what the heck?
Okay, well, there you go. All right, let's jump into this. We'll start with whenever Sean comes on, we'll switch to the Shiloh Hendrix stuff. But let's start with David Pakman here. He stirred up the hornet's nest. Okay, his video. This could cost them everything. Let's see what he has to say.
The whole video, listen to the whole segment before you send me hate mail. You know when it starts that way, it's going to be good. Listen, the Democratic Party is showing the early signs of the same disease that destroyed the Republican Party. I've got...
Oh my God, and he frames it as destroying the Republican Party. Finally, he's looking at the crazies on his own side instead of wagging his fingers at the crazies on the right.
So many friends on the left...
It's how you try to appeal to people on the left. You're like, oh, like you say, look at this thing that you don't like that happened to your political enemies. Well, it's going to happen to us. like that's the framing device to try to get them to be receptive to the message.
I just watched an entire Vox video, and all they did was point out crazies on the right for anti-Semitism. And I was like, this is kind of a crazy time to be doing that, man. There's a lot of anti-Semitism on the left, and you're not talking about any of it in this 1 hour video.
I saw that video. Yeah.
Yes, it's crazy.
That video. Well, Vox has been. You're talking about the one, I forget the host name, the black guy is the host?
No.
No? Oh.
Two white guys, yeah.
Oh. Because there's this guy who they keep putting his videos out, and he keeps sweeping for Hasan and the Socialist.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no. This guy was he's one of those people who psychologize the right. He goes into right-wing environments and just basically tries to views everything that happens through his lens, that all these people are racists. So, it's pretty kooky.
Texting me and saying, David, we're not going to allow the same thing to happen on the left that Trump did to MAGA, that Trump and MAGA did to Republicans, are we? Republicans, back in 2010, their leaders laughed at the Tea Party. Conspiracy theorists, they're far-right internet trolls, they're not going to do anything. And then the Tea Party took over local organizations, threatened primaries, built their own media universe, and eventually were part of a process that gave us Donald Trump. The left and Democrats can't make the same mistake.
I don't see that at all, really, that the Tea Party and Trump are intertwined. Like, Trump didn't really do a lot within the Tea Party. Yeah. Well, maybe Sarah and I just haven't really looked into it. Haven't really
it's not
observed it.
Right. You're correct in terms of like the structure. It's not like structurally Donald Trump rose up in like a Tea Party movement. I think it's more so that the Tea Party showed that there was a disconnect forming between the main classically Republican Party of the last 20, 30 years and where people felt like they wanted to go. And Trump was basically the thing that was like, he was a candidate that was the bridge between where the Tea Party was and where the rest of the Republican Party was.
Right. Yeah.
Like the ideological
so there's
bridge.
This rift in the Republican Party, and the Tea Party tried to capitalize on it, but Donald Trump successfully capitalized on it in a way that they didn't. Although they did get a bunch of Republican Congress people, but they didn't last very long. Even one of those Tea Party guys is Joe Walsh, and he's always running around on the left now. Well, the Tea Party was mostly libertarian.
I
don't think Matt.
I don't know if I would say
it was like a stands for taxed enough already. The whole T, that's what T is.
Yeah, no, I get that. It was like a weird combination of libertarian, but there was a lot of like economic populism as well, which I don't know if I would classify necessarily as libertarian. So, but it's interesting that what you say is like, oh, they had these candidates and some of them got in the office, but none of them survived very long, because that could very well be a very similar trajectory for some sort of socialist-y or DSA-y candidate, is that you have these kind of DSA candidates win these elections. Maybe they're not very successful, but there is this sort of like energy brewing in the Democratic Party. And then you have some candidate come along who, unfortunately, can bridge the divide between the socialists and the more mainstream Democrats, and then wins an election. And they kind of bring the party or bring the country more in the socialist direction.
Right. People have been voting for change ever since Barack Obama. They're going to keep voting for change until they get it. Even at the point of making Trump a non-consecutive 2-term president, because they voted his ass out because they didn't get the change they wanted.
Well, no one has ever. I mean, it goes. What was the name of that the Scottish economic guy I always like so much?
I don't remember.
Yeah, like
Mark Blythe.
Mark Blythe. Yeah, I mean, I think he brings up such a good point about how like there was, every 40 years or so, the economic system kind of crashes, and there needs to be something to address it. And we've never really ever addressed our economic system crashing since the housing crash, and changing it in a direction that people feel confident. And so you're right, people are going to keep voting for a change until they actually feel like some kind of change materializes.
That completely fits in with generations theory and Cleo dynamics.
Okay.
It does, because look, the reset is the part where we get a consensus a post-World War II consensus for 20 years.
Right.
Everyone thinks we're on the verge of that. I keep looking for what is the consensus going to be? When is the consensus going to emerge?
Mm-hmm.
What is the catalyst for that consensus going to be? I mean, I'm looking at it because I want to make a bunch of money in the stock market. You're looking at it.
I look at it because I want to make a bunch of money. Woo!
Yeah. I'm interested in. Look, stock market crashes. Look, I made a bunch of money when the market crashed in 08. So look, I'm looking. I wish I had made more, but I was a little green back then. So
there is a small group of far left extremists gaining influence inside youth groups and party organizations because they spend all day online organizing and enforcing ideological purity and attacking anyone who disagrees. Now, let me be very clear. I am not talking about people who want Medicare for all and affordable housing. I want all that stuff. I'm with all that stuff. I'm a social democrat in the style of Northern Europe. Of course I want those things. These are folks who treat political warfare like a full-time job. And when they can't build their own coalition, they attach themselves to popular causes. They take real concerns about healthcare, housing, police misconduct, and use them to sell what is actually an authoritarian worldview. Now, there are things in DSA, for example, Democratic Socialists of America, that are good and that I agree with. But there's also some stuff in there that I think doesn't make any sense. I saw their new platform promises a country where you have no debt, you pay no rent, no mortgage, you receive publicly funded housing, publicly funded retirement, food, education, energy, medicine, transportation. And it sounds incredible because it is incredible. How would they create it? Government ownership of the largest corporations and of entire industries, universal rent control, abolishing police and prisons and abolishing the Senate and replacing our political system. Some of these ideas.
I do notice that he left out an important key detail here, which is also abolishing borders too, which, I mean, first of all, the idea that you're going to be able to just give everyone all this free stuff anyway is,
I know, it's ridiculous,
right? It's a totally, child. I'm running for student president, and if you vote for me, everyone gets ice cream every day for lunch. Sort of campaign. But then it's even worse. Like, as ridiculous that is, it's even more insane when you advocate for literally no borders, because obviously, if there's a country that says we have no borders and anyone can become a citizen, and we're also giving you every free fucking thing in the world, where is every single person in the world who doesn't have a lot of money? Where are they going to all flock to?
Yeah.
To that place. And they're going to be a
course.
massive drain on that country's resources, obviously, and everything's going to collapse.
If they can walk there, you're fucked.
How is it even possible that the people at the DSA are actually that stupid? Like, I don't think they're even that stupid, the people that wrote that. I think that they're just incredibly cynical, and they know that there's all these insane people in the DSA, so they write this insane hodgepodge of nonsense just to basically keep a bunch of their members happy. And then once they're in charge, they're just going to implement whatever crazy form of socialism that they want.
You could be right. It's really impossible to tell.
Are reasonable to a degree. For example, I support universal health care, and I've talked about 4 or 5 ways that we could get to it. I want affordable housing, and I've done a dozen interviews with housing experts on what would and wouldn't work to get us there. I support progressive taxation. We need to collect more taxes from the very rich. Voting rights have been hurt in this country. We need police reform. So there's elements of this that are great, and any social democrat like me will tell you we got to do that. But you bundle it together, and this fantasy in which capitalism, private industry, and major parts of the government simply disappear, most Americans don't want that. Most Americans understand that there is no way that you could impose that without extraordinary authoritarianism. My one hesitation about confronting this now, and why I went back and forth, is the midterms. Publicly exposing the rot could make moderate voters think the entire Democratic Party has been infected. But I don't think silence is really going to hide it. I saw a crazy thing from the weekend where there was a college Democrats convention, which I was actually invited to participate in, and I couldn't make it. Hasan Piker was dressed like Mao, and I guess Destiny tried to show up, and he was banned from entering allegedly because the Mao-dressed Piker didn't want him there. Republicans are going to put these clips everywhere. Like, people seem crazy when they see this stuff, and they are going to abolish the police and abolish borders and abolish prisons and play them on a loop for 6 months. If I were an average voter with no knowledge of these online personalities, which most of these people are. Most people don't follow this sort of thing. They're busy living their lives and working and doing all this stuff. If I were an average voter with no knowledge of these online personalities, I would find these images and a lot of this stuff very alarming. So as I said last week, and so many of you agreed with me, Democrats must act now and intelligently. The centrists don't really do anything, make very milquetoast fringe suggestions that you don't even really push for. Not working, okay? This other thing of like end everything, it's a sort of destructive accelerationism, that's also not going to work. So I think that what we need here are no apologetics for dictatorship, no apologetics for authoritarianism, no harassment, no anti-Semitism, no allowing online factions to decide which liberals may enter the room. You know, what would I even have been allowed at that college Democrats thing? They invite.
Who's he talking about when he's going off on authoritarianism and stuff? Is there anyone in particular?
He's talking about the socialists. What do you mean? He's talking about Hasan and the socialists.
Hasan.
Yes.
Who he's talking. Has Hasan responded to this?
He has, and we'll watch it afterwards because it's kind of hilarious. What he said, he's totally crashes out in response to this, but Hasan is going. I think Hasan he's Icarusing it. I think he's flying way too close to the sun here. His pride and his ego swelled so dramatically because of the win of the DSA stuff that now he feels confident to be walking around in his Mao suit everywhere, giving these like weird fucking speeches at colleges because he thinks he's some sort of like socialist fucking, leader bringing in the revolution.
He's like overstating his effectiveness, though, I think, by quite a wide margin.
Yeah. And I think it's going to totally backfire too. It's going to totally backfire because, I mean, David Pakman is 100% right. There's going to be a million clips of like, this is what the Democrats are nowadays. They're for abolishing prisons and borders and for people dressing up as Mao and putting fucking 9/11, framed photos behind them like they're celebrating it.
Sean joined, but let's finish watching this video, and then we'll say hello to Sean.
He did me months ago. I don't know. I mean, I couldn't go, so we didn't find out. So we just need normal people to participate, join local committees, attend conventions, get involved with state parties, and let's turn the DNC into something that works. Many reasonable people doing a little can defeat both the centrist do-nothings and the hardcore extremists who would get nothing done. Republicans believed they were going to control the extremists. They were like, we got these people under control. The extremists took over the party. Democrats can still prevent that outcome, but we've got to get them to get things under control right now. I've said before, I've never been a Democrat. I don't care about the Democratic Party beyond who offers the better candidates, and usually it's Democrats over Republicans. But we've got to make sure that we don't allow that party, if it is the vessel, at least for now, to something better than what Republicans are offering, to be hijacked. This is about let's include, but not allow any extreme faction to take over. And that is what I think makes the most sense. Can it be done reasonably and without self-inflicted damage between now and the midterms?
No.
I don't know. I hope so.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of confidence that the Democrats are going to effectively push back against this. So Okay, that was set up. We'll watch the Hasan reaction to it a little bit later. But hey, Sean, what's up?
Hey guys. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
nice.
Imagine that playing footsie with the Bolsheviks turns out bad. Like, who would have thought?
I know, shocking. It's so funny because all the socialist people like, and this came up, in the last election. They're all like, "Oh, we're not going to vote for Kamala Harris." How dare? And then they say, "Oh, how dare you attack us if Trump wins again? It's not our fault." Blah 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 blah.
Mhm.
And then when Pakman or anyone attacks them, they say, "Ah, how can you attack us when Trump is doing all this crazy stuff? How dare you attack left? What are you doing?"
Oh yeah. Oh no, it is. But I also think it's funny. You see people like Pakman now and others like, "Well, I'm not a Democrat." No, you are. You guys happily accepted their assistance. You accepted their votes. But the problem is with the left, and even people like Destiny are like, "Well, these guys are bad." It's like, in 2024, you helped progressive victory. And their thing was, we're going to push the Democrat Party further left. And when you look at like who Progressive Victory supports, they support a lot of DSA candidates. And if DSA is far left, like these groups all blend together. So when people get mad, like me on the right, like a lot of the left is just Bolshevism, and they all deserve rotary wing aircraft treatment. That's because they all look the same after a while. The Democrat Party has a lot of this like really dangerous leftism running through it. As much as the same way they try to lump in the whole Republican Party in one bad way. It's like, yeah, but Nick Fuentes doesn't get like, we all laugh at him. We're not the ones platforming him. Hunter, like Don Jr. is not talking to Nick Fuentes. Hunter Biden's talking to Nick Fuentes. Like,
Yeah.
I just think it's funny that they act like this has been them forever. These are the people who control academia. These are the people who pushed like critical race theory and microaggressions and everything. And now they're all of a sudden like, wait, these people, like this fire we were helping stoke is now going to consume us. Like, where did you think it was going to go?
It definitely feels very cynical too, because it's like as soon as like a lot of people feel like, oh, maybe this will hurt election chances, right, for the Democrats, then suddenly some people start waking up and they're like, oh, maybe we actually do need to start pushing back against this.
Yeah. They're like, wait, people, Hasan shows up and does this, and he, once again, I'd really love to know if Hasan filed under FAR. It didn't look like he did from when I looked on the DOJ database. I wonder who's taking money from the CCP or Cuba on that one. But it's happened. Like they, yes. Oh my God, we're going to lose elections now. It's like, yeah, people don't, like outside of the Communist Party, nobody likes communism.
Yep.
Out like the Democrat socialists, you're playing in every boomer's mindset of, oh, they're all commies because they're all acting like commies. Like, please, I hope they do. It'll make it easier. Like when you can limp JD Vance across the finish line, this is,
yeah.
I get it's Hannah Montana mode for me. I get the best of both worlds. The commies are kept down and the Republicans in power. Like, I love it.
Well, even though cynical, as a pragmatist, I am happy that at least some people on the Democrat side or the left side are starting to wake the fuck up, even if it's for their own self-interest.
Well,
because at the end of the day, just like purging the socialist infiltration, I think, from the left is so important in this country at the moment.
Oh, very much so. And I think it's funny because Antifa tried to burn down the Democrat Party headquarters in Portland one year.
Yes.
And on the outside of it, they wrote, liberals get the bullet too.
Of course.
And I think they're starting to realize, like, oh my God, they hate my fucking guts as well. And you're like, they're the first people that are going because you're in their way.
Of course. So. You're the gate. Yeah. The left, the moderate left is like the gatekeeper to some extent of a lot of this stuff. I mean, unfortunately, they've neglected their duty completely and have been allowing this shit to, run unchecked. But
it's because the orange man is bad and we have to own the orange man in every single way. And it's like,
right.
Sucking off Mao to, defeat Trump is not really a win. And once again, like playing footsie with progressive victory, like, thank you. So,
okay. Well, let's turn our attention to Shiloh Hendrix here for a second.
Saying the N-word.
Now I only bring up this Matt Walsh video because he was the first person I could find that actually had like the full video where they bleep the N-words just so this video doesn't get obliterated by YouTube.
Well, I mean, Sitch, if you
What was that? Do you have like
I
a...
have my little bleeper on my mixer. So
Oh,
really
wow.
want me
Okay. I didn't know. I would have just been
Yeah.
like, all right, Sean, you're on the buzzer here.
Yeah, Sitch,
But,
if you really want me to say I could do it.
No. That's okay.
No.
We tried to do that with me one time, and I totally missed it. And the word got in. I can't.
I know.
Well, I was doing
That's
it in
hilarious,
context of a quote. It's like when I'm in court, I explain to people, you get like you don't get a free swearing, well, you get a free pass because of the victim. You know, I had a case where I had a black guy and the white guy walked up to my client and said, you know, fuck you and everybody who looks like you. And my client fucking dropped him.
Oh, no!
Punched him right in the face 2 times on camera. Just
wow.
Okay.
Okay.
So you actually have experience with a very similar case, right?
Kind of, except the victim didn't use the N-word. But I get up there and I just, I get up from the table and I just said, fuck you and everyone who looks like you. This is how you did it, right? And I just screamed it, fuck you and everyone who looks like you. And the guy started all sleechy down his chair and I'm like, so what is it you don't like about it? You don't like guys who wear red shirts? Do you not like guys who wear, and my guy was wearing a black tie that day. I'm like, do you like guys who wear black ties? And he's like, no. And I'm like, do you like guys who wear glasses? And he's like, no. And I'm like, is it because you don't like black people? And it very clearly was, but yeah, we did not win. We're appealing that though. But yes, I've had it's very funny, this whole thing here. But yes, you get a free pass. And I've been in court before where somebody said the N-word, and I'm like, you got to say it. You have to say the words. So I got to say fuck like 25 times in court. It was a lot of fun. But
wait, so what exactly, in this case that you're handling, so you're defending the guy?
I defended the black guy who punched the white guy.
Okay. Right.
Yeah.
And so what, like run through that. Like what was the charges and everything?
So white guy tells black guy, fuck you and everybody who looks like you. And he was just going off and off and off on my guy.
Is this just complete stranger? Like,
no, it was like, it was my guy had been working. My guy worked at the next door like company. There was like a coffee shop. He worked there managing it. And this guy owned the business next door, but the guy is known as being a bit of a fucking weirdo. And he started hassling my client. We don't know. We don't really understand why, and we ended up trying it. And, it's funny because when it came to my guy got convicted of assault. And when it came to sentencing time, the judge says, I'm fining you $25 and no probation. So have a nice day, sir.
Oh, wait, so that's all that happened? He just got $25.
Oh, yeah. Well, it also helps that because like the magistrate heard the case because the judge was out of town.
Yeah.
But it also doesn't hurt that the judge has a black wife.
No.
It was very funny. It was very funny. My guy's appealing it. I hope he wins. I think he does because, while I don't think Shiloh Hendrix should have been convicted, I think the fighting words doctrine is not correct. And we'll talk about that in a minute. I used it for my client's defense here that this guy,
any good lawyer.
Yeah. But no, I think honestly, it going away is a good thing for America. But we'll get to that in a minute.
Okay. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. Well, listen, this is great because I didn't know you had a case that's, he didn't say the N-word, but it's pretty similar. So
it's very clear why you didn't he never answered the question about why you didn't like my client.
Did the state charge the guy for disorderly conduct?
Nope.
Interesting.
Nope. They were jawing off at each other, and my guy was trying to leave, and the guy started screaming and hollering at my guy was leaving to work. The dude came outside, starts yelling at him, and my guy doesn't like that, and obviously they're going at it, and fuck you, and then all of a sudden it's fuck you and everyone who looks like you, and my guy just
Okay. Well, here, let me play. I want to play the original video just to kind of refresh everyone's memory. It's like 50 seconds here. So
yeah.
Here it is.
Did you call him a child?
The you talking
Did you
about?
call the child the word?
None of your business, dude.
It is my business. You call him a Okay, why don't you have the balls to say it right now again?
You
Okay. All right, that's what you say.
You don't go digging through people's you dumb.
Nobody digging into your
A little kid just did, you dumbass.
That little kid, you call him a The little child?
What if he acts like one? He's gonna.
Are you about to hit him? You chase him here?
He took my son's stuff.
So that gives you the right to call the child 5-year-old and the N-word.
If that's what he's gonna act.
That's
like.
what you're gonna call him.
That's what he's gonna act like.
That's a hate speech, and you can be recorded for that.
I don't give a
Huh. Okay, we'll see about that. What the internet has to say about you.
Isn't this guy? They found out he's a rapist or something.
Well, he's a weird creepo. Like him and his brother got their charges were dropped, but it's like, why were you out allegedly screwing around with a 16-year-old? But also, why is this guy at the park?
Yeah, he's there trying to pick up.
Is this the Somali pastime of hanging out and whatever it is they're doing? Like, it's a little sussy to me, man. I don't know.
It is totally crazy because I did read what he was accused of, like picking up some or I guess it was his brother. Some other guy was accused of picking up a 16-year-old girl who ran away from her foster care, and then the girl claimed to the police, alleged to the police, that this man, the first man, who was, I believe, in their 40s at the time, sexually assaulted her and did all sorts of screwed up things to her. And then this guy who was filming it, he showed up at the house later, and then he also got involved in the sexual activity against a 16-year-old. And it's a totally crazy story, because then it's like, okay, the charges got dropped, and we don't know why the charges got dropped.
She's in foster care, obviously, so nobody gives a fuck about it.
I guess we have no, like, the charges are brought up, but there's some proceedings that go to a judge. We don't really know why it's dropped. Like, it's crazy to me that the mayor, the governor of the state, is not like, well, let's find out, because it seems fucking crazy.
It gets your noggin jogging, don't it?
Yeah.
Well, no, that totally makes sense why they said they dropped it. They dropped it. The excuse they gave is they thought it would be better for the entire situation, which makes me think, oh yeah, she's in foster care and her fucking foster parents don't want to deal with it. So that's why they dropped it.
To an extent, but there's also, I will say this, when having done a little bit of prosecuting myself, like there's probably times where, like, okay, this story doesn't make 100% sense from her end. She probably,
she looks like an unreliable witness. She's
and also it's like, gonna
re-traumatize her.
Well, no, it's probably more like she's not like Christina Blasey Ford, unreliable, but I'm sure a bunch of her story don't add up. And, it's one thing, like, nobody expects a witness to be like 100%, especially in a situation. Right. But I'm sure she doesn't come across as like, oh, golly gee willikers, I was just walking down the street and these men abducted me. Like, no, she was probably like a little turd in her own right, like, not listening to her parents and running off and, like, oh, fuck you, I'll do what I want. And then, the world happens.
Gets herself into trouble.
Yeah. No, I'm sure that's part of it, but I mean, I'm like reading these stories, and I don't know, maybe
in Minnesota, though, yes, it could also just be, we love our Somalis and we love our Muslims. Oh, they're so good.
Right.
Yeah, that's probably part of it.
I was reading this information. I don't know if it was accurate or not, because I didn't like find the official case documents, but supposedly they had found like her shoe or something in the guy's car. So they did have evidence that like they interacted. It's not like she could just fabricate the whole story. And she also picked them out of a lineup. So there had some interaction, right? And I don't know what the age of consent laws is in Michigan, but 16 with a 4-year-old seems pretty fucking sus to me.
Disgusting.
So I just totally crazy that we don't know more about this story. And then I believe there was another case too with this guy, and I don't know if it was him and the same guy, were again involved in some case where, he threw something at some guy in a car and possibly assaulted the driver to some amount, right? So this guy just seems like a total piece of shit, evil person. And as you said, Adam, like, why is this grown ass fucking man who doesn't have children at this park wandering around this fucking park? What the fuck is he doing?
That's not even his kid. That's just some random.
That's not his kid.
My God.
That's not his kid. Yeah. I think he might have kids, but I don't think they were there. So you're like, why the fuck is, like, what is happening?
Well, this was like the jackpot for him. I'm sure he made a bunch of money off this grift.
Not as much as Shiloh.
Yeah, totally. I think she's close to $1 million, right? 900,000 or something.
908. Well, hold on here. I can tell you right now.
Oh, okay.
It is $918,043.88.
Yeah, I think she made $300,000 just in the conviction. So this conviction was really good for her.
There
to be honest with you.
There you go. That's true.
They're always gonna keep it at 88. Jesus.
What's that?
No.
The 88 cents. They're gonna keep
I didn't even know. I didn't even think about that. Yeah. Awful. But no, I think so. There's a clip that we can listen to. It's very interesting. It's the Shiloh Hendrix lawyer. He claims that this guy who's filming also had some kind of GoFundMe
they're
up.
talking. No. That's the dad of the kid and the
No,
guy
he
who
says
filmed
both.
it. Yeah, but he's talking mainly about the dad because the guy who filmed actually never testified. He's in Somalia. He's back in the old country eating dirt or whatever they do out there. Well, I don't know what he's doing. Like, I don't think he's back there running like a nonprofit that, building homes.
He's molesting 16-year-old kids. That's what he's doing.
Go.
What are you talking about?
Being a warlord, but no, it's mainly about the dad. But yes, he goes on about because the dad was the one who was lying on the stand.
No, yeah, but he does claim, I believe he claims, and watching the video that the guy that filmed this has some kind of GoFundMe up where the guy, it was like claim that the guy died or something.
Oh no,
obviously the guy's not dead.
Well, let's listen to the attorney. The attorney is good. I love this guy.
No, he's pretty funny.
Let's lay out just the broad strokes of the case for people who might not have been following any of this first, and then we'll watch clips. Sean, you want to do the honors?
Yes.
Because you've technically been following this case, right?
Yeah. So the woman saying the N-word is Shiloh Hendrix. She is a mom, also known as Jonah Park to many out there. She filmed it. Basically, some kid who was like 8 or 9 years old goes digging through her crap and takes her son's stuff. And she chases him down and takes it back from him. And she says the N-word at him. And then, Somali man here comes over and starts filming her and, say, why you say shit words? I do not like that. Blah, 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 blah. And then she drops she carpet bombs that playground with N-words. Like it's the Israelis finding a Palestinian playground. Like she just levels it. And then she gets charged with disorderly conduct, 2 counts. She went to trial this week. It took 4 days for disorderly conduct, a misdemeanor. 4 days.
For a 50-second video, too.
What a waste of time and taxpayer resources.
Yeah. Yep. And she got charged. They're both misdemeanors.
So what were they calling specialty witnesses? Expert witnesses on the pronunciation? Well, if it's a soft A, that's technically not fighting words. But she was using the hard R in the video.
Versus no, but there's also, they brought in like, I don't know if you've ever heard, there was a city council meeting somewhere where the guy said, our job is to spend the city's money N-wordly, which is an actual word. And he's like, I don't understand the big deal.
Oh,
it's
yes.
a word. And
you can't say that word.
Yes.
You can't say that word. Yeah.
So that's why I did say it for you, Sitch.
Right. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you for believing
it. I do. I know.
Yes. Right. I know. But it took them like a whole day and almost a half to pick a jury. They had the dad of the boy came in and testified. Basically, he doesn't speak English, but apparently he drives a bus. And he doesn't speak. He had to have translators come in, and that's part of the reason why it took forever. Is it's a pain in the butt when you have a translator.
Yeah.
But he was also, he claims like, oh, my kid's super autistic, and he says there's a tracking device on him because he can't be trusted alone, and he has to be led around by the hand everywhere. And I'm like, that kind of sounds like an ankle monitor to me.
Is it a state tracking device or the parents' tracking device? We don't know,
but it's either way, it sounds really bad. It sounds like your kid's a complete.
Do we know, was the parents there that day?
I don't know. I don't know because we then learned from the dad. Hopefully I can learn this because I'm this attorney you guys are going to talk to. I'm hoping to talk to him this week. I reached out.
Oh, awesome. Okay.
Yeah. Tune in Potentially Criminal Chat. You might find out what this guy has to say.
I put a link to your channel in the chat and pinned it so people can subscribe to your channel. Yeah.
Thank you. Now he's not going to come and I'm going to look like a liar, but so he says that like his kid, it doesn't sound like he was there. They waited till like 10 days afterwards to contact the police. And he tells them, no, initially, no, I didn't think she was going to hurt my kid. And no, I wasn't too worried about anything. But then after, I guess, the NAACP and other people get to him, he's like, oh, yes, I was terrified and I was disturbed and concerned for my son's safety.
Oh, wow.
Once the GoFundMe money starts piling up, you're like, of course, yeah.
I have 300,000 reasons.
Right.
And then that took like a whole day. Then the next person to testify was the detective. Okay. And that was one of the witnesses that the defense just called and spent a ton of time on themselves. That was it. There wasn't a ton of people in this. There were like 3 witnesses total. and it took 4 days.
Okay, interesting.
It was ridiculous. It was absolutely ridiculous.
And so she was charged with disorderly conduct towards the kid and disorderly conduct towards the cameraman.
Yes.
And the jury found her not guilty towards the child.
Yes.
Which seems intuitively strange, but they found her guilty towards the cameraman.
Yes.
So what's up with that? Lawyer, explain that to us.
Juries do really stupid things that don't make any sense. And they're, courts have said before, they're, if as long as their, verdict isn't inconsistent with the logic and operation of the law, just because it may seem logically inconsistent, that's not our problem. Generally speaking, they won't get involved in that. And they're like, well, jury's retarded. Sorry, can't help you.
So what is disorderly conduct?
Well, it depends where you're at. But in Minnesota, disorderly conduct, and this becomes the issue here because you're like, disorderly conduct in a lot of places can be things that cause you to, be alarmed, annoyed, or dismayed. And in Minnesota, though, it's a little different because it can also include, with your conduct, it can include offense if you engage in offensive, obscene, abusive, boisterous, or noisy conduct in an offensive, obscene, or abusive language tending to arouse alarm, anger, or resentment. So notice, think about how broad that is. Making somebody, arousing anger or resentment in a person.
Right.
If you walk around, making fun of like Hasan Piker saying you've got a little head on your body, that could cause them anger or resentment. But I think about all the different things that could cause somebody anger or resentment. It's obnoxious how you can get that. And I think this is very broad. I think it's way I think it's really vague. I don't think it's constitutional. But what the issue is with some of that is the concept of fighting words. And fighting words is one of the few areas of speech that is curtailed. And it's from a case in 1942 the Supreme Court heard. It's a case called Chaplinsky versus New Hampshire. And in that, Chaplinsky was a Jehovah's Witness, and he was protesting a bunch of different things. And people in the town were screwing with them, and people were picking on him. And at one point, the cop tells him, hey, buddy, move it along. We don't need to hear it. Nobody cares. And he tells the cop, you're a goddamn fascist. And then the sheriff shows up and he says, you're a goddamn racketeer. They arrest him on disorderly conduct. And the Supreme Court upheld that. And they said those were words that would provoke a man to want to breach the peace. And yeah,
fascist and racketeer.
Well, in 1942, those were people would throw down over different stuff.
Okay, sure.
Yes, nowadays, if you called somebody a fascist or racketeer, they'd be like, a rack of what?
That's a Tuesday. You calling someone a fascist?
Yeah, I know. But you call somebody a racketeer, they'd be like, what the hell is that?
I don't play racquetball. I play pickleball.
I like a rack of ribs or what?
Yeah.
But that is what came out of that. And obviously, most cases involving fighting words anymore are cases where this doctrine is generally only seen when people start talking crap to the cops and then the cops arrest them. And people then sue in federal court. And there's a 1983 lawsuit. And the courts have routinely ruled that cops need to have a bit of a thicker skin. Their tampon needs to be able to absorb a little bit more before they can whine about it, cry about it. So that's generally where you hear about fighting words. And fighting words have generally gotten down to the final frontier is racial slurs, but it's not every racial slur. Because if the roles were reversed, it's a black lady screaming cracker, 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 or honky, honky, honky.
No one cares.
Yeah. Well, it's like the Boondocks episode.
Right.
Where they have the Nibba moment.
Yeah.
And, they have the fight, and then he yells at the black guy. The black guy goes, ha, I'm white, and walks off. That's what would happen. So it's really only mainly the N-word. I guess it would extend to if you use maybe
some other words.
The Hebrew word for the Yiddish word for circle. That got shortened down.
Sure.
That, but I mean, if you call people wops or mix or guineas, nobody cares about those.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a whole lot anymore. Really mainly the N-word.
I use the most reliable source of legal information.
Yes.
Chat GPT. Okay.
Yes.
So you tell me if this is right. Because I asked Chat GPT about this, and it said that there was a state Supreme Court case in Minnesota where I guess they're basically saying what you're saying, where they looked over this law. They said that the law was overly broad, and they basically threw out all of it except for in relation to fighting words, right? Which I guess correlates with corresponds with what you're saying.
Yes.
And so my theory, because when I first heard the verdict, I thought intuitively that makes no sense, because you would think the jury is going to be like, oh, we want to protect like the child. We don't give a shit about some adult who, I mean, the reason I want to watch the video again is because the idea, like, the woman's obviously, being rude and being an asshole, but like the idea that she's going to get into some sort of physical altercation with this guy, right? That she's egging him on for a fight just seems fucking absurd to me.
He's egging her on.
Exactly.
He doesn't seem ready to fight her because he's like, I dare you to say, he's being a Somali Karen,
right? And he doesn't
into the phone.
He doesn't. It doesn't seem like a situation where a fight's about to break out. Which, if this is about fighting words, then that should obviously be important to the case. But my theory would be that what the jury thought was, well, it can't be fighting words against a child because you don't expect an 8-year-old child to start attacking you. But it could be fighting words against an adult because you don't know if a grown adult black man might start attacking you if you call him the N-word. So maybe that's how we got this kind of strange verdict.
Maybe, but I can give you like what might make more sense is they have her on camera saying it to him a bunch of times.
So they
just don't
evidence.
think that it maybe she didn't say it to the kid.
I think there's a problem though. It's not clear if she said it, because also when the dad of the child came in and testified, he wasn't credible because he kept on acting like he didn't know about the GoFundMe money, and then he kind of admitted to the GoFundMe money.
It was terrible.
And like, there's a lot of there's a Twitter account, Tom Hennessy, who was like tweeting out information coming out about it. It's not like this guy didn't sound very credible at all. He seemed to, every time the prosecutor asked a question, he knew the answer. Every time the defense attorney talked to him, oh God, I don't know any, like, you don't know anything. And I hate that because that happens all the time. Witness gets up there and tells the prosecutor every word, and you're like, "Hi, sir. What day is it today? What day?" They're like Joe Biden. What? Oh, I don't know. And that happens all the time. So I'm sure they said, "We don't know. Screw this guy." And they see you're saying it because here's the problem. And I've said this before in all these cases where there's been shootings and things look based and everybody loves it. Your jury is full of normies. They're not on the internet. They're not culture warriors. If you get in a situation where you have to shoot somebody in self-defense, you're not going to get people like, hell yeah, brother, I'll, put his picture on a target, I'll shoot too for you. No, you're finding like Susie Soccer Mom. You're finding like Bob the engineer. Like, you're finding regular people, normies who really don't know about this crap, who I guarantee you are like, think that the fact she was using the N-word at all is absolutely repugnant and mortifying, and they wanted to punish her, saying, you can't say bad words. I guarantee you that's a big portion of it, because the jury was all white people. If I had to guess, that's more likely the outcome there.
Okay, you're probably right. So here, let's listen to what the lawyers say. Now I'm gonna switch to a second version of it after about 2 minutes, because then there's I don't know why it's like split up this way between like the portrait versus the landscape, but the lawyer seems like a pretty interesting guy.
I can send you the link to it if you want to on YouTube. He gave like a whole, and it's in like
I think the one that you're talking about cuts off the beginning part.
Okay. Also, guys, by the way, if you're in Minneapolis, you do need an attorney. Brian Corrales of Corrales Law is your place to go. Get in touch with him at area code 651-247-7800.
And tell them that potentially criminal Sean wants to talk to him. Sent you.
But I'm just saying, this guy deserves credit. He did a lot of good work.
He does, yeah. Oh, I did. So I did find that the cameraman Shamarke Omar does have some kind of GoFunding crowdfunding website from a website called Spot Fund, which I never heard of. And right now he has $40,000 raised. Okay. So there's that.
I think it's pathetic. I think it's sad. I think it's sick. I think shocked. I've never had a trial where they keep people. This is a misdemeanor, by the way, till 10:30 at night. Never even heard of that one before. Most courts, most counties, what they do is around 4:30, 5 o'clock is they say, okay, we're going to send the jurors home. They got kids, they got families, they got things to do. No, we're keeping them. I've never heard of that before. So that alone, I know this is a thing, I guess, Olmsted County, they do this. I thought that was bizarre. But the verdict itself, let's make something clear here. Let's make something very clear. She's acquitted, not guilty, right? Not guilty with the child. The state reads a 5-minute victim impact statement about the child? She was acquitted about the child. She's convicted on the count involving the cameraman, who they never called to testify. Keep this in mind. They never called the cameraman to testify. This judge prohibited us from telling the jury that Shire Jamali, had a GoFundMe page, $340,000. He testified that it was done in May last year, done. That's not true. There's a link on the bottom of the page that goes to another open account. My investigator hit the link last night, donated $10. It's open. You can donate right now. You can donate right now to Shire Jamali's GoFund page right now. It's open. He testified under oath and perjured himself. He perjured himself over and over and over and over again. Now, it's it. We will appeal it. We have now. It's open. He testified under oath and perjured himself. He perjured himself over and over and over and over again. This was without any stretch of the imagination. It was like I was fighting the prosecutor and the judge. It was like I'm taking on two parties at the same time. The judge and the prosecutor. It was very bizarre. Very bizarre. GoFundMe. Huge, worldwide, giant. It's like Google, right? This is so big. My investigator was going to testify that this page with Shire Jamali's name on it. 5-year-old. The kid's 9. 5-year-old. $340,000 he raised. The judge would not let me show it to a jury. Sorry. The judge would not let me show it to the jury. Okay? And if you go through the...
So it seems crazy, obviously, that the father is lying about the GoFundMe and all this other stuff. But from like the legal, from what Shiloh Hendrix is being charged with, does it even really matter if the parents are lying about some GoFundMe
If he's
page?
the one testifying about it, it all goes towards his credibility. I mean, you waited 10 days to go to the cops, and then, because even like the dad admitted, like, my son's so low functioning autistic, he can't even talk. I'm having to do it for him. And you wait and you're lying and you start lying about stuff.
Right.
Well, yeah, it just goes to credibility. They could say, well, maybe she didn't actually say all this. Or maybe they wanted to say, okay, if that's it though. Juries at times will say, you know what? And this is the thing. If the jury hates the victim more than the bad guy, that can help a lot.
Oh,
and
no, obviously, yes.
Maybe she really did it. And maybe, they could say, well, this guy's a liar and we don't understand. And we can't, they're like, whatever, screw it. We're going to skip out of that one because we can't tell. We're not worth the time. But we have her on video saying it, and that's good enough for us. And also, yes, he is right. The attorney's right that, yes, I'm sure these people said, like, oh, I got jury duty. Honey, I'll be home I'll be home for soccer. I'll be home for this, making dinner. And I'm sure some of those, some of these people are like, where the fuck are you? Come home right now. And the kids need to go to bed, or I got to go to work. Like, that happens. I had a DUI case once where the guy got a felony DUI because he was riding on a bicycle, and it took them. Well, it was his like 6th DUI.
Oh, okay. Yes, maybe that's.
But he was riding down a road like in the middle of nowhere, like there was nobody around. There was a bright sunny day, and he had a couple of road pops before he left town. But they got him on it, and in Ohio that counts. And I thought it was horseshit. But the jury was out for like 3 hours on that, and there was no question. He looked drunk. He failed a field sobriety test and all that. But by the time about 5 o'clock rolled around, the jury came back with a verdict. And I'm like, and I asked the people at the jury, like, oh, I thought she did a really good job. And I was with you for a while, but they convinced me. And I'm like, why don't you just say your wife is texting you saying, where the fuck are you? Like you said, you come take care of the kids, or like the dog's got to go out. Like, just don't lie to me about it. But that happens a lot too. And yeah, keeping jurors till 9, 10 o'clock at a misdemeanor, I've had it happen before, like on a rape or an attempted murder or something. Okay. But for a misdemeanor, no, this is ridiculous.
As opposed to just coming back the next day and picking up where you left off.
I mean, I honestly, though, more than like an hour or two for a misdemeanor is ridiculous for a jury to deliberate, honestly. And one time I had a jury out for like 3 hours, and my client walked up and just, this lady came, and this one I got pointed to, this one's on a good case. She came up and beat the brakes off this other lady. And we got a hung jury on it because they were just, but they basically told us, because they'd been back there for 3 hours. After everything was done, the judge asked, like, what was the deal? And they're like, well, we had been deliberating, but we thought we hadn't delivered. Like, after 20 minutes, they realized they weren't going to come to an agreement, and they were deadlocked. And they're like, if we came out sooner, we all thought you'd tell us to go back in and keep deliberating. And we looked at them, and like both the prosecutor and I were like, no, we would have said, okay, cool. And they both were like, wait, so we sat here for like 3 hours for nothing? We're like,
yep.
Yeah, pretty much.
Do all criminal cases have to be all in agreement one way or the other?
Yes. Nowadays, yes.
Okay.
For a long time, there were 2 states, Oregon and Louisiana, where you could have like on non-murder cases or capital cases, you could have like a 10-2 verdict in those situations. But that Supreme Court said no. It's like it's always got to be unanimous. That's
right.
That's the standard now in all 50 states.
But I just want to go back to like from a clearly, like, obviously I understand that with a jury and human emotion, if you say, look, the victim here is a piece of shit, right? A lot of people are going to be swayed by that. But from like just a legally autistic robotic standpoint, when they consider these disorderly conduct cases and the fighting words case, like, does how the person who received the fighting words, does how they interpreted it actually matter in the charge? Or is it simply just that a quote reasonable person could react to the words in some manner?
I mean, I think you're generally going to see how would a reasonable person in that situation, because usually if most of the time when people are talking shit to each other, it's like people have been drinking and it kicks off and they're both going at it. So you don't generally have this taunting situation normally. This is more of a rarity when things are concerned. Now, like when people are out there screaming and hooting and hollering, and they're at like Chuck E. Cheese just screaming and swearing, and that's where you'll get a disorderly conduct a lot more likely is in that type of a situation. So no, people taunting each other doesn't normally trigger it, but it's you're screaming this out at like you're screaming this out at the local park in front of a bunch of families picnicking and stuff. And that's where you can get disorderly conduct.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know, to me, I think there's like 2 cases. Like, it makes more sense to me if
it's the other Sean the link.
What?
Chat's always like, send the other Sean the link.
It makes sense to me if like a person is going around and they're trying to entice someone to get into a fight with them.
Like send the builder.
Something like that, right? Yeah. Like that should be something where you go, okay, that's disorderly conduct. That shouldn't be legal. Yeah. Or if, a family is sitting there at a picnic and some crazy person comes up and starts, cursing them out or something, like we shouldn't have to, people should have to stand for that stuff, obviously. Yeah. But I think that these are all very context dependent situations. And obviously I don't think in this situation, even though I think Shiloh Hendrix is probably an asshole, I don't, it seems ridiculous that the interaction would be some kind of charge.
And I understand that. And I think that makes sense. But I do think at the end of the day, I do think people do have the First Amendment right to speak. And I don't think the government should be, whether they're saying stuff that's unsavory or not mean or that might cause people to react. Well, we tell people like, you're not allowed. We tell kids all the time, you're not allowed to hit people.
Of course.
So, okay, somebody says something and gets your blood boiling. Well, then no, I don't know. Go punch a pill, like whatever it is you got to do. But like, no, we don't. If you're not allowed to go hit people, then if I say things, you're not allowed to hit people for it. Like, then you're not like, that should be the standard. And it doesn't matter what I say at that point.
Yeah. Well, it's like if someone's going around to random people in the street saying like, hey, hey, you fucking little cuck, I fucked your mother last night, right?
Mhm.
Like, and that person decks them. I don't believe that, like, well, the person that decked them necessarily, maybe like in your case, should get off scot-free. But I don't think the person, so maybe they should still be charged with some kind of assault or battery. But the person who's going around doing that, I think they should also be charged with something, because you shouldn't be just randomly going up to people and trying to incite violence.
It's not well, you're not really I guess if we're gonna stick with this whole, you can't just hit people because they say things you don't like. I mean, think about it, that's what we all learned. There wasn't like a caveat attached to that. It's just, if you're gonna do it, you're gonna have to deal with it. I don't think, I think people have the right to speak freely. If they say stuff you don't like, call, that's, you're gonna have to deal with it. You're gonna have to deal with it.
Okay. Look
And
at
you know what? If you want to drop somebody over and knock their teeth out, then you're gonna have to deal with that.
Well, we'll call
and
you because you got $25. That's a pretty good judgment.
And if a jury happens to take your, and that's the thing. In my case, the judge was like, I'm not. He's like, he wouldn't overturn the verdict. I was a little disappointed in that, but that's the way society can say, kind of like Gary Plauché. They wanted to acquit him, but they weren't allowed. That they felt like they couldn't. But people like that. So what? Like, people use the like, oh no, you got called the N-word. Like, move on with your life. You've got bigger problems than Shiloh Hendrix calling you the N-word, keeping you down, not her.
Yeah, no, I guess it's one of those things where it's like, if this is something that happens very sporadically and not a lot, then it's like, yeah, okay, you shrug, right? Who cares? Yeah. I'm kind of conceptualizing from the perspective of, well, if we as a society basically say that anyone could just go up and harass a family, then, and that behavior basically becomes just replicated to the point that, they're going to have entire areas of the country where just people are just constant, like, when they're just walking around, just constantly living in some city or some society where people are just fucking yelling at you and harassing the shit out of you. And I'm like, do I really want to live in a society like that?
No, and society can state what they want. At some point, like, if you start punching that guy in the face, a bunch of people in a jury could say, you know what, I actually am fine with that.
Exactly. Yes, they will.
But that's the neat part about a jury. You get to, as a juror, you get to set, in a way, you get set policy for your community.
That's true.
You could tell the police, and you could tell the judge, and you can tell the prosecutor, like, I'm actually okay with this. Or you could say, no, I agree, this is bad.
Right.
But you get to decide that. And if you say, no, I don't think this should be a crime, well, then you could tell them, I don't think this
technically you're not supposed to, but you also do at the same time.
Well, as an officer of the court licensed in the state of Ohio, I cannot tell you to engage in jury nullification. I cannot encourage it, but I can tell you that, as stated throughout English common law, the jurors have the right to make their decision. Whatever decision they make is what they make.
Right.
And if even though you swear to agree to do all the things you do as a juror and follow the instructions, if you decide to go your own way, you don't get in trouble. Even afterwards, you're like, yeah, I just lied and went up there and just did what I wanted. You're not going to get in trouble for that. Now, I can't tell you to do all that, but I can tell you the consequences or lack of consequences for an action.
Jigtow.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah. I mean, that's what the OJ jury basically did. So,
well, some of them, and I think after a while, that was, it also doesn't help. They were there for, months and months. Like, they were there forever.
Right.
Their lives were like thrown. Like, imagine trying to do that today. Somebody, like, you're going to spend the next 8 months on a jury and you're sequestered.
Yeah, that case was. I mean, was it I think that case went on for like almost a year, didn't it?
Yeah, well, overall total, but the jury was sequestered for quite a while.
Jeez.
And they rebelled after a while. Like, they, and that episode in the TV series was correct. Like, they all showed up wearing black one day. They refused to come to court before. Like, but they were also treated very poorly.
Right.
And, a lot of things were learned from that. But it's like, you can't just treat these people like they're in prison and they give them room service. And that's the difference. And that's basically what happened to those people. Like, they got really crappy food at the hotel. Like, all kinds of things were learned about how you handle trials out of that. So, but yeah, I don't doubt some of the people were like, this is for Rodney King, but also at some point, that's the check and balance. And it's, if you don't want runaway juries, if these people are like, this is kind of where it's like people were mad about what happened to Rodney King. It's like, Well, then maybe shake the police aren't beating the fuck out of people.
Mhm.
Or if they are beating the fuck out of people, it's clear they had a reason to do it, and we actually do it in a right way that makes sense. But
Right.
if like the LAPD has treated a bunch of people like shit over the decades, like you can't things can't go wrong, and then you can't go oh my god, who would have seen this happening? People get mad. It's like
Mhm.
that's what happens. Like, did you think there's going to be no pushback ever? You gave the people of the community that you've been beating on and treating like shit the chance to felt you. They're going to do it.
Right.
And they did. Whether or not they had other reasons for it, yeah.
Any of you right now can go online right now, and they're just like, you can't authenticate this. You can't lay foundation. This prosecutor is telling the judge, oh, how do we know this is real? How do we know this is real? So anyone can make this up. You can go online right now, today, right now, go on that page, unless they run and take it down, scroll down. He has an open GoFundMe. He said on the stand he does not. He lied and lied and lied and lied. This entire thing's a shakedown. They ought to be ashamed of themselves. The prosecutor should be ashamed of himself. The judge should be ashamed of herself. I had a battle here for 4 days on a stupid misdemeanor, disorderly conduct. This is nuts. This was crazy. 340,000. Nope. Can't show the jury. 5-year-old. The kid was 9. His name's on it. Can't authenticate it. Still open account. So we're going to appeal it. We will appeal it. We have so many appellate issues, I don't even know where to begin. Judges screaming at me during the trial. Judges interrupting me every time I want to make a record. Judge says to me, Mr. Corrales, you keep wanting to make a record after I ruled. This is crazy. Most rulings during a trial by a judge are made during the trial. And then when you take a break, you make a record, right? You take a break, you make a record. I kept asking. If you're in there and you watch the trial, I kept asking, I need to make a record. I need to make a record. She'd get upset, run in the back. Get upset, run in the back. Your Honor, I need to make a record. It started piling up. All these objections started piling up. Your Honor, I need to make a record. I need to make a record. She'd run in the back. I'm like, Judge, we got to make a record. This is insane. This isn't law. This is a circus. This is monkey court. This is nuts, right? You make a record. The judge should come out and say, okay, I made my ruling. Mr. Corrales, what is your record you like to make? I try to make a record. She interrupts me from the beginning, right from the start. Every time I tried to make a record, she interrupts me. Every single time. Every single time. I'm like, Your Honor, I'm trying to make a record. That's what we do as lawyers, right? I don't know if the lay people or the people in the community understand this. The way trials work is judges make rulings during trial. We don't want to interrupt the trial to make a record every time someone objects and there's a ruling. So when there's a break or you go to lunch or at the end of the day, you make a record. She wouldn't let me make a record. If you're in there, you heard it. She'd talk over me. She'd interrupt me. Wouldn't let me make a record. Over and over and over again. Why? She didn't want anybody to hear what? They didn't disclose the name of Shire Jamali until Monday, the first day of trial. No, I'm not done. Sorry. Until the first day of trial, they didn't even disclose his name. Think about that. A trial, a jury trial in the United States of America, I didn't get the name until Monday. When we started the trial, until Monday. And then my investigators do a record check. Then we uncover, oh my God, he's got this GoFundMe, 340,000.
Mr. Corrales, a couple of things.
Sure.
According to the court, you agreed to those free trial terms about not getting the witnesses beforehand and...
Did not agree to it. Here's the deal. Here's the deal. I thought I was coming down here to try a free speech case. You all saw the video. I thought I was coming to Rochester to try a free speech case based on the video. Then it took on an entirely different, it just turned, right? Mr. Jamali takes the stand. Wouldn't answer any question I asked him. He sat there like this. Oh, I don't understand. He looked at his interpreter. I don't understand. I don't understand. Over and over and over again. When the prosecutor asked him a question, he had no problem through the interpreter understanding. Never had a problem understanding. Not one time. I put the detective on the stand. Detective, Did he ever have a tough time understanding you? Never had a tough time understanding him. Never had a tough time. Not one time did the detective have any problems understanding. You were in the jury room, or in the trial. You were in the courtroom. You were in the courtroom. You're in the courtroom. He acted like he didn't understand any question I asked him. Every single question was like pulling teeth. It's like, huh? Well, It went on and on and on. This is a fraud. This whole thing's a fraud. The cameraman. By the way, let's make something clear. They didn't convict him with the child. Your headlines can be about the child. No, they convicted her on the video with the cameraman. The disorderly conduct is about the cameraman. Right. And from what I understand about the cameraman, he has a GoFundMe. And his GoFundMe, his GoFundMe is he died. He has a GoFundMe that he died. Give money to the cameraman who died. And from what I understand, he's well alive. This whole thing is fucking bullshit.
Mr. Corral.
This is a fraud. This is a fraud upon the community. The courts are now part of this. Keep going. Come on, bring it on.
Mr.
What else?
Corrales, what about Miss Hendrix' gifts and go, where she got, from what I understand...
Don't care. Not part of the trial. That's not part of the trial. She's charged with a crime. I don't give a shit about what she raised. There are free speech advocates all around America that are tired of this shit. And they gave her a bunch of money because they're tired of this shit.
You suggested that Jamal was testifying for money during the trial, that he was doing this for financial gain.
Okay, I'll give you another one. Okay, you ready for this? You ready for this one? He pretends he doesn't speak English. We have him on fucking video, on camera, pictures, sitting out right where you people are sitting, talking to the prosecutors. The two prosecutors talking to him right where you're sitting. No interpreter. Talking for minutes. No interpreter. No interpreter. He speaks English, folks. This is a fraud. But keep going. Let's go. What else?
I got two follow-ups. One,
yep, keep going.
I was wondering.
And you're not going to put in your paper or whatever thing you're part of. You're all part of the shakedown. This media is BS bullshit. Then print the truth. Print the truth.
This guy's a fucking legend.
Yeah, well, remember what Aaron McIntyre
Legend!
You think you hate journalists, but you don't hate them enough.
I know. This is amazing. Where'd you dig this video up, Sitch? Holy shit.
Yep.
Yeah.
Judge refused to allow the jury to see the GoFundMe page. Print the truth.
You said...
Print the truth.
Of course, sir. You said earlier...
Print it!
I will do so as soon as I can ask you some questions.
You know
Can we first talk a little bit about your conduct in the courtroom? You were a little combative at times, and you...
I'm taking on a lot of BS. So,
yeah, and you spoke to the jury, and you were talking about how passionate you get.
Yep.
When you talk
and
about
if you were in trouble, you would want me.
Would you let him ask the question?
You're not going to tell me what to do. If you want to tell me what to do, go over there.
And so when
you pause. When you let him ask the questions, leave my reporter friend alone. It's like,
yeah, who was that guy?
It's probably another goober reporter, or it's the sound guy, Larry, the producer. It's like, oh no, the poor journalist is getting pushback. Yes.
Well, like when he tells him to fuck off, he immediately fucks off. It's just like, what are you like? Shut the
you
fuck
go
up.
stand over there.
Yeah, you get out of
No,
here.
I just like, oh, you're being passionate. Like, yes, that's his job.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it's different than the prosecutor. Like, there's we all have our roles to play, and our roles are very different.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. Although I will say, Sitch, do you have the NAACP guy who comes out and talks?
No, but you can send it to me.
This same channel has it.
Mm-hmm.
You could listen to the first 2 or 3 minutes of it. It's fucking bonkers.
Oh my god!
You should same KAL TV or whatever you have it on. I'll send you the link here. Hold on. But anyways,
you were trying this case, it seemed like this was pretty frustrating. Is this kind of par for the course when you defend someone?
No. This is the most unprofessional circus I've ever been a part of.
Another question. I believe Mr. Chamali's first name was Sherette.
Is this how you always act, sir? What a fucking worm.
Yeah.
Whatever it
catch
is.
that
Don't
earlier?
care. You
Okay.
can correct it. I don't know.
Well, no, I was just wondering if you had caught it earlier.
Oh, did I say it wrong? Print that. I
No.
said his name wrong.
I was just
Go with that one.
Well, I was just wondering.
Did
if
I
you
say
caught it earlier.
Shire? I didn't say
I
Charade. Print that. Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
No. It wasn't an accusation or anything. I was just wondering
Okay.
if you had noted that.
Yep.
The other thing you
Then why the fuck did you bring it up? Fucking
Just want to know,
asshole.
Adam. Just want to know.
No.
Just asking questions.
Did you
sir.
use a proper pronunciation?
Yes,
It's
actually,
Kamala.
Sir, I award you 1 yike for that.
Did you say Kamala? Because that's a microaggression.
said that you were going to be filing an appeal for
Absolutely.
this. How soon do you plan on filing?
There are so many appellate issues. This was one of the
sounds like there are a
craziest
lot.
trials I've ever seen. I would call, text colleagues of mine, lawyer friends of mine, tell them what was going on. No one could believe what was going on. This is insane. This is insane.
Is there anything else you think we should know or that people should know
The
about this
prosecutor pretending he never saw the GoFundMe page in Rochester? From what I understand, I'm not from here. I didn't know anything about this. Everyone knew about this. And he's arguing that this is authentic? Okay.
Well,
okay. If this is authentic, the GoFundMe page isn't authentic, he argued. We don't know where this came from. The judge says, anyone could have made this up. Anybody could have made this up. Really? Okay, go with that. Write that one down. Ask the community, because they're going to laugh at you people.
That was
They're
Dad
already sick
admitted
of the
to it
media.
being authentic.
They're tired of it. They don't believe anything you people say. They don't believe anything you people print. Yeah, go with that.
That was one of the issues in the court, was an argument over just courtroom procedures and courtroom rules. What was your perspective on kind of getting shut down a few times when you were trying to introduce that evidence that the judge and the prosecutor
The judge said Rule 901 of the Rules of Evidence only applies to prosecutors. You were there. I mean, come on. Come on. Look it up. Do a little Google search. Do some work. Learn the law. Do an actual job. You're in the media. Look it up. Rule 901. Judge, that's a prosecutor's rule. No, it isn't. No, it is not. That rule applies to both sides.
Authenticating evidence.
Did your client?
Yeah, so only one side has to authenticate evidence. That seems ridiculous.
Yeah, well, but Rule 901 goes towards how do you authenticate it? Because honestly, I can make a Facebook profile saying Adam friended on it, and like, well,
Of
anybody can do
course,
that.
yeah.
But when you get to the GoFundMe's, there's a little more to it, and then ultimately the dad admitted like he knew about it and that the money was. I was told the money's being put to get like the money went in his pocket, and probably the NAACP skimmed a little off the top. If we're going to be honest,
Of course.
They set it up.
Well, I'm sure they set it up for him. It's like we're just but think about it. They probably they got to wet their beak a little bit on this, and I'm sure
Sure.
they did. And they took a little off the top. Like we need some administrative costs, brother. It's hard out here. We didn't have no George Floyd down in Rochester. It's been a couple of years. Like our money's getting low. All the
Yeah.
USAID money's gone. So they needed a new thing. And yeah, but like the dad admitted to knowing about the money. So I think it was authenticated by that point. But yeah, it sounds like the judge did a lot of crap that wasn't right. And the ultimate punishment Shiloh got of $1,000 fine and 100 hours of community or 200 hours of community service. Like I've had people get DUIs that haven't gotten that much punishment before. Like I've had people have done some
crazy.
really bad things, beat their wives, and they didn't get $1,000 fine and 200 hours of community service.
Jeez.
Yeah.
What
Well, no,
did they
this
say
is-
the N-word though?
Yeah.
This is the
No, they just
activist
beat their
judge
wives.
everyone's talking about, right?
Yeah.
Hold on here. Which I lost I had to change.
What's going
Right.
on?
Hold on here.
Your
I'm trying to see
internet's
if you're
going
pulling
out.
it up. Yeah.
That's okay.
Yep, that's her. Yeah.
Show any remorse after getting out of the courtroom today regarding the statement by the NAACP president about the impact that this incident had on the community as a whole.
You asked me this before. This is for you people. This is a clown show. The community. The community doesn't give a shit. Okay? I'm voir diring the community. Half the people in the jury room are like, when I'm voir diring them, why are we here? What is this about? Why are we, what's going on? You asked me this before, like, oh, what about?
I did not ask you that before.
Last interview you said, oh, what about the community? Like, how has it affected the community? There is such a tiny percentage of people that drive this stuff now. Your cancel culture, you write this stuff, let's make it go viral. You're all part of the same sickness, right? Oh, how do we get hits and clicks? And you're dying. You're dying. Your news organizations are literally dying because nobody believes you anymore.
What about the fact that
I asked this jury in this trial, who here believes the media anymore? Who here looks at the media and go, I don't know what to believe. I don't really trust any of these people
But what
anymore.
does the media?
They all raise their hand.
What does this have to do with?
Because all you look
Combo
for are hits and
breaker.
clicks. You're going to cut this in a way that benefits your hits and clicks, and you're dying. You're just dying. You guys are
nothing to do with the
dinosaurs.
media.
Oh, keep going. It does. You're not going to give anyone an honest shake. You're not going to do the research. You're not going to look up Rule 901. You're not going to press the prosecutor. You're not going to press the judge. You know what you're going to press? Whatever woke shit you can come up with. That's what you guys push. Woke shit over and over and over again. Do your jobs. Investigate. Maybe learn something. Be fair. Have you ever thought about that? Fairness. Try it. Try it sometime.
Were you ever concerned at all about the judge's warnings over contempt of court or any?
Sure, as she screamed at me in front of the jury, that will be on appeal. Yeah. Judge's decorum, screaming at a lawyer out loud in front of the jury. Yeah, I was concerned.
She claimed you implied that the court was dumber than a law student.
Didn't say that. She said that. She said that. Yeah. Weird, right? She said that, not me.
Anything else you think we or people should know?
Do your job. Be better. Be better. Be more fair. Get rid of your woke shit. That's what I would say.
Thank you very much for your time.
Yep.
Nice.
Hero.
I know.
Hero.
Ultra kill.
Legend.
What was it? You gave this guy's number, right? I'm going to call him right now just to
Brian
congratulate him.
Yes, guys. Yes, guys. Attorney Brian
If you need an
Corrales
attorney, if I'm ever in trouble, this is the guy I'm calling.
in Minneapolis,
right now.
yeah. In Minnesota,
Yes.
Yep.
I'll fly him out to LA, man.
651-247-7800 if you're in the Twin Cities.
Yeah. Wow. Oh my God. And now we got this is
Now,
the
like-
Pause
this
this
is
real
like the
quick.
race grifter, right? This guy's gonna get
Yes.
totally infuriate me.
Well, he's the guy. He was wetting his beak.
I
But anyways,
fucking
no,
my
it's not
God,
gonna
I
fear
hate
you.
these
It's
people.
It's gonna make well.
My
maybe
blood
not you
boil.
guys, but for some of Chad, it's not gonna make their blood run cold because we talk about this. But he's gonna tell you what he really thinks. So here we go.
Okay.
On her record for the crime that she's committed. And so I just wished we had a different outcome, you know, regardless of the maximum, you know, even 90 days would not suffice. But that would have been more appropriate versus, you know, just.
Yeah, you heard him. 90 days isn't good enough. This wasn't enough. This wasn't
No.
enough.
Jesus.
No,
These
no,
people.
No. Like, yeah. Like I said, you don't have to
Fucking
get the final
un-American.
results.
Un-American.
verdict we would have
These are
wanted.
the authoritarians.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They want to throw you in jail. These are the official word police.
Mm-hmm.
They're the person who'll come out and say, "Oh my God, you can't incarcerate people. You're separating them from their families."
Yeah.
That's
White girl
that's what's
uses
so
the
crazy
N-word.
about
Oh,
this.
yeah, no.
You're right, yeah.
Yeah, no, the carceral state, they're all about it. They're all
Yeah.
about
Abolish
abolishing
the prison.
police. Yeah, abolish the
Yeah.
prisons. But don't you know,
White girl uses the N-word. Throw her in
yeah,
jail
well, that's-
for a year.
that's the thing, though. It's like somebody made the joke, and it's correct. It's like the Joker. It's like, I get if a bunch of gangbangers shoot up the place, and nobody bats an eye. But you have the white woman say one N-word, and everything falls apart.
Yeah.
It's like,
oh
it's true.
man.
It's true. And they want the police going out there being their henchmen and policing all this.
Sick.
It's the
Sick.
bullshit. And who do you think helps push all this? Who helps push critical race theory?
When's the realignment coming? When do we pass this? When do we get the 20 years of peace where everybody realizes this is just fucking crazy nonsense?
Dude,
We shove all these people back back in the back row and stop listening to them.
So
All these people need to be deplatformed.
I mean, well, they're not going to go. They're not going to go quietly into the night. So I can tell you that much.
I didn't say it had to be quietly.
Oh no!
I mean, the whole idea is that everybody kind of reorients. They realize, oh yeah, this is a cancer. This is a sickness.
No,
we need to deal with
because
this.
It's all about, it gives them power, and they think that they can control.
Get power at the expense of us, at the expense of the majority.
Yes, they don't care about you. They want the control and the power.
Yeah, I know, but look, people get fed up.
They think they can control the fire that they're starting, and they think they've got it. It's just like Jurassic Park. They've created a velociraptor. We can control it. Then it starts eating their face off, and then we have to deal with it.
Yeah.
So no, this is what they want. This is all of this happening in a place like Minnesota, which, by the way, it's Democrat Party known as the Farm and Labor Party. Which is interesting enough. You got the sickle for the farmer and the hammer for labor. It's a very catchy and kitschy, graphical idea. They should work on that. The hammer and the sickle. I think that'll work. I think it'll pop.
It's folksy.
Yeah. They, little, put them in gold and have on a red field. I think they got something. But it's Minnesota. Like, this is the environment they want. This is Tim Walz. I'm going to pardon a pedophile because, we want that for the healing. And then they cry he gets deported. Like, this state is bonkers. The state has lost its goddamn mind. But it's always lost its mind. But this is where it happens. So.
Probation. But I'll take questions.
With this sentence, you called it a mixed result. Where do you expect efforts to go from here to try and heal the community?
I love this. Is like, oh my god,
they're
acting like it was a school shooting. Yeah, exactly. They're
like,
acting
did Dylan Roof come in? I would get it if some white guy came in and baptized a bunch of people at Bible study.
And then killed them all. Yeah, exactly.
Or, like what happened in real civil rights issues, like a church full of little girls getting blown to bits.
Yeah.
Like real problems.
Yeah.
This is a word in your own community, buddy. They say it like I say hello. How many times do you think that is said in Rochester today?
How are we going to heal the community after this Somali scamster came in and made $340,000 off of us?
Yeah.
I'd be more upset that he stole all your money.
Well,
it's a difficult question. Normally you talk about restorative practices. That was never going to happen in this case because to have restorative justice, you need to have two willing parties. Ms. Hendrix has no remorse whatsoever. Again, she's a disgrace. So it's not going to be true restorative practices. We're going to bring our community together, and this case was also about, sending an important message that if you hurt anybody in our community, the Rochester branch of the NAACP, our community, we're going to be there.
God, I hope this goes to the Supreme Court. I really do. I hope they continue to take this further and further and further because this is fucking bullshit.
Gonna be Sitch and Adam on the road. They're gonna go in front of their headquarters.
We're
gonna say it all together, chat.
No.
This is such bullshit.
It's gonna be part of your honeymoon. Oh, by the way,
and look, and him acting like this is some big deal. Him just look weeping and weeping and weeping in his beer over this. Oh my God, the community. How will we ever survive?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Oh man.
I know. Yeah.
I'm getting a lot of apologize vibes here.
It's our 9/11.
Oh my God. Why would she be remorseful over this? Like she is literally the victim. She is the victim.
Yeah.
It's fucking crazy.
Yeah, they cry out in pain as they strike you.
I know. Oh.
We've been there as a civil rights organization, the oldest. All across our country, we have people made up of normal citizens trying to make our community better. So this sends a message that we're going to continue to fight. We will have to heal our community. It'll be difficult for us to do that. But this is also the first time that I've recalled where we've actually brought somebody in partnership, empowered by our community, to justice. So this is an important first step.
It's so sad because these organizations probably did a lot of good in the world when there was actual racism, open racism and stuff like that. But now they are causing more societal damage than the KKK is. It's like ridiculous. It's off the charts. The only people that give to these organizations are fucking racists. Yeah.
And they're, it's
the only thing keeping them alive right now is the anti-white racism is the only thing keeping their coffers full. And they're completely milking it. They're totally giving into that. So they've become the thing that they hated, that they once fought against. And it's sad. It's totally sad and ridiculous.
Well, it's because people found out ways to make money. I mean, it is how it is. Like if we all got along tomorrow, he'd be out of a job.
Who's the Nolan Wells case? The black kid that drowned or whatever. They still haven't figured out what's going on. But you got all these race hustlers coming in, milking that shit too. He's a black guy with like 10 white friends, and they're already accusing his white friends of like killing him. Like, what the fuck? These people are monsters, fucking monsters.
Yeah, and it's very weird. And also, this is a great example of all of you out there. This is where elections have consequences because you know what?
Hey, can you turn your mic up? Are you like drifting further and further back from your microphone, pushing it away into the other room or something like that?
I'm trying to hide my
You're like,
words.
I feel like you're becoming a disembodied voice in the other room.
They're stopping him from speaking the truth. They're slowly moving him away.
Speak up, brother.
Is this better?
Yeah, much better.
Okay. Yes, I'm
We've returned to sanity there. There we go.
What I'm about to say, I'm so scared. I don't want to.
You're going to drop the N-bomb. You're like,
I know my face. Yes. No.
Go ahead.
No, this is a great example of though where you live. Like, okay, Adam, yeah, you're kind of toast in this regard, but for a lot of other people, though,
I'm in Los Angeles. So I'm totally cooked here.
But this is where your judges, you get to vote for them and influence that. Your prosecutors.
I know. I'll go through.
Influence for, and like this is a county that, when you look at the demographics for Olmsted County, Minnesota, it's been like within 10 points. Like it was only 54% Joe Biden or Kamala Harris in 2024. It was 43% Republican, 54% Democrat. And then almost 3% independent. That's weird. But this is where things matter about making sure you have the right politicians, because if you guys make sure the right prosecutors get involved, or if this is done by the city, because in some places, the city's in charge of hiring their own prosecutors. You influence the city. Like, we don't want our prosecutors doing this. You vote for city councilmen who don't do it. You don't want judges having cases like this, where a judge might say, this is bullshit. I'm not going to let this go on. We're dismissing it. Like, this isn't right. You guys are in control. You guys can shape local politics, and, all politics is local. That's the thing about America.
We vote for the judges in LA, and it's always been a struggle because you don't really know. It's like a lot of work to look up the judges.
Wow.
And so I figured probably not a lot of people vote in those judge elections, but for the first time, I was able.
What party are they on?
Right.
There's no party for the judges. They don't give a party affiliation.
They might say who's
hold on a second. Let me finish.
Yeah,
for the first time, I got to actually use the AI. I went to Gemini and I started asking Gemini questions about the judges. And I was like, I'm looking for the hang 'em high judges, the judges that are going to throw these criminals in jail forever. And Gemini was actually very useful. They were like, well, what you want is someone who has experience as a prosecutor. So I was like, can you look at the judges and tell me which ones are former prosecutors? And it gave me a full list. And I was like, yes. Even the cases where it was tough to decide, I had this conversation with Gemini about which one was going to be more likely to incarcerate these criminals. And man, it was great. So I encourage you, like if you're voting for your judges, be sure to stop by your local AI and ask some questions if you have any questions.
Well, I would say it like this, though. You need to be careful, though, because the average person who's going to work in the LA County District Attorney's office is going to be very left-leaning regardless of who they are, versus like now where I live in Florida, they're going to be some of the reddest of the red people imaginable. So
you're saying even the prosecutor is going to be a blue-haired feminist with a nose ring?
Well, they ain't hiring somebody like me at the LA County prosecutor's office. I can tell you that much.
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
I mean, I'm just saying
I would not want to get into a legal situation in Los Angeles for all of the reasons that we're discussing here. So
yeah.
But I do know that there are a lot of people who are running now on, we need to lock people up. We need to get back to sanity, because they've done a bunch of crime is on the upswing here in Los Angeles because of a bunch of these policies they've enacted that have been completely disastrous. So people are getting sick of it. There is definitely as long as we can get the homeless people to stop voting in downtown Los Angeles.
Well, you know what? Most 12-year-olds aren't homeless. So if we let all the 12-year-olds vote, we can.
We got a problem with that too. I'm sure there's a high concentration of 12-year-olds voting in Los Angeles because they do the full-on mail-in ballots. What's that?
Wasn't that the joke for a while? You wanted like the 12-year-olds to vote or something like that? I forget.
No, I'm for custodial voting. I'm for the parents voting for the 12-year-old. Yeah.
Oh.
So if you have kids, you get to vote for your kids until they're 18.
The Mormons would just move in everywhere and just dominate your.
Well, I mean, do you have kids, Sean? Do you have any kids?
Okay. Not as of yet, but no, that would be an interesting way of doing it.
I mean, I'm sure you'd like to bank a couple extra votes for your kids, right? That might help with these people who are indoctrinating your kids in these leftist schools, right? And give you a chance to push back on them.
Yeah, that wouldn't be a bad way of doing it. But I would just tell you though, a majority of the time, people who are judges are generally prosecutors of some sort. So even
move that mic up. Move that mic up here.
It's right here.
Talk into the mic. Oh, there you go.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry. I would tell you a majority of the people in your county that are judges right now, I would tell you are probably already prosecutors or have been prosecutors at some point in their life. That's a very common track for judges. It's not like most of them are former public defenders or former defense attorneys. Most of them have some sort of corporate life, but they also did a portion of their time.
I mean, half of them are like civil rights attorneys. What are you talking about?
In LA County? I mean, maybe, but generally speaking.
Well, I mean, you would have prosecutors running against defense attorneys. They're like, that's the chief distinction that the AI made.
Yeah, I would just say though, I don't know currently how much it said which ones are prosecutors. Did you see?
It said which one? No. Yeah, well, no, a lot of them were defense attorneys. Like there was situations where it was like two defense attorneys running for the same judgeship. Nice. And then I was like, okay, well, I don't really have an option here. So the AI would like look through their whatever it could find online about them. I mean, and it posts links and stuff like that. So
okay, now I'll take your word for it. But I would say generally in my experience where I've been, almost all the judges have prosecutorial experience versus defense experience.
Well, it would lay out the years that they were prosecutors and stuff like that too. I mean, I was impressed with the detail. So
well, I would always just be careful too. Well, I'm leery of AI because
AI it's between that or just going in completely blind, because you get like no information. There's no statement in the ballot from the judge or anything.
Do you guys are like police departments and groups allowed to endorse people in California?
Oh yeah.
Like that's some ways you can kind of figure things out, like who do the police support? Because they're not going to support a judge who overturns everything. They're not going to support a judge who lets everybody off. You can kind of tell based on what groups support people on how things go. That's one.
I mean, so I've seen some of our police, and I'm like, well, very, very eye rolly. So
there's that too. Well, here you
guys they look a little like the speech police, anyway.
Adam hates the police. Chat. He hates them all. He wants to defund them.
Well, I wouldn't use AI if I was going into court and going to be involved in some sort of court case.
Well, that's actually real quick.
But
that's a side
I
point.
would like in the past I would skip voting for the judges just because you're going in blind. You don't know anything about these people. So I mean, it was a pleasant change of pace, and I was surprised at the amount of information the AI did find on each of the people. And it uses links, so you can look at the links and stuff.
That's good. The one thing I did just want to touch on a side tangent because it just happened kind of recently. A guy the Fed seized this guy's computers, and on his computer, they found the AI prompts he was using to talk to Claude.
Oh no!
About his court case. Those, and he said like I was using those so I could ask my attorney questions and things my attorney gave to me. I use those. Don't use AI because that's not protected. That's stuff that counts as information the prosecutor can use where he admits to committing the crime. So
that's crazy.
Be careful about using AI. Well, there's no protection. It's not your attorney.
Voting for judges in Los Angeles, though, it's not like a crime.
I'm just saying. But you said
today. I mean, maybe in the future.
No, but you said about going to court using AI. It said be careful about how you do that because also if it's a civil case and I'm the attorney on their side, I could say, "Have you ever used AI? I want that for." I want that information in discovery. So be careful. Just be careful.
I mean, I must admit, it was quite fun. And I was really doing examples of what I wanted done to these criminals. So maybe it wasn't a good idea. But look.
Which judge is going to hang everybody?
Yeah, exactly.
No.
Which of these judges support the death penalty?
Yes.
Which of them support public flogging? No, I was having fun with it, honestly.
Yeah.
It's like the most fun I've had voting in a long time.
Oh. Yeah, I'm sorry about my mic. I've never had problems with it before, so.
Well, you could turn it up if you want and then put it in the other room for all I care. You got a volume switch on that thing?
Yeah, I do.
It was fine when we started, but then you were like, let me just drift away.
Well, that's I don't know. But anyways, no, I just this is just a good example of how.
And then he turned. He's like,
I looked away for a second. But I got something popped up on my screen. This is an example of local politics, though, really shaping how things happen, what happens in your daily life. So, this is not something the governor's race controlled. This is not something evil Drumfler controlled. This is not something your transgender senator controlled. This is all your local politics at play. And that's the easiest thing for you to influence.
The soaring crime rate in Los Angeles, though, I do think is making people more conservative. It really is. Crime is like out of control.
Everybody is, everybody wants to be nice and kind until their car gets stolen, and then they're late for work. Or
they're having all these smash and grabs.
Stolen. Yeah,
they're having smash and grabs from criminal tourists, people who are from other countries who get here on a plane and do a bunch of criminal activity and then fly back to South America.
Yeah, why not? If it's open season, it's open season. I mean, this is how you get ants. And the ants come from everywhere. And it's like, did he just call these people insects? Maybe.
Yeah.
You're just making an Archer reference. Okay.
Yeah. When you make it sound like nothing's gonna happen to anybody, that gets around the world like the zany American state where you could do whatever you want. They don't care. That's how people see California.
Yeah, it's true. Sucks.
Nobody comes to thinking they could do that in Florida.
So do we have to listen to any more of this guy? We got a bunch of other stories we want to cover.
I think it just shows you how crazy he is. It's absolutely crazy.
The outcome.
I want to hear more of this guy.
Okay.
It's a little
Stitch
bit
wants
more.
to get indoctrinated more.
I do. I like it. I enjoy it.
Not the outcome that we were looking for, but we didn't get nothing. We got something, not just what we wanted.
Like you said, a mixed outcome today, and she was convicted on one count.
Yep.
Which you said is one of the first times this has happened in this community. Does it give you hope that if there was another horrendous act of hate in this community, that there would be more accountability on the way.
Well, I hope so. I hope so. You know, I mean, it's going to take just our, you know, all of us to really address this. You know, I mean, people have been, and this is not about freedom of speech. You know, we've always talked about this was about her words and her actions. There have been things that we haven't been able to share because of this, but we knew her, you know, the impact of the trauma that she impacted on the young boy, you know, black boy with a disability, and the impact that had on family members, you know, because he's not able to express things himself. So you need to look at the impact of the trauma, you know, on others.
If he can't express himself,
so that's what she did. I mean, it's just callous.
If he can't express himself and he's heavily low functioning, how do you know he even noticed it?
Yeah.
I mean, this is just, it's like the St. Elsewhere kid. It's like, you know, it's all in his head. Who knows what he's thinking about?
Well, it's just, I mean, the idea is like, oh, there's this tragedy that's, you know, impacted the community and it's so devastating. It's like this guy, the camera person, okay, maybe sexually assaulted a minor. I mean, I think that's a little bit more damaging and dangerous to the community. I think that deserves to get to the bottom of rather than this situation. Seems a little bit more something worth looking into, I would say.
But Sitch, that's why you're not paying attention.
Oh,
it was
okay.
the N-word.
Right.
You know, it's like Whoopi Goldberg says, it wasn't rape. So who cares?
That's true. There's only a little rape, right?
Yeah. It's cultural anyway.
Like,
how you don't understand culture, Sitch. I know you don't understand it, but like in the third world, they live a certain way, and we have to embrace that. You know, you're trying to impose your Eurocentric ideas on people is so problematic.
That must be it.
It is.
Jesus.
So, you know, we are where we are. You know, in terms of our community, we're going to continue to heal our community. We're going to continue to stand for justice, you know, and, you know, if other situations come forward, we're always going to be there. Yeah, but it's a tough day, you know. I mean, you think about just the family. They are a good family. They work hard. They're humble. You're not interested in financial gain. You're not interested in publicity. There's a reason why you didn't know about their names, because the family just wanted to keep quiet, you know. And we're not looking to
lies. They're not interested in publicity, but they're definitely interested in money. Financial gain. They don't want publicity because they want the money train to keep coming. And this guy's just playing into it because he's got a little hand in there too. Oh, give me some of that money. I want some of that money.
Yeah, he's like, I don't know what we're gonna do till the next GoFundMe incident happens.
Yeah, exactly.
I need the police to beat somebody.
These people are disgusting. Tearing apart America for their own financial gain. That's what they're all about. Their own financial and political gain.
use them for any publicity or anything like that. Our focus is solely on justice for our community. You know?
He keeps saying justice, but he means grievance. Grievance is what he means. Keep focusing on grievance.
No, no, it's all about the axe to grind.
There was no injustice committed here. Well, there was, but it was taking this white lady to court over all this nonsense, over all this fucking bullshit.
Oh, yeah.
Our whole justice system has turned into a fucking HOA. It's ridiculous.
I don't disagree
fucking
with you
ridiculous.
Based.
You know, I shared in the testimony.
Hold on.
You know,
I will quote Frogan for once. Oh, based.
Thank you.
Oh my God, make it
the normal, basically the way they live is essentially you have mom and dad sleeping on the floor because this young boy with his disability moves a lot.
Can't keep himself out of jail.
Well, no, I was gonna say it's not because he moves a lot; it's because he escapes and goes out and raises hell.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I kind of get the feeling that's where this actually is more at the end of the day. like, oh, because he moves around a lot. It's like, no, because he goes out and does whatever the fuck he wants.
Mhm.
It's not
Oh,
like
he's a problem child.
I would assume so. I don't think it's like he just gets up and starts like breakdancing everywhere. It's like we just can't control him. He's so full of energy. Like,
oh man.
Like let's be real here. Like you can kind of get some cues about what's going on. Like, so.
Well, they're obviously keeping that shit a secret, right? Because they don't want to say, "Oh yeah, he's." But is he autistic or is he a criminal?
I mean, it could then autistic people can commit crimes. I mean, it's not like they can't.
Impossible.
Yeah. No, I mean, look at Hunter Biden. He's out there doing all kinds of stuff.
He's not autistic. He's just a drug addict.
There is that criminal attitude, though, right? You can't tell me what to do. I'm going to do whatever the fuck I want, right?
Yeah, but I mean, I would say like you can be. I mean, I've had clients before who were very heavily developmentally disabled. They had a guardian. They had a court-appointed guardian. They had like Social Security payees and stuff like that, and they still go out and have committed crime. Like there is some level of you really don't know what's going on, and if you're that out of control and you can't be controlled, maybe people need to be warehoused. Sadly, that's what we might have to do for some people at some times. And it sounds like this kid is so out of control. Like, okay, well, it sounds like he needs to be in a home. Like that's an option. But I guarantee you, mom and dad be like, oh, wait, it's not that bad. It's like, okay, so then really what's going on? He's out of control and they can't control him. And it's like, you can always beat kids. And, they'll learn. I learned. My brother and I started a campfire in the basement one day. Holy cow! Guess what my dad did when he came home?
Whoa! You started a campfire in the basement of your home.
Yeah, we were like, my brother and I were like, I think we were like 3 and 4, and we had watched like, I don't know, Mickey Mouse camping or something like that. And
let's do that.
We did it, and my dad came home from work, and he realized something was up when he could smell like burning, but he also noticed all the toys were piled like in the middle of the floor.
Oh no! Wait, how did you start a fire at 4? What did you do?
I don't know what we did.
That's impressive. Like, I'm impressed. Like that he's been like, wow, you got a real knack for this.
Well, no, my dad doesn't understand what we used for it. I think because we may have used matches or something. I don't know what we got a hold of.
Mm-hmm.
But he, like, I kind of remember him whooping the shit out of us.
I kind of don't remember it because I was.
I mean, like, I don't remember.
Dramatically blocked out of my mind.
I don't remember the whole incident, but I remember it. But I'm also betting at the time I was scared shitless. That's why we hit it, because we were scared and we piled everything up. So yeah, like sometimes you got to beat the brakes off your kids.
Mm-hmm.
But there are some kids who they're just not going to learn. But also, if this kid really is that bad, it sounds like this kid needs to be in a group home.
Well, that's why I was wondering, like...
It's like, I don't think it is, though. It sounds like a lot of shit bullshit.
Like, were the parents there? Like, this kid's got some ankle monitor, and it's like, okay, like, how is he physically getting out of the house?
Well, so it's like, what are they doing? And then we hear, oh, he's a bus driver, but then, the defense attorney points out, like, he doesn't speak English. So it's like, how does that work? Like,
well, yeah, wait, he's a bus driver?
Yeah, apparently.
Oh my God! What the fuck?
Yeah,
he does speak English. It's obvious he speaks English.
Yes,
he's
agree.
just fucking lying.
Well, they do it to be sympathetic. He's 5 Mouskowitz from Somalia, the poor little bus driver. It's like a Bronx Tale. He's just supporting his family, driving the bus everywhere he goes.
Do we know how long they've been in America for?
I don't know.
I mean, because I have a new policy. I think that every year you're in America, they need to do language tests on you. And if you don't pass a certain thing, then they deport you back to your country.
Yeah. I don't necessarily disagree with that.
And if you're a bus driver, like, that's fucking... I agree with you. He's probably just lying because he doesn't want to answer questions. But, like, that's still crazy. Like, Jesus.
Well,
monthly test.
There are some states where the DOT is pulling people over. And part of their thing is, sir, please read this card. And you have to read off the card. And if you can't read it, they immediately stop you. Like, okay, this truck is impounded. You're not going anywhere. Find somewhere else to go. Your license is suspended.
Right.
And I mean, that's how we have to handle it at this point, because there are people who, like, you're driving a semi truck and you can't read. Like, well, you shouldn't be driving a semi truck down the highway. So, but no, I agree. But it's all a poor widow immigrant. And I'm sure they sat there and told him in the office, the prosecutor, like, you don't understand English, correct? You need a prosecutor, right?
Yeah,
And
of course.
I guarantee you he's sitting there and he's like, oh, I'm so scared. And the NAACP man sitting there, it's like, you got this, bro. You got this. Just
Mhm.
keep going. We're going to make so much more money. I guarantee you that's how that went. Exactly how that went.
Mr. Ubercross, thanks so much for the $20. Says there's a narrow lane in which fighting words make sense. If the language is directly intended to provoke being struck, I can see something there, but I don't think there are magic words that would do it in general. Yeah, that was my argument.
Mhm.
But yes, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yep.
And for another $10,
Mhm.
Mr. Ubercross says, Sean, how did the video come into evidence if the cameraman wasn't there to authenticate it? The video had enough foundation, but not the GoFundMe?
I don't know, but I mean, part of an authentication means how do you know this video is real? And part of it is they're gonna, that's one of the biggest things because you need somebody that said, I took this here. I watched this woman say the things that were on this video. I haven't touched the video, altered the video, deleted the video. I
Mhm.
don't know, and I'm hoping to actually ask that when if I can get Brian Corrales this week, because that's one of the things I want to know. But there's also part of it is what Shiloh Hendrix says is her own statement, so you don't necessarily need to authenticate her statement because it's her, and you could, there's no issue. I mean, was it AI generated? No, you could say that clearly it doesn't look like it. But overall, the bigger question is this something I would have raised if I was the attorney on this, and I don't know if he did or not, and it's something I can ask him, is how do you know this guy isn't like if it's a white guy she's screaming the N-word at, well, that's not going to raise alarm or cause him to fight. So how do we know who this is? We don't know who he is or what this guy is. We don't know his race. We don't know his identity. Well, he's from Somalia. They're white people in Africa. You don't know what he looks like.
Maybe he's
We
got
don't
a
know
skin
anything about him.
condition.
Yeah. He got the Michael Jackson thing.
He's reverse Michael Jackson. Yeah, exactly.
Well, no, if he had reversed Michael Jackson, he'd be white going black.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, oh yeah, reverse like Michael Jackson, yeah. But
yeah, he's reverse. So that's why he shouldn't be offended. Because he's really, he's like Uncle Ruckus. He's really white. He just has a disease. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know. There's a lot of things we don't know, and the problem is, this trial was not televised, and that's one of the benefits of having a camera in there. We can know these things, and we can find out what happened and how it happened. Now, there's some of this may have been decided pre-trial, but there wasn't a lot. I've looked online. There aren't a lot of pre-trial motions in this case. So, but it'd be great to see how this all happens. And, that's why I still think you should be able to just go online and click like, minnesotacourts.org or .gov. And you got all the counties, all the courts that are open, click on it. And, you click on a courtroom and the camera's on and it's just some guy in there vacuuming the courtroom that day. Okay. Or maybe they're trying a case. You should be allowed to do that and see what's going on in these courtrooms. They should not be hidden.
Oh, 100%. 100%. Yeah. Mr. Overcross says in the chat, yes, but the interaction is all hearsay, or that he's lying, or that it happened on that day.
I agree. But I don't know. I don't know if he stipulated anything or agreed anything. I don't know. I mean, I could even see this judge saying, good enough for me. I don't care.
Right. Well, I mean, she's on camera. And I mean,
yeah, but how do you know?
Well, unless she said, like, if she said that it was like, that was her, right? Isn't that kind of, acknowledge that?
I just don't know. I mean, and Mr. Rivercross, I agree. It could have been edited. All her statements can't be enough. I understand, but I don't know what he raised or if he even, I don't know what was raised. I agree. You could say, well, you don't know when this happened. What did she say? How did she say it? I have the feeling the police interviewed her at some point and she's probably like, yeah, I said it. I don't know for sure though, but presumably they would have interviewed her because they charged her ultimately.
Yeah. So, or she might have said something in one of her statements or in her GoFundMe about like, there's this video of me, that.
But then we're to the point of, so we can authenticate GoFundMes, Your Honor.
Right.
That's, like I said, I don't know for sure, but I have a feeling she's like, yes, I said those words and I meant every one of them.
Oh, I was going to ask you when her lawyer was saying the thing about like the record, like what was he talking about when he kept saying like, I kept trying to put on the record and she was getting mad at me.
Do I have names? Yeah, I do. Hold on.
Oh.
Forget props out.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Okay, so the record is your transcript of court. And, oh, God, geez, I kind of fucked this one up. Hold on. I got to fix the binding. Oh, uh-oh. Oh, there we go. better than I thought. Okay. It's still good shape. When the court reporter types up the court record, when she's, doing a little do thing, you get this, a transcript. Okay. This is the record. This is the record of what happened in court that day on this case that I did the appeal on.
Mm-hmm.
So everything that happened, objection, all that
Oh,
stuff.
you saying fuck you is all in there?
Yeah. Yeah.
Nice.
There's a transcript of me out there saying fuck you like 25 times. But this is the record. This is everything that happened. And from here, that's what the appeal is based on. Not based on the, and this is because we stick with this. This is in, tradition, forever. That's all you had. There were no recording devices. So this is the only way. This is everything that transpired. And on the record, like when he's saying he wanted to lay the record out. Merely if you object and the judge says overruled, you just objecting doesn't necessarily preserve the objection. Because if you just object, the court will say, yeah, the court should have sustained your objection, but you didn't say what the problem is. And that's why he was trying to make a record of things, saying, Your Honor, you denied, you overruled my objection. Had I been able to do this, here's what I wanted to argue about. This is wrong. You're not allowed to do this. The case law doesn't support you. Had you let me present evidence, I would have been able to show this guy who was actually there, who saw everything, who said the Somali guy was laughing afterwards. And therefore we would prove this wasn't arising or causing anger or anything like that. He's trying to introduce and say, like, you have to expand upon it. Merely just objecting isn't enough most of the time.
So it's like if you're a lawyer and you say objection, and then before you like really make your case, it gets overruled. And then when there's a break in the case, then you kind of have the opportunity to lay all this out so it's on the record. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
Gotcha.
there are times you can do that, but sometimes you got to lay it out right then and there, because it's like, Your Honor, I'm trying to ask this question. If I ask this question, it's going to allow me to go into this, and this. So like if it's during testimony specifically, you can't wait till the end, because at that point it's over and done. Sometimes you address it right then and there, but yeah, you'll basically, there was a trial in Arizona we were watching where the defense attorney was trying to make a record of things, and the judge said, well, you have fun with that. And he got up and walked away, and the court reporter was still going. But no, that it's critical, because if it's not there, the Court of Appeals could say, like, yeah, we read through this. Yeah, okay, we agree, but you didn't tell us what the objection was about, so it doesn't matter. And
is this like unusual that the judge was getting so mad about the record thing, or is that?
I mean, judges, like, they want you to listen to them. They want you to get it. Like when the judge tells you to move along, you're like, Your Honor, I need to make a record. Yeah, they get a little pissy about it, but they understand you have to make the record. And that's that, you make the record, you got to protect your client. You have to protect the record.
Right.
There are, like, I've had to do it before, and you could tell the judge is like just staring at me and like would like to light me on fire with their look. But you have to make the record. You have to protect the record. And you have to lay it out there. Sometimes the judge is like stared at me like, you idiot, you're winning. You don't need this. And, I don't know that I'm going to win. Like I'm protecting my guy. Like I've got to do this.
Right.
So.
Actual Justice Warrior for $10. It says the boy has a very special form of tism, according to the father, that caused him to take stuff and run away. Many sneaker and electronic stores in Chicago encounter this form of tism every day.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
true.
Oh, very, very true tism. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I agree. He just don't know no better. It's like, I'm pretty sure he knows better.
What I will say, if the kid is 9 and his parents have to put an ankle monitor on him, I mean, that's not that's not normal. Obviously, something's wrong with this kid, right? He just keeps fucking running away and doing shit.
There's that, but I mean, like, it probably was the court, but like, who said that? I mean, that's probably what it was. But yeah, if this kid is that out of control, we got like bigger issues here. Like, what's going on? That he can't just steal everybody's shit. Like, yeah, I agree. It's very. There's a lot of awkward questions that we need to ask, and it's like, how dare you notice these things, sir?
Right. Well, anything else about the Shiloh Hendrix case before we move on? That you
No.
We haven't touched on
That's
yet.
really it. It's just, I thought it was, that was an injustice, and I hope she wins her appeal. But that's It's going to be a long time before we learn about it. So, Chad, if
Right.
you're in Olmsted County, Minnesota, don't say the N-word. You might get in trouble.
Yeah, and I wonder how much of it too, like with the jury. I don't know if this was talked about in the case. And you can ask a lawyer. Like, was the amount of money she raised brought up in the case?
No, because it's not relevant. She didn't testify.
Okay.
So
because I feel like that would like bias jurors too. They're like, oh, you made so much money.
A lot, but it's not relevant to whether or not she committed the crime.
Of course.
And that's always when you're bringing up a question about evidence to bring up, does it make it less likely or more likely to prove the thing occurred? And this, the dad getting GoFundMe money does make it less likely because it shows bias. It shows he's got an incentive. It shows a lot of different things. So that has relevancy and it has some weight. What she did, well, that's not part of the thing, really. Now, if she had, she hadn't testified either and they hadn't, verified it. Now, if she'd gotten up there and it's like, did you start this, ma'am? Is this yours? Did you start this? And saying, and if she had gone on like TikTok and be like, yeah, I did it. Ha, then yes, that could be all used against her. But if she hasn't, then it's, you have to bring it in and there's no way to bring it in.
Okay, so Mo Green for $10 says, where have we heard about people abducting and assaulting young foster women being swept under the rug before? I don't know. Was that a reference to?
I'm not sure, but that happens a lot of places, sadly.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know. Are we making a joke about the Clintons at Haiti or what?
I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, because that happened too. Yes.
Right. Majin for $5 says, it's obvious the jury agreed with Shiloh's assessment of the child. He was indeed acting like one. On another note, is the lady still single? What are you gonna?
She's married. She's got kids. She's a trad mom.
Yeah, I thought she was a single mother.
No, I thought she's married, kids. I thought she's married.
Well, I don't know, but maybe Majin can tame her. Okay.
Yeah. Do you really want to tame this woman? This woman, she knows how to handle her business.
I don't really. No. It doesn't seem like the most stable person. It was funny. There was like this really weird, it was like cringe. There was someone, I don't know if they were doing it in association with her or not. There was someone that was selling, it wasn't Magic the Gathering. It was some card game I'm unfamiliar with. They were selling like cards of her that they made her look kind of like a Greek goddess.
Did you see those today?
Did you see it? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, because if you click on that link, they have an awesome set of the cards are ridiculous.
I was like, what? I looked at this. I was like, what is this?
It's racist Magic the Gathering cards.
Like, oh, is there like a whole set of this? Oh my god.
There is. Oh, hold on. Here, let me see if I
can. Wait, I'll send Adam a picture of it. So if you want to bring it up, so people know what we're talking about here. Like, so this guy made his own. You're saying this guy? I didn't click on it. This guy made his own like collectible card game that's racist, like a racist Magic.
Oh yeah.
Oh Jesus Christ.
Yes.
So
if you can.
Yeah, it says if you're just listening, it looks like this like weird Magic the Gathering card. Scott Shiloh Hendrix, she's like looks like Athena or something. And it says one white female hero. For every 10 health this card loses, it may heal any in-play card for 1 health. Like,
I just sent you the link, Sitch.
Okay.
If you laugh, it's okay to laugh.
This is like, this is so cringe. And actually, it's funny too because if you see the picture in the original picture of the art that this guy has of her, it's got like a cross floating over her head, even though she's just like a Greek goddess, which seems a little confused.
She's our Pallas Athena, chat.
Right, but the guy who's doing this, he apologized and said, "Oh, that this was some sort of printing error because apparently Shiloh Hendrix is pagan, and so they redid the art and removed the cross."
No, she is pagan. I think she's been on before. Like she's had pictures with like a Thor hammer thing, and I think some of her tattoos are pagan. Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, it's
fascinating stuff. Very, very interesting individual here. So.
Yeah. No, it's very interesting in general, yeah. But that I'll say in case people are wondering, the card company's called Tribal Order.
Okay, there you go. If you want to see your racist Magic the Gathering cards. First offender, thanks so much for the $5. Says, Sean, I got to say, you're a pleasure to watch. Lately, stuff you say makes me break out in tears of laughter. The bit about the Scotch Irish had me ROFL.
Thank you. I try. I hate it when people use that term Scotch Irish. Your daddy was not a liquor bottle. You're Scots Irish.
Oh, okay.
I just, that's one of those ones. I forget what I was on. I was on a roll that night.
Equishodox for 50 months. It just makes free. Thanks so much. Says, after the umpteenth farcical story to take place in the state, I think the lesson here is don't under any circumstances move to Minnesota. If you live in Minnesota, I feel for you.
50 months though.
I know. Thank you so much. Long time. Equishodox been from the beginning.
Yeah.
J-Mac, thanks so much for $10. Says, make a courtroom black comedy based on this guy and call it Strike the Record, rated R.
Nice.
There you go.
I'd see that.
EDW Raptor, thanks so much for the 5 gift memberships and for joining the Free Will Seekers and for the $5 that says you would need a forklift to deplatform Sean. They'll never get him offline.
Thank you.
Oh, wow.
Thank you.
Are you streaming a lot now, Sean?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, I got a little more free time now since I moved, and I'm waiting to take the bar. So, yeah, a little bit more.
Nice.
The bar.
You should
in
use
Florida?
AI for your bar exam.
You have to, because in Florida, you can, like Florida, California, New York, you can go. If I had a Florida license, I could go anywhere I wanted to, but Florida does not let people transfer down. You have to take their bar.
Interesting.
They're very well, because everybody wants to come here. They charge you a separate penalty based on how long you've been practicing. So if it's within a year getting licensed somewhere, it's actually free. But for me, it's like I owe them like $2,500 because I've been practicing 10 to 15 years. And if you're between 15 and 30 years, you owe them like a little bit more. And then if it's over like 30 years, you owe them like $6-7 grand, just as a penalty for coming down, because they don't want people coming down and like retiring and taking business. And it's all protectionism.
Right.
So, yeah.
Go Florida.
Yeah.
Rich Jammer, thanks so much for the 252 months of being Free Seeker. Thank you so much. Says, sorry guys, I'm gonna put my membership on hold because I quit my job last week. Oh well, that's fine. But hope you get a new one. Sorry to hear that. Well, I hope it was worth it, right? Fuck those people. They don't deserve you, Rich. Thanks for the great streams. S class in the best class. Yes, and A-Team also reigns supreme. So.
Nice, thank you.
Don't worry, Hasan and Mamdani will give you like money to just be chill, bro. Don't worry.
Of course.
Yeah.
Living in Suggs Walton Relay for $5 says, quote, this is a good first step from the NAACP attorney is certainly an admission. Yes, that's true.
It is.
Fat Brown Buffalo for $5 says, didn't even Jussie Smollett get a lighter sentence in this? Google is saying he only served 16 hours community service.
Yep.
Didn't his conviction, whatever he got, didn't it get thrown out?
He was supposed to go to jail, but they got him out of jail.
Eventually there were some appellate issues, yes. But even then, though, initially, and like I said, I've had people who have committed domestic violence and 200 hours of community service. Think about that. 200 hours of her time she has to go spend. That's a week. It's like 8.5 days. She has to go do something.
Yeah, that's crazy.
8.5 straight days of something. Like it's utterly ridiculous.
Let's see. This article says that he was sentenced. Well, no, his original sentence would be longer or more severe. His original sentence was for 150 days in jail. 6 of which he served before he was freed pending an appeal. He was ordered to pay $130,000 in restitution, but then I believe that all got overturned by the Illinois Supreme Court.
Yeah.
So
yeah, there were some issues with how everything got prosecuted, and Kim Fox kind of screwing it all up. But yeah, that's what happens when you have, if you're part of if it's part of your tribe in charge, you can do whatever you want. And that's, this stuff encourages people to believe that we're in the without rule of law situation. And Shiloh Hendrix is an example of that too. This encourages people to say, we're going to do this. Well, you're now encouraging people to say, well, why should I follow the law if this is what's going to happen to me?
Right. No, it makes sense.
A lot of problems here, a lot of philosophical issues.
Living Sucks Walton Relay for $2 says, any ladies want to increase your voting power? No, that's your opening line with household voting. Trap sunk for 10 Canadians says, congratulations, Siggs and Adams. After 250 years and over 70 years of civil rights, the NAACP finally recognized an important first step towards justice in America. That's true. It only took
after getting the right to vote, after
so ridiculous,
getting a black president. No, now they finally have the foothold.
A white lady got $1,000 fine and $200 of community service for saying the N-word.
Will the community survive?
I don't know.
Oh my God.
Tobin Russell for $5 says, dude, I've just been listening to this. The lawyer is the fat JD Vance brought the life.
That's
I'm from Ohio, so
now I can't unsee it.
Oh no,
we're
that's
about the
mean.
same age.
That's mean. You guys are mean. Reality is merging with the online. J-Mac slacking for 51 months. Thank you, J-Mac. Says, fake racist Magic the Gathering is cringe. Real chuds play the real racist Magic. I play Invoke Prejudice and end my turn. There you go. Exactly.
Oh, that's great.
Spencer Harmon, thanks so much for well, I believe you already remember, but for upgrading your membership to Display Equals Freedom. Thank you.
Wow.
I misread that at
nice.
first. I thought he said, I go act like a racist at Magic the Gathering.
No.
I was like, damn. That's
crazy.
Yeah, it's a better way to flip it on its head.
Yes. And Mike Hasan, thanks so much for 48 months of Display Equals Freedom. Says, behold my mouth. So behold.
Congrats.
Behold.
These guys were here for Vosh.
I know.
Oh, I know.
Yes.
Yeah.
They call it Agua.
The horse love. Yes.
Everything. Aqua.
Right. Did you, before we go back to Hasan here, did you want to say anything about the Candace Owens, Charlie Kirk stuff?
I mean, I hope it's become clear that like this is, I know people like conspiracies. Well, it is. Yes, we believe in conspiracies because we don't like to think it's so simple as some guy who was chasing trannies got convinced by his tranny Zimzier binary otherkin to go kill somebody. And he crawled up on top of a building with a rifle through a crowded school day and dropped Charlie Kirk and then was able to walk away. Yeah, life is that simple. Violence can be that random and uncontrollable and not necessarily something you could prevent. That's the nature of violence. Most, there isn't really a giant cabal behind everything. People just get dropped. And instead of it being, somebody random, it's somebody and you've seen. That's really the only difference here. This is, all the evidence so far. I mean, it's funny watching them all squirm. It's funny watching, the lawsuit that Charlie's security team has filed against Candace and that guy who claims he stumbled.
Oh, what is the lawsuit?
Oh, so Candace claims that were in on it, that they were, she sued Brian Harpole. Brian Harpole sued Candace and the Mitch Snow guy who claims he was, I don't know if you heard this part about it, where the weird goober guy says, like, I was just wandering on a military base and stumbled into the meeting when they were all planning this. And I saw him right there sitting at the meeting. And it's like, it's impossible. Candace thinks they were in on it. She thinks they were negligent. They didn't do a very good job. Although, to be fair, technically, if your job's a bodyguard and your protectee is dead.
Yeah, that's fair to say. You did a good job.
And he claims that, he's like, she has hurt my business. And I'm like, no, I think Charlie Kirk getting his head blown off probably hurt your business because it's like,
well, if she's saying though, right. But if she's saying that they were in on it, like that would be
to be
massively
fair, though,
defamatory, right?
Think about, but think about it when you're like, you're looking through the CVs of the companies and it's like, oh, who have you guys protected? And he's like, Charlie Kirk. And, it's like, you're not going to hire, you're probably going to be like, I'm going to take that one and put it in the garbage can.
Right.
You protected Taylor Swift. Oh, you protected Ellen Page. Like, welcome.
This is why they contacted Ben Shapiro, because he has the same security team. And they were like, oh shit, Ben's going to fire us.
Even if they don't have the same security team, they're both on the right and they're both within the same sphere. So this could be a coordinated attack. There could be a group of, like, we've seen Antifa organize in terror cells where they launched a coordinated, they tried to launch a coordinated attack in Texas. It's just once, the shooting started, they all quit because they realized love revolution is hard. And they didn't want none of that smoke and they gave up right away. yeah, like there could be, other lone wolves getting inspired. Hey, this just happened. You guys should be amped up and ready to go. Yeah, like I would expect these people to talk to each other. Like if Steven Crowder, insert any other right wing people. If that happens, I guarantee you their teams would talk to them and the word would get out. Everybody
Mhm.
like this just happened. Be ready. So I'm not surprised that happened. I hope it would. You hope these guys would talk. Like, Charlie Kirk and Ben. People think they're all. Shows that they were friends. That Ben Shapiro and his Israeli handlers killed Charlie, but joking. But yeah, they should be together on this. Like, hey, man, the crazy people are coming after us. We just got out of there in one piece. Like, watch yourselves. It's getting crazy out there. Like, I hope that would happen. But anyways, Candace defamed them. They're suing her, and they're suing the crazy guy Candace brought on, who says he saw Charlie Kirk's security head on a military base in Arizona,
Mhm.
like the day before the shooting happened. And you're like, well, and he's like, yeah, I walked in. I actually stumbled into a secret meeting where they were all plotting it. And it's a weirdo guy who claims he's like on witness protection from the cartel and all kinds of weird crap. But yeah, the evidence is there. There's more than enough evidence. It's very clear. He went there. He used his gun. He shot Charlie Kirk. He tried to run away with the gun. He threw it in the bushes, and the police found it before he could come back and get it. I mean, it's very obvious what happened. It's very
Yeah.
straightforward.
Well, that's what's to
And-
me so crazy about this, because it's like you have the murder weapon, you have the guy's DNA on the murder weapon,
Yeah.
you have his DNA on these bullets that he wrote, these words into. You
Yes.
have footage of someone that looks like him walking around the campus. You have
You
footage
forgot
of
about the blanket with both of their DNA on it.
Oh,
I'm just like, ew.
there you go. Yeah, you got
They use
blanket.
they like their sex blanket is probably
Right.
what I
He
was
brought the
wrapped up
sex
in.
blanket, of course. Yeah. You got footage of him walking around campus. You got footage of him or someone that looks like him, I think, like jumping off the roof or something. You got his parents see this like footage and they think that it's their son. They have that he admits, I believe, in like both through Discord messages and through phone texts to his trans lover that he fucking did it. That the trans lover tells the court that he fucking did it and that he left a written message about it. His parents, I believe, also said that he acknowledged that he did it. Like you have the evidence about this is so overwhelming in one direction, and that you have to believe like this retarded conspiracy that is like, okay, so I have to believe based entirely on this notion that Israel is really behind it because they're so hyper concerned that Charlie Kirk is going to turn out against Israel. Meanwhile, they don't take out Candace or Tucker, who would be a lot more prime targets to take out if really Israel is so worried about this.
I mean, when you put it like that, Sitch, I mean, I don't know. Maybe you're right.
It's just so stupid. It's annoying because
it is.
Like they come up. It's so annoying. People, they see something and they go, oh, if I freeze this image, there's like a slight distortion. So I'm going to like believe that there has to be some secret knowledge here. And then someone comes along and they already have an answer that they want everyone to believe, which is obviously, Israel's behind it because, fuck Israel. And then everything is just going to be twisted around to just try to fit that narrative. And then once those people start doing that, they will never, ever, ever admit they're wrong, because if they did admit they're wrong, they would lose all credibility with their audience, because they're going to be like, how, you brought us down this fucking rabbit hole for like a year and a half, and now you're telling us you're wrong. Like, fuck you.
Well, the reason why they killed Charlie Kirk because he saw Brigitte Macron's penis. That's why this happened. That's actually my theory, because he happened to actually see it one time, and that's why they killed him.
Yes.
But it's known as Candace has kind of gone silent on that for a while.
Mm-hmm.
But no, it helps that way. And, people like to think, oh, Candace is like, well, nobody ever confesses to a crime to four separate people, 4 separate times. People confess to crimes all the time. People, especially who commit murders. Like, if you watch the first 48, like those guys, I have clients who shot people. Like, they're itching to tell. Like, it's hard to keep a secret, especially for something like that. They're, when it comes to murder, people are dying, no pun intended, to tell people about what they did or what happened. whether they're proud of it, whether they're ashamed of it, whatever it is. Telling a lot of people love telling on themselves all the time for stupid things too. Yeah, I smashed out that window. Yeah, I slit my girlfriend's tires. Yeah, I did this. Yeah,
People film themselves doing crimes and they
Yeah.
upload it to Facebook.
Yeah. So this, but it doesn't help because most people don't interact with that. Most people don't interact with violent crime. So like, oh, the bullet fragment. Yeah. A bullet's going 2,000 miles an hour and you stop it all of a sudden. It's going to break apart. Or, oh, his bones deflected it. Yes. And it's funny because there are people who, on YouTube especially, there are people who have gone out there and killed people for a living and shot people, been there, done that, and got the t-shirt, who, when you shoot things that are living, well, just in general, when you shoot things, bullets do weird stuff. And it can be very unpredictable. So that's why if you shoot a solid piece of steel, you have to worry about, like, is that going to ricochet back at you?
Right.
Are you going to get hit pieces? Like, you can shoot people and bullets do weird stuff. You can shoot animals, bullets do weird things. Like, are there consistent things that would happen? Sure. But are there also weird things that can happen? Yes. If you shot Charlie Kirk 1,000 times, is it going to look like this every single time? No. I bet a lot of times it blows through him and partially takes his head off all the way. This time it didn't. There's.
Well, I mean, also, yeah, like, because they were originally saying, oh, he used, weren't they claiming that he used a Full Metal Jacket bullet, and then it turned out that he wasn't anyway.
Well,
so.
I mean, it's like I was kind of saying from day one, like if it's a 30-06, it's probably soft. It was probably some basic sort of hunting load, which is what almost all 30-06 ammunition in America is. Yeah,
Right.
he could have been using like military, military grade stuff, but that would have really fucked Charlie up bad, or like arm piercing incendiary ammunition. But none of that happened here. It's just what do most things people have on the 30-06? Like Remington Core Lock, Federal Fusion, Barnes TSX loaded stuff, just regular hunting grade ammunition. It's meant for maximum energy dissipation in the target. And that's what it looks like happened. It dissipated a lot of energy inside Charlie's upper neck and upper torso. And I'm sure that, like, when we get to trial, we're going to find out he's basically internally decapitated. I mean, like, even if he got shot standing in a hospital operating room in, like, the Mayo Clinic, they probably weren't going to be able to save him.
Right.
So it's, but nobody likes to believe that's the way it goes, but that's the way it goes. It's simple. It's a very simple explanation, or an exploding microphone, or all the other crap we think it is.
Stupid shit.
I mean, but to be fair, the Israelis did kill a terrorist once by switching out a cell phone, and they switched it out, and half the battery was C4, and they called him, and he is missing his head.
Right.
Like they have done stuff like that.
Well, if there was an explosion and it, like, then Charlie's like entire like upper body exploded, then I'd be like, okay, I don't think a person shot him, right? Then I'd be on board here.
Oh yeah, but then they think it's like, oh, it's a shape charge, which is a real thing, but like, the microphone apparently was, they could pack enough of it in there that it somehow worked but also blew up and killed him, or whatever Candace thinks the Egyptian skydiving team out of the Lear jets. I don't even really understand what she thinks they did. Or Erica kissed him and explosive got into his. I don't know.
She has like the poison ivy lipstick. She put it on, and
pretty much.
Okay, of course. Well, I hope that Lance goes to jail forever, gets the death penalty. I don't know if they have it. Whatever state this is in.
He does in Utah.
Good. So I hope he gets the death penalty. And I hope Candace gets sued into oblivion by the security team and loses miserably.
Oh, I think she will. But the thing with Lance, it's going to be weird because I feel like it's going to be kind of like Nicholas Cruz, the shooter in Florida. He pled out, and they normally when people plea out, they take the death penalty away to get the plea. In Florida, they said, "Oh, that's cool. You can plea out. We still want to execute you," and he ended up having to plea out anyway. And they had to basically beg the judge, like, please don't kill him. And ultimately, he ended up getting life without parole. So I think it could be very interesting how this case shakes out a little more. But no, there's another account of people out there who are claiming like, oh, there's a receipt that shows Tyler Robinson was here. Like, there's all kinds of weird crap, but it's, they're going to say, well, the defense attorneys are in on it because they won't listen to us. That's
Yeah,
something that's going to
course.
happen.
Yeah.
You know,
Right.
So yeah, I don't know.
I love it too. Like every person, his parents, his trans lover,
Yeah.
his, his
Although
defense lawyers, every person on the planet is all part, they're all being paid off. They're all part of the conspiracy.
I think Lance Twiggs was in on it. I do. Because when you see the picture of him and he's wearing like that little, like, the picture we saw for the longest time, he's wearing like the Ilu, like little hoodie thing.
Right.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Okay, yeah. So when you see him, but then you see him sitting in the room on the when he gave his proffer, he's like, "My name's Lance." And you're like, okay,
Right.
wow, this is a very different person.
Yeah.
I get the feeling he probably gassed Tyler up and probably really got him involved in it.
I'm sure.
I don't think, like, Tyler drove himself, but I could easily see him saying, like, here's where you need to go. Here's probably the best shot to take. I could see him actually like conspiracy to commit murder, but
interesting.
Oh, I think there was a lot. Like, it was a lot more to it than just like, golly, I really hate that Charlie Kirk. He hates us like trans people.
Right.
I think there was a lot more to it like that. I don't think he was whispering in Tyler's ear every night. It wasn't that bad, but I do think he was very much involved. And, generally speaking, I do also want, but that said, I will also point out, if Lance came to me and said, I want to talk to the police, and I'm like, you're not talking unless you get immunity. I didn't do anything. Don't care. You're getting immunity for everything. Whether or not you tied your shoes that morning. So like I said, it could be, but I think Lance had some involvement, which I think we'll learn about at trial, because certainly he had to give them a detailed account of everything.
He granted immunity?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. I said Lance. I meant Tyler getting the death penalty. But yeah, so that makes. I mean, it makes sense that he would want that beforehand. Because I agree with you. I do think they definitely could make a case that he had some amount of involvement in this. So that makes perfect sense.
Yeah. Well, and yeah, somebody's pointing out, like, he's claiming that Tyler never mentioned Charlie Kirk to him once. Like, I find that really hard to believe. I really find that hard to believe, but we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Spencer Harmon for $20 says, my brother believes it was an exploding microphone that killed Charlie. Despite everyone in the crowd looking at the building, the government response to COVID broke some people's brains. It's it is unfortunate, because there is people, I think a lot of people are very susceptible to a lot of things, and there does need to be some kind of, they use the vaccine COVID example, there needs to be immunity to bad ideas. And a lot of the COVID stuff and a lot of other sort of things, which rightfully, and wokeness, a lot of people rightfully lost faith in institutions. And because of that, I think they lost a lot of immunity to a lot of like just completely asinine, retarded ideas. And so it's very simple for people to just start believing the stupidest shit ever.
Yeah, but it also doesn't help when you have people like Anthony Fauci going around to, like, you guys have seen that video where he goes to the black guy. He's like, no, I promise you this. You won't get sick if you take this. I mean, we had, of course, there were some bad ideas, but the medical community and the people who claim to be our betters abused what they had. And they said, just what, like, that did more damage than the bad ideas that were out there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, is that, like, when that happened, and, I talked about this the other day about, like, when they, they were, the medical community saying how terrible it was that right-wingers were criticizing or protesting the lockdowns and saying, oh, you're spreading COVID. And then when a couple of weeks later, the BLM protests happened, they said, oh, it's, you're not spreading COVID. It's totally fine, right? Like, yeah, that completely destroys people's trust and faith in these institutions. And then, unfortunately, because of that, it's like people just, it seems like most people just, not most people, a lot of people have lost any sort of like ability to discern reasonable facts from fiction at this point now. And so if there's a person that they like Candace or someone else or Tucker, who just says like the most retarded shit ever, they'll just be inclined to believe it.
Well, I mean, to be fair, though, saying it's okay to go protest Black Lives Matter is just as equally retarded as anything Candace would say.
Right.
I mean, you might not, people might disagree with me on that, but when you point out, like, it's okay, you might get sick and die from this thing that's really nasty, but it's okay to do it because of Black Lives Matter. That is on par with any of the retarded things we ever heard.
Mm-hmm.
And once the institution is that retarded, well, you're no better than them. So, you guys have ceded all your credibility just to show but you're also showing your ideologically captured at that point. Like
Right.
the institutions have been corrupted. So it just, kind of reinforces kind of going back to the beginning when I came on, like Joseph McCarthy was kind of right. The communists did infiltrate a lot of things, and the hard left really did infiltrate. And
it's unfortunate that the McCarthy stuff. It's unfortunate, I think, that people are trying to whitewash McCarthy, because while he was correct, and it wasn't real, I mean, it wasn't him. A lot of people were, the Red Scare existed long before McCarthy was around, but a lot of people were worried about communist infiltration of the government. McCarthy kind of ruined it, because he was just making up a bunch of bullshit for his own political gain. And then when he kind of got exposed or ridiculed for that, that at the time sort of helped end the Red Scare and people taking it seriously, because he was so full of shit. So I don't like that a lot of people are going around trying to be like, oh, let's just try to praise McCarthy. Like, no, he did the exact opposite of what you think.
Yeah, but him being a massive drunk didn't help things. But when you see the president of Cuba, and I don't know if you saw my tweet on this, the president of Cuba is like an actual communist, like, oh no, there's new McCarthyism and it's going to be even worse. And I'm like,
of course,
you don't got to sell me on this, homie. I love it. Like, if you're the people who are absolute scum or scared of this, I'm like, what's not to love?
No, I agree. Like, it's just funny too, because just in terms of people saying, oh, McCarthyism 2.0 is here, I'm like, good. Like, this is something that needs to be taken seriously. That's why I really liked Marco Rubio's speech when he talked about how there was all this left-wing terrorism and extremism that's been going on, and really no one's been taking it seriously. So we do need to wake up and have this conversation in America.
But Antifa's only an idea, man. There's no Antifa headquarters. I'm like, there's no headquarters for Al Qaeda either. Does that mean Al Qaeda's not a terrorist group?
That's so silly.
But it also doesn't help when you get the SPLC manufacturing all that, that's going to be fun as that unravels.
Roberto Camari for $5 says, Candace had me so black-pilled, no pun intended. Viva said Candace is an IQ test, and a shocking amount of people are failing.
I mean, sometimes yes, but I mean, given how, once again, authority has kind of ruined itself, I kind of understand people being retarded. But in general, yes, I think most people should know better.
I don't know. I've always had this problem. I hate stupid people more than evil people. I don't know why.
Well, it's because stupid people are, they're worse because they don't even realize they're being wrong.
It's just like, God, it's very frustrating. So I don't know. It's difficult for me. I should be more empathetic, but to me, it's like from day one, it's very obvious that Candace and Tucker were grifting, lying pieces of shit. So it is what it is. Metalworks for $5 says, question for Sean: can asking a question be interpreted as a form of assault?
I mean, you can charge anything as a crime. Depends, maybe theoretically, but I'd like to say no, but I guess there's the most dangerous words in law are always and never. So I would assume there's a possibility where you could frame it that way, but generally speaking, no.
So if you said are you an N-word? Is that fighting words?
I mean, yeah.
I guess he said assault, not fighting words.
Yeah, so. Are you the heart? Are you an or an sir?
Yeah, I don't think. Chat. You should not walk around asking people these questions. Okay, I do not support it.
Well, you can ask white people these questions. Don't ask black people these questions.
Okay, that's true. Okay, let's.
That's my guess there.
Okay. Yeah, let's watch. Go back to the Pakman situation. Let's watch Hasan's hilarious reaction. Oh, wait, what's going on? This video is age restricted. Oh, you're kidding me.
Well, that's
my God.
Mao Zedong was age restricted too because he liked the little girls. Fun fact out there, chat.
I didn't know that.
A lot of communists are pedophiles.
Someone said. I haven't looked at it. Someone said that
Mao also liked he wasn't a big fan of consent either with women.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Someone said that he intentionally killed his wife. rather than get a divorce or something.
It wouldn't surprise me if he did.
Okay, let's see. Here's another edit of his reaction. Though it's longer, so I'm gonna have to sift through it. Unfortunately,
Was that your video that was age restricted?
No, I didn't. Hasan has like 1 million clippers, and I would never have thought in a million years to check if one of I don't know what in the clip got age restricted, but
Government ownership of the largest corporations and of entire industries. Universal.
Again, literally exists in social democracies. Norway owns the entirety of the extraction industry. It is completely nationalized down to the bone. It's not like Norway is Maoist. My man started off by saying, I love social democracy. I'm a social democrat. And then literally looked at the DSA.
I mean, this is bullshit because Hasan is an anti-capitalist. I don't know why they're always using capitalist countries as examples.
Well,
it's like you literally are against capitalism.
Norway is also extremely racially homogenous too. They have a lot of things. They have standards and they have society, like a lot of things he doesn't like either. So
right.
Well, and it's just there's a difference between a country that says, okay, we're nationalizing some kind of resource that is physically like it's in like oil is in the ground in the country, right? The company can't leave the country. You can't like the oil is where the oil is. They're kind of stuck there. And there is a certain logic to it, like, okay, well, like it's in the country and, it's in the physical location of the country and you should serve the good. I mean, blah, 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 blah. And it's not exactly like, when you're talking about oil extraction that, you're like, well, we need to really strive for innovation in the field.
They also paid for that.
There's a lot of like specific things about it. And there's a difference between having one specific industry that we're like, okay, we're going to nationalize this industry or create a sovereign wealth fund for this industry or whatever, versus what the DSA was advocating for, which is, well, we're going to basically nationalize like 10 or 20 of the largest industries in the entire country so that nobody has to really buy anything ever again. And we're going to have no borders. Isn't this wonderful?
Well, the thing that Hasan, like, he wouldn't be all for is Norway they paid for it. They paid like a couple $2 billion to do all this.
Mm-hmm.
And then they allow private companies the license to come in and make money. So that's not very DSA approved.
Right.
I would probably agree. And Hasan would probably agree with that too. So it's like, just admit like that's not how you want to do it. You want like the Khmer Rouge coming in and running the show, Hasan.
Yeah. Well, he wants basically the government to go in and just appropriate.
Oh yeah, he wants them to take over all the oil rigs and
right.
Hasan thinks he could, he'll be he'll be running production numbers or something. He'll be the minister of coal.
Just about you. It's outright dangerous at this point. You gotta do something. Yeah.
Listen to the whole segment before you send me hate mail. You know when it starts that way, it's going to be good. Listen, the Democratic Party is showing the early signs of the same disease that destroyed the Republican Party. I've got so many friends on the left texting me and saying, David, we're not going to allow the same thing to happen on the left that Trump did to MAGA. That Trump and MAGA did to Republicans, are we? Republicans.
What, you mean winning? Like, I'm sorry.
Okay, that is true.
They have an odious worldview on the right. The reactionaries do, right? They're horrible monsters. But the one thing you can't say is they're unsuccessful. Donald Trump, he owns Donald Trump owns the government. Donald Trump almost single-handedly rewrote American politics for the last decade.
This is kind of the faulty logic that took place with the Graham Plattner stuff, because everyone on the left believes that Trump is a literal rapist. They're like, oh, we can nominate a rapist, and that's fine.
And an actual Nazi.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
If our voters will accept it, then that's fine, because Trump has eroded the social norms so much, being an actual rapist, and people will vote for him, that we can do that as well, which no one believes they're voting for a rapist. No one on the right thinks Trump is actually a rapist.
No, and the thing is, this is where, taking over the party, this is where when you see like people like Hasan interviewing with like the Bulwark people.
Oh yeah.
All that is, it's a bunch of losers who, you know what? I don't like, you know, we're not doing this Mitt Romney. Oh, we gave it a college try. Oh, we're just going to take it in the ass from the Democrats anymore. Like, yeah, sorry, we're actually fighting back. And, you know, like, I'll say this much. Trump has been, you know, people are like, well, Trump's not really conservative. I'm like, name me one conservative president who like actually shut the border down and stopped immigration.
Yeah.
Because like nobody's even come within 10,000 miles of what Trump has done. And it's like, you know, for all the things people like Trump for, it's like he's actually done the things or tried to do the things that Republicans want.
He's trying to keep his campaign promises. Yeah.
Well, yeah. More, but I'm
unheard
just
of,
general, though. Yeah. But when these people get mad about it, it's like, you know, I will also just mention too the Bulwark and all those like Bill Kristol and all them. You know, the neocons came from disaffected Trotskyites who got ran out of the Democrat Party during Vietnam. That's where they came from. That's who those people are. Like the founder of neoconservatism, Irving Kristol, a Trotskyite, self-avowed, admits like I was one until the Democrats were like, we don't like all the war, bro. And they ran him out. And he's like, fine, I'll start my own, you know, stuff with cocaine and hookers. And we got neoconservatism out of it. So yeah, like, oh wow.
That's what neoconservatism is? Cocaine and hookers? I didn't know that.
Well, ask Karl Rove. He'll tell you all about it.
Every aspect of American politics has changed for the worse because of the.
Oh, I just want to say it's funny that like he's like, oh, all that matters is winning, right? All that matters is the power. When it's like he knows damn well that David Pakman and other people's concerns about this, it's not about winning. It's about if you win and what you get is something that you don't fucking believe in whatsoever, then did you really win? Like, what a stupid fucking point to make. Obviously.
Well, and look, I think David Pakman is also making the argument that they're not going to win. That the nominating the extremists is not going to have the same effect in the Democratic Party as it is.
Of course, right. But even if they all go like if Pakman and a bunch of other people that, you know, Pakman's saying doesn't believe in a lot of the socialist stuff, and if all these other people that are on the left that don't believe in it, and there's like, okay, well, we're going to sell our soul to the DSA to win, and then it's like, okay, well, then the DSA wins, and you get a bunch of socialists we don't agree with. It's like, congratulations, it's SpongeBob and Patrick, you saved the city, right? Doesn't fucking matter. You didn't win anything at that point.
Either way, it's bad.
Was the government? Donald Trump almost single-handedly rewrote American politics for the last decade. Every aspect of American politics has changed for the worse because of Donald Trump. So when you say, oh, we can't let these leftists do the same, what are you saying? Do you disagree with the policies? Is that what you're talking about? He thinks getting everything they campaigned on in a 6-3 majority is bad because they actually got what they wanted? Perfect Dem influencer. Yeah, like, no. I wish the Democrats could fight like the Republicans do. But instead of for odious, horrible, repulsive, toxic, and outright awful plans.
Did he just learn a few months ago the word odious? I feel like
odious,
every clip, like this was like this started a few months ago. Every
calendar.
Yes, like every clip we see, he's using the word odious all of a sudden. It's very strange.
Well, no, he's just like, you know, when you're a kid and you're word a day calendar. Ooh, I'm going to put that in my
It's a new word, Daddy. Look.
That's true.
Yeah.
Wait, what was our word that we were saying? But it's like a meme. You were saying like every stream. What was that word?
The word that I started using that you tried to copy me all the time?
No, the word that I used all the time and I didn't think about it, and then you suddenly claimed ownership.
No, this came up on a stream when I will plant a word in Sitch's head and he'll start using it nonstop.
He's like, I'm the master manipulator. I planted the word.
Except for obfuscate, which he can't pronounce. So.
Obfuscates.
The Manchurian Sitch.
Yeah, exactly.
What's the code word, Adam? Set him off.
No, I'm not telling him. He's got to remember it himself.
I wish the Democrats would fight like hell for good shit. Medicare for all. Housing for all. Federal jobs guarantee. And also cutting all aid and sanctioning Israel. Holding Israel accountable. Abolishing ICE. Punishing ICE.
Abolishing ICE, but that's just hyperbolic. Nobody really wants to abolish ICE.
I know.
I wish.
Westphalian
No, we can't let.
Westphalian sovereignties for the birds, having a nation state with defined borders. You know, immigration, we don't need borders. So let everybody.
No, of course.
Yeah.
Cutting all aid and sanctioning Israel, holding Israel accountable, abolishing ICE, punishing ICE.
These are.
I wish.
He's running for the Libertarian platform with all this stuff.
It's true. Well, didn't the Libertarian Party, didn't they nominated some like really lefty Libertarian last time, didn't they?
They are, but in general, though, like the Libertarians believe like America's an economic zone, like that's above all.
Right.
So
right.
yes, like Hasan and like he could be on Dave Smith show soon.
Mm-hmm.
For with this kind of stuff.
Oh no! Oh no! We can't let the Democrats be too sweet. We can't let the Democrats be too successful. What will the Republicans do? Republicans got real Chinese with it. Okay? I'll tell you why. What does the Communist Party of China do? 5-year plans. Okay? They write it out like Babe Ruth. They call their shot and they swing and they do not miss. Republicans did the same.
I like this idea so you have the Chinese government, which is an authoritarian government that controls everything. And so they write out some plan and they basically force, whatever business to do something, right? And he's like, and he's not only is he praising that, but he's not even looking at the end results. Like, this is how you get all those ghost cities in China. We have these giant empty fucking skyscrapers that look nice from the outside, but there's nothing inside of them.
Yeah.
No one's living in these cities because they're completely fake structures that are all crumbling and falling apart, that exist because the government had some 5-year plan where they said, well, we need to build some kind of investment properties for people to invest in. And that's what you get. Or you get you talked about with the electric cars, there's like graveyards of millions of electric cars just rotting and falling apart because the Chinese government basically said, hey, you have to do this now. And then they did it and they said, oh, well, we just created a new version of it. So all, the millions and dollars that we spend on all these cars is completely useless now.
Yeah. Well, Hasan's stealing the shine out the Soviets because they originally came up with the 5-year plan. And yeah, all these ghost towns, you call them a Potemkin village.
Right.
I just, I know Hasan loves the Chinese communism, but the Chinese just ripped off the Russians and just like put their name on top of it. It's like, come on, man.
I mean, they did make it somehow worse, which is impressive, right?
Yes. They aborted a bunch of little girls. Like, yeah, they were really on top of that one.
They saw the Holodomor, they saw the USSR, and Mao was like, listen, I want to be number one. Okay, that's rookie numbers. I can do better. And by God, he did.
Well, also Xi Jinping's like, the Ukrainians and the Holodomor, I can one up that with the Uyghurs. Let's go.
Exactly.
They're wasting all those free organs.
Yes,
exactly.
And we can film. You know how many Disney movies we could film here?
Yeah.
25. Here is all of the awful shit that we're going to do. We are going to Nazify this country, and there ain't a dang thing you can do about it. And then they followed through on it. It's horrible. It's awful. It's unbelievably bad. But it is successful for their agenda. So, yeah, I wish the Democrats would have their own Project 2026, Project 2028, which featured socialism heavily in it, and then we had enough fighters that could get together.
What they were showing.
Own 26 Project 2028.
Yeah, there we go.
What is this?
Overturn Citizens United.
Yeah.
Ban stock trading while in Congress. Well, I'm in favor of that one.
Yeah, and that one I agree with. But
codify women's right to choose.
Kept the median like 1.5 times their district. Well, I just
outlaw gerrymandering nationwide. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. What's that all about?
Well, yeah, I don't know how. What's
for the Republicans?
Yeah, everything looks like Illinois. Everything comes from your. What does your blackest city look like? And that's where all the districts
return
go.
Fairness doctrine in media. Oh my God, that might be good. I can't tell if this is Republican or Democrat.
But I found the website says it's supposed to be independent. So I don't know who.
Oh,
okay. Well, that's the other thing. Like David Pakman's like, oh, I'm not a Democrat. Yeah, because you don't want to be tied to this shit, but it's yours.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because it's like I just happen to vote for people with better ideas. They just happen to be
How
Democrat
is he
all the
not a
time.
Democrat? Is he really saying that? I mean, he
Yeah, well, he
simps so
says
hard
that-
for Biden.
that-
What the
That
hell?
thing we were watching, you guys were watching right before I came on. He said that.
Yeah, he
But
said
I'm not
that in
really a
that video.
Democrat. But that's how they're trying to avoid the stink of Hasan and these guys.
Hmm.
And I'm not making a joke of him being Turk. I'm saying the stench of this like communism.
Mhm.
That this is how they're trying to say, but I'm not really with them. It's like you were up until 20 minutes ago. You were up until people realized, wait, what are they saying? Because you see, it's like taxing the churches and going after them. It's like it's not going to stop at those churches. It's going to tax all the churches. You know, like these guys won't stop until they get what they want, which is everything.
Yeah.
It's the kulaks. They didn't stop with just the kulaks. They killed everybody on the farms.
Hasan's whole rant about this is funny too, because so much of people's defense of the DSA right now is ignore the stupid, crazy shit in their little policy proposal and just focus on the areas of agreement. And Hasan is out here saying the exact opposite. He's saying, like, no, this is good that they're putting a bunch of crazy shit in policy and then shooting for that. That's what they should do.
Well, I mean, I will say for a while here, the DSA and these guys were doing it right by kind of slow burning in some of these people like Chevalier and the cat, whatever the hell her name was, trying to run for certain offices and push these things. And you kind of like AOC was kind of the introduction and Bernie was the introduction in that a little bit. And now that's kind of normalized. So you can introduce a little bit more and you introduce a little bit more. And now you've got some of these people in Congress, and now they're starting to become a little more prominent. Hasan thinks like, oh, we got our foot in the door. Now it's time to go. And it's like, you don't have enough to make your move yet. But this is always the risk when you're the revolutionary faction in your party, you know, that you could take that chunk. You know, I don't think there's enough of that there yet in the Democratic Party, but this is going to be a massive civil war that's not going to end here. It's going to be brewing up to 2028, and it's going to get worse for the Dems. I guarantee it.
So no, when you say, oh, we can't let the MAGA style situation take over the Democratic Party, what are you talking about? We believe in the opposite things that they believe. We believe in the opposite things that they believe. We want to advance the opposite things. But if you're going to talk about success, MAGA has been unbelievably successful. Let's continue.
Back in 2010, their leaders laughed at the Tea Party. Conspiracy theorists, they're far-right internet trolls, they're not going to do anything. And then the Tea Party took over local organizations, threatened primaries, built their own media universe, and eventually were part of a process that gave us Donald Trump.
Yes, that's insanely successful. Donald Trump has been unbelievably successful. What are you talking about? Like everything that you cover on your channel about every damn day, there is a new thing, okay? Every damn day, there is a new awful thing that this psychopath does. That's success for him, okay? So you know he's successful. All the bad shit he's doing, that's success for the Trump movement, for Trump, for MAGA, okay? We hate it because we have a conscience. They don't. But one thing you can't say is that they're unsuccessful. What the hell?
The left and Democrats can't make the same mistake. There is a small group of far-left extremists gaining in.
And I think that's funny because I think Trump is screwing up a lot of damn things. Like, yeah, he won, but he's not been very good at implementing a lot of things. And he's causing a lot of problems. So, yeah, no, I don't feel like we're just rolling on dubs every day. And that's the funny part about it. He thinks we are, but it's like, there's a lot of days I wake up and I'm like, God, this guy really fucking sucks.
Did you listen to the White House Correspondents' dinner? Oh my God, Trump bombed so fucking bad.
He bombs at every speech a lot.
He was, yeah. Oh, it was brutal. It was brutal. I was like, oh my God.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like, any speech he gives, like that one a couple weeks ago, like, oh, it's gonna be big. I'm like, it's gonna be something stupid, and it's gonna be like an hour and a half long. I ain't got time to listen to that.
Yeah,
like,
it's
unless
all
he tells
about
me
Biden.
like he sent out Delta Force to go hunt down a bunch of people. Like, okay, if he says that, great. But until then, I don't really care.
Yeah, a lot of the Trump supporters were trying to spin it like Trump did great,
I'm like, bro,
I mean,
just put the illegals on the plane and deport them. Put the fries in the bag. Get Kirmar Abrego Garcia. Get him the fuck out of here.
Where's the Trump
I get
meme?
it. I get it. You want him to go and like get like, you know, mine potassium in the heart of Kazakhstan and die there. I get it. Cool. In the meantime, just get him the fuck out of here. Great. He goes to Costa Rica. I don't care. You know, let the Crunchwrap Supreme gang from El Salvador find him and kill him, or whatever was going to find him and kill him. I don't care. Just get him the hell out of here. Send him to Mexico. I don't really care. Just get him gone. Like, do that. Put the fries in the bag. Put the illegals on the plane. Like, just do that. Do your job. I don't like. Let's get it going.
But what about Iran?
Well, Iran
what about Iran? The adventurism in Iran.
Yeah,
I mean that's where he's fucking up most. Obviously, everyone's saying now that gas is going to go even higher. They're talking like oil's at $90 a barrel now. They're saying it could go back to 120.
Yeah, but when oil was $90,
can you imagine what 120 oil during the midterm elections? Oh my God, it's going to be a bloodbath.
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, even then, still, the Dems are still going to be. It's not going to be a bloodbath. I think best case scenario, they squeak this out. I mean, even with gas being a couple of bucks, because this insanity is rolling through them right now. And did my camera go off?
I guess it's hard to say.
Yeah, but I did. You know, that was my concern when he bombed Fort Al. And yeah, it was neat. We got to see that the B-2 is really invisible on radar and that the ordnance penetrators are really good at blowing up a mountainside. Like, that was awesome. That was awesome. We did that. We found out that we could sneak through the Venezuelan air defenses. Cool. Great. I'm glad my tax dollars worked. Thank you for proving that. But this now, it's like, what are we going to do? What's the big, like, how does this end? You know, what are we going to do that's going to fix this? Like,
if Democrats take the House of Representatives, though, the party's over. It's going to be impeachment every single day.
Yeah, but he won't get through the Senate. I'm not worried about that at that point.
Look, if the Senate is 50-50.
Yeah, he'll be the only like 6-time impeached president ever. Like, okay, you know.
But the party's definitely going to be over about funding things like ICE and.
Well, we'll see. I mean, maybe. You know, because I mean, like, once again, this becomes an issue of like, how hard do they go? Because if this turns into, well, you can't do anything at all, people are gonna be like, well, wait, they should be deported. Like, I think a lot of average people, like, they want them deported. They just don't like the way Trump's doing it. And I agree, there's a lot they're not doing right there. But I think just saying, oh, well, no deportations at all, nobody goes home, they all stay. Yeah, ain't nobody signing up for that either. So I think that the Democrats won't play this right if they have it. Honestly.
What are those headphones for?
These headphones, so I can hear.
Yeah. I mean, you can't tell that you're like drifting away from the mic?
No, because my monitor.
I mean, why?
Sorry.
Just take the headphones off. I mean, you might as well not even be wearing them.
Well, I can't hear you guys then.
Okay. Doesn't want to echo.
Sorry.
Okay.
I keep forgetting because when I'm streaming, it doesn't matter where I go.
Put your.
How does that? Why does it not matter when you're streaming?
Because he's only the only voice. They can turn the volume up or down. Like, we're like 10 times louder than him.
I don't know. I'll yell.
When you drift away from the mic, we're like 10 times louder than you. You sound like a disembodied voice in the other room, and everyone in chat is going, "Oh my God, I can't listen to this anymore."
I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Look, I'm just asking what the headphones are for.
I'm just not
so your monitor does it, so you don't hear your voice going through the headphones?
No, I hear it, but it sounds pretty much the same from here and here.
You can hear yourself, Adam, through your headphones.
Yes, of course.
That drives me crazy. I have that turned off. No,
I have to do that because I might mute my mixer, and that way I know I'm not muted.
Oh, okay, interesting.
You don't do that, Sitch?
No, like the slight echo when you hear yourself is like infuriating.
Well, you have good microphone discipline then, because you're good at staying up on the mic. So
well, I just have bad posture. So
Sean is
over
drunk. I mean, I'm convinced Sean is like, he did like a hot rail before the fucking show or something.
Yeah, that's it. No, it's a sound tariff. But no, I just it's Yeah, Iran's a fucking disaster too. Like, I think this, like, he doesn't have many options left. What's he gonna do? Nuke Tehran at this point? Like, I don't know what he's gonna do to make this work. So, yeah, I love how Hasan's like, they just love him. Like, okay, yes, like the Goober MAGA, like Mike Lindell MAGA loves him, but like, I'm sitting here like, no, this is really bad. This is really, really bad.
Influence in.
Well, I just before I started, it's a stupid argument too, because it's like Hasan wouldn't sit here and be like, well, 1940s Germany, they love them some Hitler. He got a bunch of policies passed, so I guess we should emulate him. It's like, what? It's just a stupid argument. It doesn't make any sense. There's nothing.
Great
to
logic.
Okay.
Side youth groups and party organizations because they spend all day online organizing and enforcing ideological purity and attacking anyone who disagrees. Now, let me be very
liberal. Happy fun, la la la. Human smuggling, fentanyl deaths.
Hasan has a voice or a soundboard there.
That makes fun of liberals?
Yeah.
Oh.
Very not cringe.
Yeah.
He's also not mentioned the fact that you're on the left-wing lunacy thing.
Clear. I am not talking about people who want Medicare for all and affordable housing. I want all that stuff. I'm with all that stuff. I'm a social democrat in the style of Northern Europe. Of course I want those things. These are folks who treat political warfare like a full-time job. And when they can't build...
Dude, you're literally a political commentator. What are you talking about? You're a political... That's your full-time... That's literally your full-time job. Does David Pakman do something else other than this? This is his job, right? Yeah. He said the left is really bad.
Yeah, it's a fair point. That's fair. I don't know what he meant by that statement.
They're locking in. Okay? The left is bad because they locked in, and they have an agenda. They seek to accomplish that agenda, and they're pushing for it. And now, perhaps most terrifyingly, they're winning. He has said that.
I can't wait for the election because I think it's all going to fall apart in the general. This whole taking over the primaries thing. These people are going to get into Congress and nobody's going to work with them. They're not going to get chairmanships or anything. Well, they're going to be one and done, just like the Tea Party.
That's why I'm not worried if the left, they could win a bunch of seats come November.
Yep.
You're going to have these goobers out there fighting. So okay, cool. Have your majority. Nothing gets done. And then we got a 2-year vacation to go raise money and kick your ass again. So.
Oh yeah. You think the inside fighting in MAGA was bad? Oh my God.
Nothing is worse than when the communists start purging. So,
yep.
Exactly. It's going to be like Barcelona, man. That's why I'm not worried.
Point of personal privilege.
If he didn't do political commentary, he'd be in finance. Okay, Central Committee.
I think, unfortunately, at least in the short term, a lot of this, everyone's going to look at Michigan because they're going to say, is the moderate Democrat going to win? Is the socialist guy going to win? And then, if the socialist guy wins and then he beats the Republican, then they're all going to be blowing themselves, right? And all the Democrats are going to be fucked because then they're going to be like, oh, I guess it works. But if he wins in the primary and then gets annihilated in the general, then that's
the correct message,
right?
Yes.
Then that'd be like, okay, obviously this is bullshit.
No, what they're going to say is that we didn't go hard enough. The Democrats sold us out.
Well, that's what the
commies
are
going
to say.
Socialists
will say that, right? But the Democratic operatives would be like, "Oh, this is bullshit."
Yeah.
You know too much about David Pakman's background, and I know this guy. I've been around him physically.
Their own coalition, they attach themselves to popular causes. They take real concerns about healthcare, housing, police misconduct, and use them to sell what is actually an authoritarian worldview. Now, there are things in DSA, for example, Democratic Socialists of America, that are good and that I agree with. But there's also some stuff in there that I think doesn't make any sense. I saw their new...
This is where I talk about them playing footsie. Even David Pakman, he's going to try to act like he's not. It's you're playing footsie with these people.
Yeah.
You have to cast it. Nick Fuentes. He's the gay little cat boy Führer. I'll laugh at him. He's a lot. You have to treat these people that way if you want it. You want extremists in your party.
Right.
Like Jake Lang. He's a freaking goober as well. You don't give them the time of day.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
that's how you handle this, but yeah, I mean that's how you handle the goobers in a party. You
They
treat 'em
can't
like
even
goobers.
perceive it that way, though. They think Nick Fuentes is like super powerful.
Yeah, he's not. I mean, he's not. He's the guy Destiny blew, allegedly. Like that's his, that's where we are at this point with it.
They don't acknowledge any of that stuff. They want to act like half of his groypers are working inside Congress right now.
Yeah, they believe their own crap. They've been scared by their own propaganda almost.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, hold on a second. I don't know. I don't think he has like that much effect on the real world politics, but he definitely had a strong effect on internet politics. I think he definitely was a big factor in pulling internet politics in the far right internet politics in the direction it is now.
Mm-hmm.
You wouldn't disagree with that, right?
I wouldn't disagree with that,
Okay.
but I mean, how much of the far right actually controls? Like, there aren't any blood and soil party people running for Congress that are like getting platformed and like, let's go do that. Like, yeah, but the internet's also not like, they're not holding. Like, we look at them and like, you guys are fucking weirdos. Like, no.
Yeah, I mean, I hope it stays that way. I do think it's sort of also, what he was doing is also, I think, what was like kind of leading people down the Candace Owens pathway as well. So
Sure,
I think it all seems like it's in the same vein.
Mm-hmm. I don't disagree with that, but it's, no, like, the amount of attention Hasan Piker is getting, and like the college Republicans didn't invite Nick Fuentes out to come speak.
Right.
Like that would be where we're getting the equivalent.
Sure.
Or like,
No, I agree.
Mehdi has, or how I guess he doesn't pronounce it Hasan. He's like Mehdi Hasan or whatever. He like,
wait, really?
Oh yeah. Well, him and Hasan had a sit down where they sat there and jerked each other off.
Of course.
Like, like Ben Shapiro, Nick Fuentes. Well, not Ben Shapiro, Nick Fuentes, but like Matt Walsh.
Hunter Biden. Oh.
Well, yeah. 2 glowies, 1 crack pipe. On that one. But yeah, like Nick Fuentes isn't getting that kind of thing.
Right. Well, you lay out the perfect equivalency when you say that no one's running for Congress on the blood and soil platform. People are literally running for Congress on the communist platform.
Yes.
Like, there's no hiding it.
Yeah, I mean, like that's clear. Like, you claim there's Nazis running all day long. Like, I mean, well, wow. I want people, if you're here legally, I want you gone. Like, oh no, like it's totally like the Nazis. Like,
yeah, you're a fascist. Exactly. Yeah. If you want to enforce border policy, you're like a fascist.
Yes.
There's that one guy in Florida, but I mean, he's polling like shittily, so I don't think he's gonna win.
He's a blood and soil guy? Really?
He's like a big Fuentes fan.
Oh,
I can't think of his name, but
and he's running for Congress in Florida?
It's not my congressman. I have Randy.
Holy shit.
I know it's not him.
Or I'm sorry, he's running for governor of Florida, I think.
Oh,
yeah. So he has a super shot of that.
Fishback that guy is a fucking weirdo in his own
That's
right.
crazy.
Yeah.
There ain't no way he's going to become governor
like a white
of
Andrew
Florida.
Gillum.
Yeah, no, I mean, he's not I don't believe he's polling very well. So
yeah.
Is he going to be in the debates and stuff?
I don't know.
That's
he might be my governor. Maybe he'll convince me to vote for him. I don't know.
Are you in Florida, Sean?
Yeah, I moved.
Oh wow.
Yeah, my lovely Mrs. Fisherman 2.0. She got kind of like a job opportunity of a lifetime.
Is that new? So. Yeah, it seems like last time we streamed with
June.
you weren't in Florida. Yeah,
since June. Yeah, it's hot down here. It's really
that is true. I could have told you that.
Yeah, I know. It's like really bad though.
It's been like 90 degrees for the last
you're in Florida,
month.
Sitch?
You didn't know that?
No, I know you got engaged, but I didn't know.
Yeah, I'm in Florida.
Where? Oh my gosh!
I don't.
Welcome.
Where in Florida are you? I mean,
it's a pretty big state.
Can you say without
obviously.
doxing yourself?
I'll put it in chat.
Okay, I could. Okay, sure.
Oh my god, I'm hoping you're gonna be like, oh my god, I live right down the street.
I bet you.
If it's top secret.
Okay, whatever county you said, I don't even know where that is. I don't even...
Okay, hold on.
Probably not.
There.
Oh, okay. No, I'm not. Yeah.
Oh,
it's a bit away from there.
Do you live near Destiny?
I used to actually. Not anymore. No.
Chat. You see, he's been corrupted. He's actually a sellout.
Right.
Oh, nice.
Okay. So anyway, we'll continue.
Yeah.
I saw their new platform. promises a country where you have no debt, you pay no rent, no mortgage, you receive publicly funded housing, publicly funded retirement.
Why won't anybody think about the landlords? Why won't anybody think about the big corporations that are buying out all the readily available housing? Okay, here's the thing.
Your mom's a landlord, Hasan.
Yeah, exactly.
You're like aristocracy in Turkey. Like, we saw the picture of you riding a pony.
We know what's going on.
It's good to have ideals and a goal that you are setting out ahead of time. Okay? What feels impossible tomorrow could be probable. Okay? So here's the question. Why don't you like that final goal that we should move towards is the real question. Because like you could just be like, how do we accomplish it? Fine. That's okay. That's a healthy and productive conversation that we can have. But if you just cut it down to be like, dude, what? Like public housing? Gross. then that just comes across like you are just in opposition to a thing that exists in those same Nordic style social democracies that you just started off defending. Like, can you imagine being like, oh, public housing? Absolutely not. Get the out of here. It's like,
I think Hasan is physically incapable of not lying because we heard the clip. It's not, oh, public, I don't want any public housing. It's the idea that there will be no private home ownership was the issue. Okay. We're abolishing the concept of landlords even existing. Yes. Right.
We're gonna
That's very different than like, oh, you can have public housing for some people.
Yeah. And I didn't realize this, but oh my God, it looks really true. Hasan really does look like he's reading notes.
Oh no, I like 100% believe that he watched this video already. He wrote a bunch of notes down and now is reading it off. That's definitely the vibe that we get.
And it's not bullet points. He was like reading notes.
Yes. Which is crazy because like all like me or Adam, like sometimes we'll watch the videos beforehand. Well, I mean, obviously I watch the videos beforehand because I find them, but I don't write down. I don't like read a script to the show or anything. I just write like if I do fact checks, that's the only thing I write down.
I mean, it's totally crazy. Okay if you write down some bullet points, but when you write down like chunks of notes, it really looks like you don't understand what you're saying. Like you can't speak from your own knowledge depth.
I know. It's crazy.
And well, I mean, Hasan's a card, so that's not a surprise, but like he's really showing it.
Well, it's worse too that even with him reading off a script, he's still like, if you notice, whoever edited this, they're still editing out like his
long pauses,
pause that he has.
They're doing a shitty job too. They're cutting off like half his words and shit.
Right.
Yeah, and also I think I'm allowed, even though I got to really that broccoli top is creeping up a little bit more and more every time it looks like.
Oh, look at
what's a broccoli top? Is that?
Yeah,
he's saying that he's balding.
Hairstyle.
Oh.
He's getting reaped. The Norwood Reaper.
Didn't he already have hair implants? I thought someone said he already had hair implants.
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. It's from Turkey and all that, and it's where everybody's going to get their hair done.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I didn't know until recently. I don't know
Turkey's
why.
Like
that's
the hair
place.
implant specialist.
Especially in Europe. Yep. That's where all the
do Turkish men have the gene or something for male pattern baldness?
I just think they figure out how to do it cheap, and are if you're in like mainland Europe and you don't want to spend the money on it, you go to it's like us going to Mexico for stuff.
Oh,
so
you go to whoever Elon Musk got because that guy did a good job.
Yeah, well,
you don't want to do a bad job on Elon Musk. Oh my God, can you imagine?
Mm-hmm.
Fucking put you out of business.
I should talk. It's like, yeah, imagine getting a bad haircut. Like
Oh, what? Hey, what happened there?
I had to find a new. I had to find a new place to get my hair cut, and I found a place down here, and where I got my hair cut up north. I had a lady who cuts my hair. I had her walk around my head. I'm like, can you just tell them like, and I tipped her really good for this. I was like, I just need you for like 1 minute. Just say what you did and point to how you did it.
Mm-hmm.
And she did it, and I had it. I had it saved, and I gave it to the guy, and I'm like, can you do all this? He's like, well, what did she do? And he's like, oh yeah, I could do that, no problem. And I'm like,
they always say that.
Yeah, if there's anything you think you could do better, go for it. I'm like, if you want to change it, put your flair on it. You want to like,
okay, that's where you fucked up.
Oh
you can't say that.
Yeah, but I'm like, just like this is what she did. Kind of keep it this way. I want to keep it. And I get done and I take a picture. I get like I can't see because my glasses are off, and I'm like, okay, well, there's like a big gray blob on my head.
Right.
Until like I put my glasses on, and
wait, why'd you have your glasses off?
You don't get your hair.
Oh, I don't wear glasses. So
Okay,
I don't...
well, if they're cutting your hair, that gets in the way of your glasses.
Oh, I guess yeah, but still, I mean, listen,
Yeah.
you gotta check.
Well,
you need a monocle.
I trust my people.
Well, obviously that was
Not
a mistake,
anymore.
God.
Well, that's what I live in a high trust society. Apparently, I was wrong in
You
Florida.
fool.
And I put them on, and I'm like, what the fuck? And I get out to the car and I take a picture, and 2.0. She's like, ew. That's their only response.
Oh,
she's
terrible.
Like, she's like, I'm glad she's like, it's good. I love you for more than your looks. And I'm like,
oh.
She's like, I'd still bang you.
Devastating.
Like, oh, it was bad. I knew it was bad. I feel like I used to have a dog where when he would get his hair cut from the groomer, he would like go high, like he was ashamed of his haircuts every time. I felt like that too.
Now you feel like
I almost drove home wearing a bag on my head.
It's funny because like from the angle that you're facing like right now in the camera,
it's bad.
Yeah, it's bad. But from the other, like from your normal angle from the camera, it looks fine.
I know.
So I was like,
I'm gonna.
I'm like, oh, okay. Like, what are you talking about? And then it's that one side though. They fucked up.
I know.
Yeah.
It looks like I'm getting ready to go to Poland tomorrow. So
what? Yeah. What the fuck?
It does.
Like,
yeah, you're about to invade.
He's like, give me the Nazi.
Yes, make me like.
He brings in a picture of Hitler. I want to look like this.
Give me a haircut if Hitler was a lesbian and also a Nazi at the same time. And it's like, God.
Terrible.
Yeah. Oh, it's been rough. It's been rough. But I got a couple more weeks and I could try again.
Hair grows back. Yeah.
Yeah.
We've all been through some bad haircuts.
But your hair's I've never seen it too bad. Or you like talking about a long time ago.
Well, yeah, no, I've had some bad haircuts, obviously.
No.
In my lifetime, in my days.
Not me. My hair is just glued to my head.
Oh.
Never changes.
Sitch, why do you even cut your hair? You never go on camera anyway.
Yeah.
You might as well grow the Jesus, bro.
So
okay. He's probably looks like Asmongold, just hair just growing straight.
No, my hair gets like Steven Spielberg flippy, like in the back, got the Jew hair gene, and it's always like a big fight because I'm always afraid. I haven't really had that many bad haircuts, but I'm always afraid that's gonna be a bad haircut. So I always like wait way too long to get a haircut. And Sam, she gets like really upset by this. She starts calling me a hobo. She's like, you look like a hobo. You got to get your haircut. I swear, she was like, and listen, it's power to her because she's 100% right. She was pestering me for like 2 months to get my haircut because I let it go for way too long.
Don't you have a regular person?
Not since I moved in with her.
You just put it on the calendar. You go every 3 weeks. Just get it cut.
Well, I should because every time I get my haircut, she's like, "Oh, you look so handsome, so beautiful, so gorgeous."
Yeah, there you go.
So it's buttering me
every
up.
2 weeks.
Like there you go. Yeah, like go every day. Just 3D print the thing for your head.
You got to get the right person though. Just test some people out. Get the right person. Just put it on your calendar.
Okay. Well, actually, I've been going to the same place, and I've had 3 different people, but they've all done a good job. So it's a good place.
Why? What?
I know.
Pick a person. No, pick a person. Come on.
Sammy said, "Hobo Sitch is real." That's true. Chachi McSwag, thanks so much for the $50. Says worth noting that these events are slowly creeping Destiny and Dev back towards base territory and not just attacking Hasan. Destiny said he can't really criticize a choice to vote Vance if Democrats can't condone these candidates and Mao cosplayers. What the fuck? What the fuck?
Shit.
Wow. That's crazy that he said that. Because I like so much of I feel like Destiny attacking us is that he needs to signal to his audience that he's like, oh, I'm still like firmly on the left, right?
Yeah,
he's attacking, the people like us. So that's crazy if he's gonna go back.
That's because he understands we're actually not a bunch of bloodthirsty psychopathic Nazis wanting to kill everybody, while Hasan and everybody are a bunch of bloodthirsty psychopathic lunatics.
Oh, that's why he attacks us?
Get him out
Because he knows we're like not going to retaliate.
Well, he just that's like he'll vote for the right because the right's not going to do anything to him.
Right.
Oh,
Like he can live his life of cooming and talking with BPD women all the time and get into all the trouble he gets into and all the hijinks. But if the left takes over, it's not like they're gonna run him out. Like a communist utopia, Destiny's working in the coal mine if he manages to survive that long.
Yeah, he probably makes more money with Republicans in power anyway.
Well, there's that too. But I'm also just saying, it's capitalist utopia. Destiny gets to sit in his apartment and goon and talk about politics.
That is true. That's a good point.
That's the thing. Like, this life is the best life for him. He does not want the life Hasan's going to give him.
We have some reporting going on in chat. Sammy G says the haircut people are literally downstairs in our apartment building.
Why are you trying to dox
He has
me,
no
Adam?
excuse.
What are you doing? What's happening here?
What? What? You don't even have to get it. You don't have to get in the car. You don't even have to get in the car.
Oh my
Holy shit! Put it on the calendar.
Really? Yeah. Gosh, that's nice. Like,
this is all fake news. This is
all
all
fake.
lies.
Oh, no.
Oh my
It's
god!
We got
None of
that
this
from
is
Candace,
true.
actually.
What
not
I would
Sam,
give to have a decent haircut right downstairs. Oh, that's heaven.
Yes, Sam Owens told us that.
Thank you, Sam Disown.
Oh,
Crazy.
Yeah, well, that's it, guys. How much I like talking about our hair. I do gotta get going though. So.
Okay, well,
thanks for coming on,
joining
Sean.
in.
It's great talking to you.
Guys. Yeah, and everybody have a nice day. And Sitch, welcome to Florida. I think it's gonna be
Yeah,
fun
subscribe to Sean's channel. Potentially criminal, which is what he is.
Wait,
so.
you tell me
Try to
welcome to Florida?
Yeah.
No.
Welcome,
I've
brother.
been in Florida my whole life. I'm welcoming you to Florida.
I thought you lived like in Wisconsin or something.
No, what the what?
Oh.
No,
That's
I'm a Florida boy through and through.
Really? Oh, I
Yes.
thought you lived like up in the Midwest or something. Oh.
What?
He's never left his hometown. He's more
Well, that's not true.
conservative than me.
I moved to where Sammy is. So, but
Oh no, I didn't. know. I
obviously,
thought you,
no, we were both in Florida, just in different cities.
Okay.
I used to live. Well, I'm not gonna say where I used to live, but
He used to live in the villages, Chad. He
I
switched
used
out
to
the
live in
loopers
the
on the
villages,
cars.
that's true. Yeah.
For the old people.
Anyway,
He used to live in a van down by the river, and then
That's true.
Sammy adopted
that's
him.
true.
All right. Well, I didn't.
And
know,
all
but
she
anyways,
wants is him to get his
I learned
haircut
something today.
regularly, but he
You
still
did.
can't do it.
You did. What fake fan here didn't know that I was a
I
Florida?
know. I don't know
boy?
all the lore.
Can't
so-
believe
That's
this guy.
okay.
See
You
guys.
know,
Have
A-Team reigns supreme, and that's the most important
Oh,
part.
the S class is still the best class.
Oh,
It's always been. It's always.
I
been.
forgive you, Sean.
Yeah.
All right.
Of course.
Thank
Take
you
care,
so
man.
much. Everyone,
See you
subscribe to
guys.
Sean's channel.
Bye, everybody.
Later. Look at that, Adam. Feeling a little
Yeah.
hurt. You feeling a little hurt?
Me?
Yeah, you feel a little hurt right now.
Nah.
Feel a little
Why?
upset.
Why would I be hurt?
Oh, I could tell. I can tell your voice. It's
What are you
wavering.
talking?
It's
My
wavering.
voice. My voice.
I can
is
hear
trembling. My voice is trembling.
Your voice is trembling. But he said S class is best class. I was like, it's over.
We haven't had a good S classer for like 6 months.
That's true. That is true. Okay.
All right. Look, we have like 20 stories to get through. What's
know.
going on? How much more of this nonsense do we have to listen
Oh,
to?
we have to more. What are you doing?
A song.
Or I mean, what you want? Okay, we can move to the next story. We can
Okay,
move to the next
good.
story.
Hasan doesn't really have anything interesting to offer anybody. He's
Well,
just going to say,
do-
what? We need to go further left. Oh my God.
I know.
I'm
I
being
do-
invited to Mamdani's parties. Look, I don't know if Mamdani is going to last. It looks like all of his policies are turning New York into more of a shithole than it ever was.
All right, y'all.
Oh my God.
It's on
Kyle
play 2 minutes.
Kalinske
2 minutes of
is-
this. I got.
Kyle Kalinske is so insane on Twitter.
I know. He's insane in his show.
He tweets nothing that is like a good faith understanding of anything. It's all just shit posting. What happened? Did you leave? Take care.
No, Sam came in. She brought up a good point. I should have tested Sean before I went. The Florida test.
Oh, what's that?
How do you say the word crayon?
Crayon?
It's crayon, yeah.
Crayola?
Crayon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's crayon. That's
Crayon.
That's what it is. It's a crayon.
Okay.
Yeah. What do you say?
Crayon.
You say crayon?
No, I
you
say
do?
crayon. Yeah.
Interesting.
Crayons.
Because usually it's only Florida, I think, that says crayons.
Yeah. I like to draw with crayons.
Okay.
Usually
maybe
crayons.
Maybe it's not a good. Maybe it's not such a good test. If Adam could sneak by here.
With my California accent.
Yeah, exactly.
What's going on here? Did Kyle join the KKK? What's this OK symbol that he's making with his hands
that's a good point. He's just looking.
What's going on? He's like, look, I've become MAGA. I am MAGA now.
Right. So here's Kyle Kalinske, who's becoming more and more insane every day, more and more audience captured every day, responding to the David Pakman situation.
Liberal commentators like David Pakman, for example, did a whole segment going after Hasan Piker for a speech he gave to the College Democrats of America. Okay. And he's doing it at the same time that the fascist MAGA regime is specifically targeting Hasan Piker and Democracy Now! And Amy Goodman and Democratic Socialists of America. And he does this big grandstanding virtue signaling speech. We're not like them. They're extreme. They're crazy. They're lunatics. They're out there. Thank you for feeding the fucking propaganda that will be used by Donald Trump and will be used by Marco Rubio to try to lock up leftists. You think they see a fucking difference between you and Hasan Piker? I got news for you, David. You'll be right there in the motherfucking gulag right alongside Hasan Piker. Are you kidding me? You're going to, in a moment where fascism is sweeping through this country, we have ICE concentration camps. We have anti-ICE people being shot in the face. This is what you're focusing on? As Trump hasn't arrested a single Epstein pedophile, this is what you're focusing on, left punching? As Trump is on day number 11 of carpet bombing Iranian civilians, this is what you're focused on? You're going to finger wag at Hasan Piker for what he wore at a speech? Meanwhile, it was literally just rage bait for the right, and apparently these people are too idiotic to fucking understand it. But that's a problem, isn't it?
I love the idea that dressing up like a famous communist dictator whose actions led to the deaths of, at the low end, 40 million people, at the high end, hundreds of millions of people. Okay. A person whose actions led to so many deaths that it actually dropped the life expectancy globally. Right? Just wrap your mind around that. I'm like, if you look at a life expectancy chart, Mao's Great Leap Forward had a higher drop in global life expectancy than World War II. Yeah. Okay. Just like, let that sink into your mind for a second. How fucking insane that is. Okay. And Kyle's like, well, obviously he was just doing that to trigger the right. Like, are you? That's the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard in my life. Could you imagine that there's some like right-wing commentator who's actually having conversations with people who are winning offices in states, and they're like, well, I'm just going to dress up like Hitler for my Collins speech. And then when people on the right are like, I don't support the guy dressed up like Hitler, it's like, well, he's just trying to trigger the libs. What are you, a retard? It's the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard. Holy shit. And Hasan, in his video, he made the same argument. He chose very, very specifically to wear the Mao suit. And he's like, oh, how dare they criticize me? This is like when they criticized Obama for wearing a tan suit. He is comparing Obama wearing a tan suit to him intentionally dressing like a dictator who led to the deaths of millions of people. He thinks that's the same thing in his mind.
Not even close.
I know. I mean, he knows that's not the same thing. He's just being hyper dishonest, and his retard fan base will also participate in the dishonesty.
Problem in this moment where the left is directly being targeted under NSPM 7 as like, hey, we're going to make dissent illegal. We're not going to allow these groups to exist. We're going to consider them terrorists. We're going to arrest them. We're going to take away their rights. We're going to ruin their life. And then you have some liberals who are like, yeah, totally, those guys are pieces of shit. Fuck them. I'm not like them. Oh, shit, what's that? You're throwing me in the gulag too? Goddamn. Well, I didn't expect that to happen. Well, you were warned. You were warned. We're warning you. We've been warning you. So wakey. I don't know, at a time when we're fighting 7 different illegal wars at once and shoving people in fucking concentration camps, and this country is being just absolutely looted and pillaged by the Epstein class, and they're getting away with crime after crime, maybe it's not a good idea to punch left. Just a thought. Just a fucking thought. Maybe punch right at the people who are actually destroying the fucking country. Oh my days, man.
Where was all this when Kamala Harris was running in 2024? Where was that in 2024, Kyle? What the fuck? Where was you and Crystal Ball where you were like, oh, how dare you attack Biden? How dare you attack Kamala Harris? How dare you attack Israel? We got to unify. All this shit gone. Fucking didn't exist, right? Didn't fucking exist. But when it's some socialist candidate, he's like, hair's on fire. How dare you? What? These people, they're such hypocrites.
Deeply hypocritical. Yeah. Fucking crazy.
This is just so, they don't care. I mean, it's just the dishonesty is off the charts. It's so insane.
Kyle is such a socialist.
He is
crazy.
He is. Yeah. He's completely fallen down the rabbit hole.
Socialism is idiocy.
Here's a clip here. It's just for 30 seconds here. So it's like a super fucking long stream. This is from a while ago. I had not seen it until recently. Okay. It's pretty crazy. It sounds like Kyle is defending Hamas and Iran here. It's a very strange comment he's making. This is the beginning of the Iran war. He seems very mad, not just because he thinks like, oh, well, we'll get stuck in a forever war. He seems very mad in terms of like, well, I mean, no one's going to be able to stand up against Israel anymore. It's like, really? That's the concern?
Give them everything they've ever wanted, right?
Let me go back a second.
Israel has a plan of creating a greater Israel in the Middle East. And basically what this is trying to give them everything they've ever wanted, right? If Iran's off the table as a regional power, that means Hezbollah can't be funded, Hamas can't be funded, the Houthis can't be funded, like the Shia Crescent falls, and then you have nothing but regional domination for Israel. They're well aware of that, and so they've always wanted to not even just do regime change in Iran. They want Iran to be a failed state. They want it to be like Libya with open-air slave markets, okay? And then
This is insane.
And like,
He's
yeah,
like,
Kyle,
we're going to defund Hezbollah, and that's a bad thing.
It's so fucking crazy. He's totally lost his fucking mind. And the thing that he was screeching about, where he's like, oh my God, they're going to arrest all these people. Like, I was reading through it, you know, they put out some executive order, Trump put out some executive order where they said that they're going to investigate left-wing extremist groups and left-wing terrorism. That's all it says. And he's like, oh, they're going to put us all in jail. I'm like, oh my God, shut up, please. All these groups do need to be investigated. I do want to know who's funding all this shit. I do want to know if, if people like Hasan I mean, they should investigate Tucker too.
If they're getting foreign nationals sending the money,
100%.
The CCP, 100%. High ups in the CCP are funding these people. It wouldn't surprise me at all.
I mean, they really need also to look into. There's like no way that a lot of this stuff, when one of these like retarded socialists, you know, post something on X, and they get a bajillion likes. I mean, this has to be.
Oh yeah,
like some kind of foreign bots and shit.
Gaslighting.
Yeah, because there's like accounts that they'll like look over the analytics and they'll be like, it's very bizarre that these people will get like 100,000 likes, but they only gain like 2 followers from the tweet, which is like that's a little suspicious, right? So this stuff does need to be investigated because we are living in an ecosystem right now where we are being completely psyoped from everyone, from every direction. And listen, as a good American, as a good American, Adam, I will be psyoped by other Americans. All right.
Yes, only.
But I will not be
part
fucking
of our
psyoped.
discourse.
It is. But I will not be fucking psyoped by another country. Fuck that.
Yeah, I agree.
I will not be psyoped by the Chinese or by the Indians or by the Iranians. That's
exactly right.
I forget why. I looked up some Ryan Grimm tweet. And I noticed that Ryan Grimm's X account, he still has it up. His avatar is a little like Lego version of himself. And I thought, is he like a big Reckless Ben supporter? Like, why does he have a little Lego version of himself as his avatar? And I was like, wait a minute. Did he did the Iranian government, which was putting out Lego propaganda, remember these fucking videos the Iranian government was putting out of
No.
you never saw these?
No.
The Iranian government was putting out propaganda videos that were like AI generated, and they were making, I guess, to appeal to the kids. Everyone in the video was like a Lego character.
Really?
Yeah, it was like, yeah,
and
you know,
he
like
screen capped his out of the Chinese propaganda video.
No, Iran.
The Iranian propaganda
The
video?
Iranian government, yeah. Like they basically, you know how the AI has the filters and it's like, oh, make this a video, and then you put in like, make everyone Lego, right?
Yeah.
So the Iranian government's doing that. So they did in one of their propaganda videos, they have Ryan Grimm prominently featured in the video
as a Lego personality.
As a Lego person. Now, first of all, if the Iranian government thought it was a good idea to put me in their video positively, that would
be like a wake-up call for you.
Yeah,
You'd be like, oh my God, why does Iran totally love me?
Yeah, wait a minute. That's not good. But apparently Ryan doesn't feel that way. Apparently he likes it so much he decided to screen cap it and make it his avatar.
This story is insane.
Yes.
Does Kyle Kalinske think that Israel is going to take over like Egypt? Saudi Arabia? Is that what he's implying here?
I don't. They all had this greater Israel conspiracy.
It's
stuff.
so fucking weird. Because I just think Egypt and Saudi Arabia and all these countries that kind of halfway have their shit together, they just want to trade. I mean, they were building Dubai up in the United Arab Emirates. They don't want war. They want tourism.
Well, I mean, the idea that the mostly secular population of Israel is going to be like, yes, let's get into a protracted war against Egypt and Saudi Arabia.
I know.
Because we want to like take over like a big chunk of the fucking country because of some like bizarre religious idea from, you know, thousands of years ago. It's the stupidest fucking thing ever, but they all push
not
it.
Not going to happen.
I know.
Not
It's the stupidest
happen.
thing ever. So,
If Iran does fall or face regime change, I mean, it could. They're like the last domino in the Middle East here. They're the ones funding all these terror states.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's what they're mad about. Yeah, it's crazy.
I know.
That bothers
yeah.
them.
They're like, oh my God, there might actually be peace in the Middle East. And then, capitalism will take over. Holy shit, democratic capitalism. Ah.
I know.
It's like their fucking nightmare scenario.
Yeah.
They just can't stand it. They're like losing again to capitalism. Oh.
Every time.
What are we going to do?
If some is our theory.
Oh my God. This fucker.
Oh, I was supposed to say, this is interesting. I didn't see this yesterday. Robbie Swove retweeted this. Yesterday, Senator Rand Paul put this out. Apparently, he's saying that Fauci had a diary that he was writing in during COVID. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And somehow Rand Paul has a copy of this.
Mm-hmm.
This is pretty insane. If this is true, in Fauci's diary, at least at some point early, I guess in the pandemic, it says I don't remember all the dates. It says January 26, 2020. Fauci says in his own diary that he's skeptical of the wet market theory of the origin of COVID.
No way.
Is that just the fucking craziest shit ever? If this is real, like, oh my God, that's devastating. Jesus. Oh my God. Okay. I'll see how that's rated up. So this is a video. This is Mamdani before he was running. It was like a couple years before he was running for mayor. Okay. So kind of listen to the language. Listen to what he's saying that he thinks the DSA should be doing. Okay. Because it's very telling.
If socialism is our theory and DSA is our practice, then a committee is where the two meet. Or as they say on Twitter, it is praxis.
Uh-oh.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh.
So I share all of this with you because we understand that winning an election is not an end. It is a means to an end.
Okay, that's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And as we contest for these offices across the country, I urge each and every chapter to begin the discussions internally about setting up such a committee, about ensuring that you know what exactly it is you're asking people to sign up for, and that you have a theory of what their role will be in those legislative chambers.
This is very interesting. He's like, make sure that all the socialist organizations, you all have very clearly spelled out what your role is, what you're supposed to be doing once you get into office. Because, of course, getting into office is just, a means to some other end.
Now, as the co-chair of New York City DSA, Jeremy Cohen, often reminds us, in the words of Amilcar Cabral, who wrote this in 1965, tell no lies, mask no difficulties, claim no easy victories. I am not one to say that this model has been 100% successful and has been easy in New York State. Rather, we are still on the journey of accomplishing the goals of that model. There are outstanding questions that we must reckon with, questions that I do not pretend to know the answers to. Questions around how to ensure the continued engagement between rank and file members of the organization and electeds of that organization. Questions like, how should we professionalize our organization as we deal with an increase in membership and increased number of electeds? How can we ensure that our model is sustainable as it still continues to demand free time and free labor from so many of our DSA members? And how do we reckon with the fact that it is insufficient to simply elect those with a different set of politics, while we must also elect as many people as possible in this moment when fascism is on the rise in this country?
So he's really setting up this idea of like, we need to make sure we're electing people that are really bought into the socialist ideology. We need to elect as many of those people as possible. So when you hear this, it becomes very clear that this is a true believer, and that this is why he was really pushing the various candidates he was pushing in New York in the primaries to primary other Democrats, because he has this like vision in his mind of like, we need to get as many socialists in office as possible.
I mean, it was rumored that the DSA was making him sign a loyalty pledge to the DSA, even if they got into elected office, that they would be loyal to the DSA first.
I wouldn't be remotely surprised whatsoever. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised at all. So the reason I play this is, well, you'll see, because we'll kind of transition now to Jon Stewart's comments on this.
Oh my God. We're totally going to they're going to copyright this one.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't have to play this. This was just before he talks to Mamdani. He kind of, here, let me just pull up the transcript here. I'll just read it, because he makes kind of this interesting comment where he says, he's basically saying, he's saying
Ben
the DSA,
Wilker is saying this, or Jon Stewart is
Jon
saying
Stewart is saying this.
Okay.
Ben Wickler is not really, he kind of doesn't respond to this, okay, to what Jon Stewart's saying. He's saying, we're in the same bullshit place now where all the new ideas, suddenly the Democrats are these democratic socialists, and they're called crazy. And you're like, well, but generally their crazy ideas aren't where the energy is. The energy isn't around like we shouldn't have prisons or borders. The energy is around belief that they're economic populism. And when you call socialism, I think it's a misnomer. In the same way that if you call social security socialism, that's kind of a misnomer. It's about strengthening a safety net for a country that has suffered too long, overvaluing capital and money and undervaluing labor and work. All right.
That's bullshit.
Yeah. So Jon Stewart's 100%, sweeping for this shit, making up all this bullshit about how like, oh no, it's just like the kind of social programs that you want, right?
They're
Just the
openly
normal
talking
things.
about abolishing property rights. I don't see how is this the same as Social Security?
Of course. Okay. So let's see here.
God, my disdain for Jon Stewart, unparalleled.
Oh no, yeah, it's so sad, because there was a time where, I don't know, maybe I was just an ideological bubble. There was a time where it seemed like, he seems reasonable about stuff, and it's just that's all just completely gone now. He's been completely ideologically captured, and it's almost like, and it's funny, we talk about this every time. He has like these women that work for him that always come on at the end of the show.
Control him. Yeah.
And it feels so much like old man trying to be hip and cool to the young women that he obviously wants to
have sex with. Yeah.
Yes. It's like 100% what it, how it comes across.
So it's skeezy on multiple levels.
Yes.
It's like, it's like, if I would not be in that situation with those women. Oh God. Right. I don't know if he's married or what, but his wife probably just is like,
married,
oh my God,
he's married. Okay. So here's
her snowed. Oh no, I'm just trying to help him. I'm just trying to give him a leg. Trying to give him a leg up. 2 legs up even. Over my shoulders.
There was a time too where I think we saw like his whole writing staff, and it was like 9 women and 1 guy, and you're like, that's fucking super sus. What's happening here? And whenever he makes some shitty joke,
into the writer's room,
yes, and he makes some shitty joke, and all the women laugh, and you're like, this is what's going on here. Okay,
yeah,
it's a good male feminist in finger quotes.
Yeah, we all know, every one of those male feminists, what they're up to.
We all know where the real fingers are going. Okay, so here's the first real question he asked him. I think I'm talking about like bullshit.
Son of a bit. What?
I just wanted to make sure that we're going to be together in the cell when we're all rounded up.
All right, fair enough. So that's the interesting thing. There's a caricature of democratic socialism, and there's a reality of democratic socialism, and then there is just governing that has very little to do with democratic socialism. So can we tease those apart a little bit in your mind?
So this is him basically trying to say, the democratic socialists are just Democrats. It's just the fancy new name for regular liberal Democrats.
Mm-hmm.
They don't want to abolish all your property rights. They're just normal Democrats.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah. I love it. This is so much cope on his part.
Yeah, it's terrible.
And what is governing by the principles of democratic socialism? What does that entail?
It means making the choice every day to fight for working people.
Okay, I'm not even going to play the answer because he doesn't answer with anything. Okay, let me just fast forward here because Joshua's going to ask the same question because it's so clear that he doesn't even answer this question in any way that even Josh Stewart is like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Opposed to feeling as if they're subjected to it.
To me, though, that statement, if a Democrat was running, or even a Republican to some extent, that feels like something that everybody would say. We want everybody to be able to thrive in this city. Is there something about democratic socialism as a theory that brings those to bear? In other words, is it about the safety net? Is it about, the caricature is you're a communist who's going to nationalize the industries. You're going to take over Goldman Sachs.
I'm actually coming on this podcast to let you know that it's now my podcast.
Wait, what?
Yes.
Here's the thing. Here's what I love about that. You walk the walk. That's the important.
I mean, he would love to put Goldman Sachs out of business. Who are we fucking kidding? Yeah. He would love to nationalize all of the banks.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody had to seize the means of this production.
It was this specific production that I was talking about.
Wait, I'm doing this in Jersey. I'm out of your jurisdiction, man.
This is such a fucking dodge. This is such a dodge.
They're just joking around, Adam. They're just having fun.
Okay.
I'm not even around there.
You were doing this in Jersey.
Wait, you're moving me?
I'm moving you.
Damn you, Stalin.
I think that, to your point, there are a lot of politicians of a variety of ideologies who will speak about housing as a human right, for example, or healthcare as a human right, or they'll talk about dignity. I think that where the rubber meets the road is, are you actually willing to ensure that which no one should be priced out of, no one is in fact priced out of it? So I'll give you an example.
Okay.
Childcare. It's hard to find a politician who'll say childcare should be more expensive. They'll generally say it should be more affordable, right?
Right.
But are you willing to take the step to provide childcare as something that is guaranteed to New Yorkers, regardless of how much money they have in their pocket? So one of our focuses has been universal childcare, right? Take the successes of free childcare for 3-year-olds, of pre-K, and extend it to 2-year-olds. Now,
this is like terrifying when you consider all of these DSA members are so thirsty to covertly indoctrinate your kids.
Yeah.
Now you're going to start giving them your fucking 3-year-olds.
Of course. But just so you notice, okay, so John, this is the second time John Stewart has asked, what do you mean? What is the socialism? What does that even mean, right?
Yeah.
And his only answer
nationalizing
right now
industry
is
let's
just
talk about childcare.
Yeah. Let's give people childcare, all right? Something that a lot of people that are not socialists have also advocated for, right? And exists currently in a lot of states already.
Right.
All right?
Free childcare.
Yeah, very interesting, very fascinating. Why? How come whenever you ask these socialists, like, well, what's going on? Why are you identifying as socialist? They're always very shy about this answer.
It's not just as simple as saying, oh, yes, I want to do that. You have to also be willing to fight for the revenue you need to do that. And so day 8 of our administration, we secure an agreement with the governor for $1.2 billion that unlocks free childcare for 2-year-olds for the first time in New York City. And our dream is that this will extend not only to the 2,000 2-year-olds this year or the 12,000 next year, but every single 2-year-old by the end of 4 years. And it's not just a dream, it's a promise and it's a commitment.
So in some respect,
look, people can't afford to pay the rent, and they're like, let's give people childcare. People have kids, let's give them childcare. What? What?
Is it about the priorities that
12,000 next year, but every single 2-year-old by the end of 4 years? And it's not just a dream, it's a promise and it's a commitment.
So in some respects, is it about the priorities that you have are about quality of life for those, even if they don't make? Because universal pre-K or universal childcare or those kinds of things, de Blasio might have brought that up, or it's not something that I think that the caricature of democratic socialism is that it's a completely different ideology than those that we have seen. Or is it perhaps just a different nomenclature than we've seen?
I think part of it is that words have...
So for the third time, John Stewart is like, listen, I've heard bog standard Democrats say this. Why are you calling yourself a socialist? And he even gives them an out. He's like, is it just like a name? Is there nothing? Is Shakespeare wrong? Is there nothing in a name? There's whatsoever? Okay. Is that all that's going on here?
This is just a new word for Democrat, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. Just like old Biden thought equity and equality were the same thing.
Sure. Than we've seen.
I think part of it is that words have lost their meaning over time.
There we go. This is where I'm getting to is it really about the labels?
I think if you go back to some of the Democrats that we most admire, FDR.
Dude, he's such a fucking doddering old fool.
I know.
That's why I hate this guy.
I know.
This guy is like boomer politics on steroids.
Yeah. I think what he thinks is that he's like, oh, he's just calling himself a socialist to appeal to the kids. Like he's that retarded. He's that out of it.
Yeah, yeah.
He has
and
no
it's just
fucking
a
clue what's going
normal
on.
centrist Democrat.
Yes.
This isn't the guy that wants to literally seize a means of production. I mean, he was just joking about that on my podcast. When his policies are designed to make it so unaffordable for landlords in New York City that they have to sell their buildings or walk away at a loss. And he thinks he's going to take those buildings over and turn them into public housing.
Of course.
He's forcing those landlords out through, he's basically expropriating their property through policy, through city policy. How do you feel about that, John Stewart? Is that just bog standard centrist Democrat?
He's just appealing to the youth, Adam. You don't understand. He's just memeing. These are just memes, okay?
Can you imagine the city government well, they have housing projects and shit like that. They're all terrible places to live. Falling apart, fucking rampant crime. Oh my God.
LaGuardia, you will see a lot of democratic socialist principles in their vision. And if you think about a lot of what we've come to accept as just the facts of life across our country, a lot of it is also still driven by democratic socialist principles. Now, if today you and I were to introduce the idea of a building that lends out books for free, we would be slandered in the same way that so many new ideas are slandered today. And yet that's the library.
Oh my God. And he just sucks it right down.
I know.
He just completely just sucks it right in. Oh yeah, look. The library is what you want to do to Goldman Sachs is basically like what goes on at the library.
It's even dumber. You have a socialist who's saying, oh, well, the Republicans would call the library socialist. And it's like, okay, but then why do you identify as a socialist?
Because you're in favor of libraries?
Yeah, because you're in favor. This is the third time, John, you've asked him this fucking question. He's being shifty as fuck about it. Okay. Every little warning light should be going off on your head like, why is this guy dodging the question? And instead, because he's so biased in favor of him, because he so wants to suck up to him, because he's just so enamored with this guy and he doesn't like the right so much. It's just his brain completely shuts off. And also because he probably wants to bang his female staff, who I'll play at the end. One of them says something very fascinating, and I 100% believe he's being gassed up by a bunch of female socialists, and he's just too stupid. Yeah, he's too stupid to realize it. It's what is the was it the meme, the ignore the socialist pussy meme?
Oh yeah, the big socialist titties.
Oh, was that what it is?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
But I just look. This guy is a perfect Biden 2.0 project where you got a doddering old fool and you got a bunch of commies running things behind the scenes that are completely in charge of policy. And you just got him signing off on everything because he's a fucking idiot. This is crazy.
And the same thing with the fire department, the same thing with public schools. And it's to say that a lot of politics has been a debate.
Well, you want to go, he's not going to answer, right? You want to go to the girls at the end, or?
Play a little bit more of the answer.
Okay. This might get copyright claimed, so.
Well, we'll fight it, because fuck them.
We might get blocked worldwide.
We'll fight them. This is free. This is correct usage right here. We will sue their ass.
You can do that, okay?
I will sue their ass.
I will chill.
Okay.
About who deserves what. And I would prefer a politics that debates how we can deliver that to everyone. And to deliver it at a standard that is so good that no matter how much money in your pocket, you opt for that. And I think at its best, the New York City subway is an illustration.
Look, it's insane. If I have money for a cab, there's no way I'm going in the subway. That place is a fucking hell. I'm going to get killed down there.
I know.
Yeah.
This
is crazy.
It would be nice. It would be nice if the subways in New York were as nice as the subways in Japan, right?
Oh, of course.
It's going to take a long time to get there, I think. Okay.
Well, you got a lot. Look, these guys want to abolish the prisons. I don't know how you're going to clean the subway up if you don't have prisons.
You cannot. Yeah. You 100% cannot.
Where are these people going to go?
No.
These fucking gangsters going to go. Jeez.
I sent you the
public transportation in Los Angeles is just as bad. It's like you're gonna have to deal with bullshit. You're gonna have to deal with bullshit anytime you take public transportation. Nobody who can afford not to is gonna opt into that.
I say
no matter how much money you have in your pocket, you understand that if you want to get from point A to point B, best way is to get on that train.
That's for sure. So to that end, was there ever
it's weird. I think having good public transportation that's safe and clean is great. And I think we shall have that 100%.
Talk to Daniel Penny.
Well, yeah, exactly.
About
100%
safe
like
public transit.
We should, like, I would love for, like, it's like in Tokyo, super convenient, usually, unless it's rush hour, to just be able to hop on a train and like go everywhere in the city. Like it's amazing. I love it. But that being said, it is weird to me because these people have this like weird fetishization of it that goes beyond like, well, it's just nice and convenient to have. Like they just hate the idea of cars, I think. They hate the idea of
because of climate change.
I think that, so much of it is just like they don't like the idea of cars and climate change and urban flight and all these other things. Like they like tie it into all these like weird ideas too on top of it.
Yeah, they're completely brain broken on climate change. Which it's so weird because no one has done more for climate change than Elon Musk, and they fucking hate his guts.
Yeah.
The government has done next to nothing on climate change. Elon Musk does all this shit, and they fucking love the government and hate Elon Musk.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we're getting close to solving we're getting close to solving the renewable energy shit. It is becoming less expensive to go with renewable energies than oil. So there's going to be a tipping point there. And I don't know how all the brain broken Democrats are going to handle it, because they're still going to be blurting out climate change talking points when we're at fully 100% renewables. They're going to figure out something more that we need to do.
For you, because of the priorities that you have, why take on the label of democratic socialist, knowing that it comes with a lot of other baggage that may not be helpful to you in your pursuit of what was it about what they were saying that drew you, as opposed to running as the things that you're suggesting to me? If you ran on these as a Democrat, I wouldn't say like, what the heck?
And even this, like Jon Stewart perceives of himself as someone who's giving him just good neighborly advice. And he's going to convince this guy that he just needs to adopt the Democrat label and everything will be solved. Like, that's how fucking naive Jon Stewart is.
This is the fourth time he's asked the same question.
Yeah. He's like, there's all this baggage. The mass graves and shit. Why would you adopt that label? And he's like, I like the mass graves.
Mm-hmm. It's so funny how like all Mamdani has to do is smile and laugh and be like good natured about it.
Yeah,
and that just
fucking hypnotizes them.
Yeah, that tricks like 90% of the people. Like, oh well, I mean, he seems nice, right? I guess he is nice.
Yeah. Oh God, the gaslighting here too. He knows what's going on. He's like, this old fool. I can't wait to string him up after the revolution. Yeah,
it's a
we'll get a couple of my young honeypots onto this case. We'll have them in the back office.
Right.
First thing,
right.
Ask me all these fucking questions on his podcast.
Mm-hmm.
All these insufferable questions.
You want to know why?
Take a hint.
I identify as a socialist now, John.
Yeah. Can't take a hint. Gotta ask me 4 fucking times.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Get the gasoline.
It sounds very much in line with that. It sounds like what you're doing differently is you're being competent or, ruthlessly pursuing those goals and chipping away at them. So why take that on?
I want to be honest with people about what it is that I actually believe in. And I also think what we...
Oh, irony alert. Holy shit. Holy shit. Now, the reason I didn't answer those questions the last
I want to be honest.
17 times you asked me,
right,
was because I really want to be honest with people.
Mm-hmm.
What
we've seen over many decades is a fear-mongering in our politics where anything that we disagree with.
This guy who calls every Republican a fascist wants to complain about fear-mongering.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. Tell us about the fear-mongering.
Or anything that portends significant change is described as if it is socialist, at times as if it is communist. And the intent of that is to end the conversation there and then. And it especially happens when you're talking about something that would disproportionately benefit working people. And I think it's important because we keep speaking about some of the inequities and inequalities that we see in our city as if they are bugs in a system as opposed to features in them. And if we truly want to reckon with 1 in 4 New Yorkers being in poverty, we have to also ask ourselves about if it's important to change the framework with which what we determine success to be. And also,
being a Muslim democratic socialist, I thought it would be pretty straightforward.
You just saw
This is so sad.
4 times he hasn't answered this question in any meaningful way. And John's just like, oh, okay.
They've been on the rent control train forever, though, because I think 40% of New York apartments are rent control. And I lived there in the 90s, and there was rent control apartments. Like, I knew people who had rent control apartments, and everyone was just like, oh my God, if you can get a rent controlled apartment, you're on Easy Street because of fucking, the rents are insane if you don't have a rent controlled apartment, and they're insanely cheap if you have a rent controlled apartment. It's like the other end of the spectrum. You're like $200 a month for my apartment because it's rent controlled and it's been passed down for 4 generations.
Right.
So that seems to be a big part of the problem. And they've been on that train, 30 years now? Fucking 30. Well, look, probably a lot longer before I got there, right? That's how these rent control apartments exist. So he's not doing anything different. He's basically pursuing the same exact policy that has screwed over their city with housing all along. It's insane.
Well, what if I label myself something that scares people the most? I'm a Muslim democratic socialist.
If you scare them twice.
And I'd like to run your public transportation system. So is there in some
Ha ha ha. Very funny.
regard, is the idea being, if I can show myself to be a competent steward of the day-to-day functioning of certainly one of the most complex city systems in the world, I can demystify. I can take these labels that are so loaded with fear, and I can maybe take a little bit of that caricature out of them.
I mean, my true goal is to deliver for the people.
Okay, if you're interviewing a person and you're supposed to be some kind of journalist and you have to literally feed them an answer,
Spoon feed them the answer.
that you headcanoned out of nowhere, okay, that's not a good sign.
Just talk about how you're such a competent leader. That's what I really want to, how all of these policies are going to work. I have big doubts that this guy is going to clean up New York City. I haven't been to New York City in forever, so I don't know. Obviously, Sean lives in New York City, so he could probably tell us. But when I lived there during the 90s, it was like crime was way, way down. In the 70s, the crime in New York City was like off the charts. But it was Giovanni that is it Giovanni? What's his name? Giuliani. Giuliani was the mayor. Yeah. Giuliani was the mayor, and he came in, and people would always talk about how Giuliani cleaned the city up with the broken windows philosophy. And it was actually much safer. Crime was on the downtrend, but I'm under the impression that has all been done away with now, and crime is back on the rise. So
yeah, that was Giuliani. Giovanni stole all the Pokemon from New York City, which led to the problem in the first place.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Giuliani is obviously a disgrace now because of all the
weird election shit.
Yeah, all the weird election shit. Yeah, exactly.
He really tanked his reputation there.
He was America's mayor for a while there because of 9/11 and stuff.
So sad.
But look, when I lived there, people had nothing but good things to say because they'd lived through this crime-laden swaller, and they were like, "Well, I don't like Republicans, but he did clean the city up." Mamdani's not going to clean the city up. His policies are going to make things worse.
Of course.
Yeah.
I like Jon Stewart's headcanon. Like, are you just calling yourself a socialist as some sort of like weird social experiment? Because as a person who's running for office, you think it's more important to like demystify certain language in the lexicon in the American language? Like, what the fuck are you talking about, Brian Griffin? This is the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard. He's calling himself a socialist because he's a fucking socialist, John, you retard. It's the most obvious thing on the planet.
This is just major copium. Just major copium. Yeah.
people of the city. And if in the process of doing so, we can demystify so much of the fear that has become the norm in our politics, I welcome it. And I also think that for a long time, we've discussed democratic socialism.
I mean, people are in general afraid of serial killers, right? We don't need to demystify that fear, okay? There's a good reason why they have a fear of serial killers. It's like a rational fear, okay?
Mm-hmm.
What John is trying to sniff out here is why you're calling yourself a fucking serial killer.
As an intellectual debate, we haven't been able to point to what examples look like of it delivering for people.
Right.
And now we have that just over 6 months. And I think that it's an incredibly exciting opportunity because there's a reason so many New Yorkers lost faith in city government. And the political impulse of lecturing someone as to why they should believe and why they should vote, as opposed to asking yourself, why is it that they lost that faith? When you're governing, you have the opportunity to not just listen, but also then respond in action, not in words. And I think that what's been so exciting is to see that New Yorkers understand that some things will take time and some things that can be done immediately. And if you're able to show that you're doing both, then it is exactly the kind of extension of an arm to say, would you like to join this movement? And I've just heard from so many that they would.
He got a rent freeze for a year, and he said he got some money for childcare. Like, what's happened here? Like, how are those giant wins?
So just remember this. John Stewart asked him 4 fucking times.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you a socialist? Didn't answer the fucking question. Can you imagine asking someone why you identify as a Democrat? Why you identify as a Republican? Why do you identify as libertarian? Right? They have an answer. They're a fucking mayor. Okay. They're running for political office. They're going to give you a fucking answer. The mayor of what you just said, a city that has a very complicated economic structure, couldn't answer or refused to answer a question about why he identifies politically the way he does. What does that tell you, John? What the fuck should that tell you if you got your head out of your old man ass and stop sniffing at the vagina lips of your young female writers? What is that? It should tell you something important.
Oh yeah.
Hottest trend in the Democratic Party. And there's energy, grassroots energy and all. And these Democratic Socialist candidates are popping up, and you're having to answer for every one of their policy positions. And there are some, look, maybe I'm an old man or a shit lib or whatever they want to call me, but
who's calling you this?
Yes.
Anybody, if someone says we're going to abolish all prisons and borders, like I do go, I don't think that's a good idea. Like it feels like order and security is also a progressive value. Why shouldn't people in neighborhoods with less resources have the same safety and security that neighborhoods with lots of resources? So are there tenets of those that are kind of following in the wake of Zoran Mamdani's success that you're not comfortable with or that give you pause?
This is so insane because the way to solve that problem, these cities or these areas that have low resources, the reason they turn into shitholes is because they have low police presence, because they don't have the money to pay police officers, right?
Yep.
This guy wants to abolish the fucking police. You think he's the guy that's going to come in and save these hellholes? Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Even if he does tax the rich, he's not going to devote that money to police officers in poor neighborhoods.
No.
He's going to be called racist.
Yep.
This is just the mental retardation here is off the charts.
Well, he's an old man. You heard him. He's a shitlib.
People need to wake up. People need to wake up. Well, look, he's probably in favor of not abolishing the police. He's probably in favor of upping the police presence in these areas, right? That's why they're going to call him a shitlib. That's why he's going to end up in the back office as soon as a revolution takes place. They're going to show him the secret police. We don't need the police. We got our own police.
Well, we'll see how
if you have more than one.
this.
socialist in a room and there isn't disagreement, then you don't have more than one socialist in a room. and
Are you allowed to have more than one socialist in the room?
We're actually just trying to change that law. We're trying to get it to 2.
It's sort of like how soccer used to be in the NASL in the 80s. There had to be 2 Americans on every team. So there's got to be 2 socialists in every room.
Well, look, man. Now,
imagine this conversation, this yuck conversation taking place around fascists.
I know.
Why do you call yourself a fascist? Are more than one fascist allowed to be in a room to go, this is so funny.
Listen,
oh my
John,
God, this is hilarious.
I don't support the fascism of Hitler, okay? I'm not about that. But like fascist ideas, okay, economic fascist ideas and social fascist ideas that were not Hitler's ideas, okay? He just used them for his own bad purposes. I believe in a better form of fascism, okay? So, and I just want to demystify the word, John. Okay, I just want to show that you can just run a government properly.
Yeah, fascism has a bad rap.
It has a bad rap, and I just want to fix it.
Oh my God, it's so true. It's so true. Fucking Jon Stewart. I have less than 0 respect. He owes me respect. That's how little respect I have for this guy. He's in the negative territory now. Fucking.
Now we have quarters, and I didn't think that day was going to come with the World Cup. But
that's what I'm talking about. So, but you're comfortable with those kinds of discussions?
Well, I'm comfortable with disagreement, and I'm comfortable with disagreement that doesn't end the conversation entirely. Because I think what motivates a lot of people is, how do you deliver public safety? And the thing that I've said time and again is, we cannot have New Yorkers choose between safety and justice. And yes, I am, doing the work with our police department, and we have been able to deliver the lowest number of murders and shootings in recorded history. And at the same time, I'm doing the work to close down Rikers Island and ensure that we are actually building the 4 smaller borough-based jails that brings an end to a horrible chapter in New York City history. And I think, to your point, when we're thinking about safety, there cannot be a hierarchy of safety where you experience it more or less depending on where you live in our city or how much money is in your pocket. And there also can't be a definition of safety that is purely after the fact, meaning that...
That's just fucking delusional to me, completely delusional to me. He doesn't know why the hierarchy of safety in prisons exists.
No.
This is insane.
No, and doesn't it, again, completely doesn't answer the question. Whatsoever. And John is too much of a coward to ask him, well, do you support defund the police? Do you support not having borders? And it's not like you can just be like, oh, he's not responsible for every crazy thing, like a person said. These were candidates that Mamdani directly supported, that if it was not for his support, might not have won their primary elections. Okay?
Yeah. So
ask these fucking questions, you coward.
He's not going to do it. He's a fucking idiot.
Of course.
He's an idiot. And he's just, I wouldn't be surprised if Jon Stewart runs for president in 2028. Like, people keep talking about him. He doesn't stand a snowball's chance in hell because I think he's like 4 foot tall and he's Jewish, I believe, which is, he's going to get a real wake up call if he runs for president.
Yeah. So
he's going to have to convert to Islam if he thinks he stands a chance in the Democratic Party. So, but look, what's he talking about? He's talking about getting rid of a prison.
Yeah.
Where all the hardest of the hard criminals are, right? The reason it's a hellhole there is because you've got all these fucking terrible people there, right? He's like, let's spread those terrible, terrible people out to 4 prisons so that everybody has to deal with them, right? So that if you're in there because you got a DUI, you're dealing with someone who's a fucking serial killer and rapist. Oh,
yay!
Jesus. He's fucking.
How you respond to violence. We also have to do the work.
He cares more about the criminal experience than anything. He's like, we have to treat these people nice in jail. They're completely preying upon you, but no, we got to think of them. Who will think of the criminals?
Of investing so that we prevent violence.
To that point, the Department of Community Safety, which was one of those things that you had ran on, which I think was sort of reprioritizing.
Okay, I might jump ahead here because they just completely lets them dodge this question.
Dodge and dodge. I am curious about the ladies in the end who are just because it's so
yeah,
and
it's so fucking skeezy.
It is. It is.
The final question, which I have to ask you because it's dominating the news today. You know, and the question to you is the Netanyahu thing and arresting Netanyahu. Understanding where you're coming from there, is there a sense you have that maybe is that a distraction from all these other things that you want to do? Is that taking a little bit more of the media space than you realized?
Well, I think I have a responsibility to be honest with New Yorkers. And when I'm asked a question, to answer it honestly.
So that was brought up to you. That was brought up to you.
Yes. And yet I know for many New Yorkers, when they see a clip, it doesn't begin with the question. It begins with the answer.
Right.
And
okay. So listen, Adam. He was just asked this question, right? And he just responded. So that's all it was, right?
Well, there's different ways that you can respond to questions, Sitch. You could say that's irrelevant to New York City. Next question, right?
You know, it's interesting that you say that because remember that was the big meme moment that he got was they said like, oh, would you go visit Israel? And he said, well, this, you know, it's irrelevant.
He did answer it that way, didn't he?
He answered that way.
That's irrelevant. Yeah, I'm here for New Yorkers. Next question.
Right.
Yeah.
So I sent you a tweet that I think you should bring up here. Okay. Mr. Well, he was just asked a question. Okay. He was just simply asked the question that he was responding to. That's the only reason he even talked about it. You know, people just play the answer. So it's dishonest editing, right? It's just dishonest editing. That's all.
Yeah.
Right.
Out of context. Where does he get that? Where does he get that response from? His good buddy Hasan says that all the time.
Of course. Lying is OP, right? Well, in the words of lying being OP here, let's look at what Mamdani himself posted on X the day before this interview with Jon Stewart aired. Okay. Mr. Just answering questions.
Right. This tweet says Benjamin Netanyahu is a war criminal.
Now, when you look at this, what do you see here? If people are just listening, right? You see he's sitting at a desk. He has professional lighting. He's got professional video. Does this look like a press conference or something? What is this? Or does this look like a statement?
It looks like a statement.
Oh,
It definitely looks like some sort of public statement he's made.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's play it. Maybe,
not a response to a question.
Right,
but
let's play it. Maybe it's
there's got a lot of fancy editing.
Yeah,
some
you
slow
scroll
pans
through
in,
it.
slow pans out.
Right.
They're like, make it dynamic, make me look good.
Yes. Now we don't have to we'll just play like the first 20 seconds of this because what he says is irrelevant. But just let's listen to it.
Okay, here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
Benjamin Netanyahu is a war criminal, the architect of a horrific genocide against the Palestinian people. He is responsible for the killing of more than 73,000 people, for the maiming of tens of thousands of children, as those who survive undergo amputation without anesthesia.
So he even has a creepy background music too. He's like, I'm in a horror movie right now.
Yeah, now that's impressive. Okay, that's pretty impressive. That that Mamdani here, when some journalist asks him a question, he has
he has the music come in. He's got a full orchestra behind him, ready to go to answer that question.
He's got music ready to go. He's got an editor ready to go with the zoom pans and the zoom cuts and everything. He's got it all ready to go when someone asks him a question. All right.
Yeah.
And he's got the creepy music.
The lighting guys rush in.
Yes.
He folds his hands nicely. Someone comes in and polishes the desk real quick.
I know.
He's like, let me get the perfect backlight here.
Of course. Well, in the words of Hasan Piker, lying is OP. Like, he just lies straight to Jon Stewart's face. Oh, well, I was just asked a question. I was just responding to a question. Okay. Definitely didn't put out a super prepared, polished, professional, lit with music statement on the very subject matter whatsoever.
I do like this tweet by Will Chamberlain. Denaturalize and deport Zohar Mamdani. Here, I'm going to retweet that.
There you go.
There's a retweet.
It's just, Jon Stewart, I mean, you're right to call him like a doddering old fool. Just played like a total fucking sucker.
Oh, yeah.
Total sucker.
Played like
Holy
a fucking
shit.
moron.
What
like a moron he is. Yeah.
And I bet still suck. Like even after asking this, because like I don't know when this interview aired. I mean, was filmed, so maybe the interview was before this came out. But even if that's the case, you know that Mamdani knew he was going to put out this statement. It's not like this just came about like last minute. There's obviously something they prepared to do. And so he's just lying to Stewart's face. And Stewart's, I bet you he didn't even, like if I interviewed this guy and he gave me this answer, I'm like, oh, okay. And then I'm like, oh shit, the day after I'm going to publish something, he makes me look like a fucking retard. I'd be mad about it. But no, Jon Stewart doesn't care because he'll just slobber down the socialist knob.
Yeah, this interview is turning into elderly abuse. I'm waiting for him to make Jon Stewart go out and buy a bunch of gift cards and give them to him.
He's like, listen, John, okay, if you want your show back, you're going to have to wire me a bunch of crypto. All right. So go to the guest.
Exactly.
They have the little crypto ATM. How do I buy the crypto, Mr. Mamdani?
Exactly.
John, if you don't send me this crypto right now, Donald Trump is going to arrest you.
Oh, man.
All right, here,
this is your 2028 presidential candidate for the Democrats, guys.
Biden 2.0.
This doddering old fool. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Biden going senile in office was not enough for them. They're like, give me some more of that. Give me a big helping of that. This is worse because he's not even senile. He's just a fucking idiot.
Yes.
Terrible. Guy's been on the job 6-7 months.
Is this him with the ladies?
Yes.
Oh yeah. I'm sure they're batting their eyelashes at him, making him think he could get a little boob grab or something.
Socialist titties.
Yeah.
Thomas Sowell
and
needs
John.
to come in here.
Oh man.
How is his hair darker now? He's getting younger.
He said he's on minoxidil.
This is uncomfortable. This is very uncomfortable.
You don't like this? You don't like Jon Stewart's got the...
How old is Jon Stewart? If I'm 70, I'm not comfortable hanging out with these women.
You know, Jon Stewart is 63 years old.
63, yeah.
A 63-year-old man. He's got like these young producers, okay?
She's got way too many buttons unbuttoned on this shirt here.
Boy,
what the fuck is going on?
What is going on, right? That's a great...
Does she have an OnlyFans on the side here? Brittany, what's going on? Where's your OnlyFans?
Right.
Yeah.
If you're Jon Stewart's wife, okay, and he's listen, honey,
Jon Stewart's wife is like, he's fucking all of them.
Here's my producers here. I'm like, what is going on? All right,
yeah.
This is not okay. Why does she have so many buttons down?
Yeah.
He did?
Is that really true?
He did? Wow, okay. That's some radical transparency.
What? Is that something that...
Look at him fixing his hair. What's he doing fixing his hair right now?
What? Would that work?
What's it? Why is Jon Stewart fixing his hair while he's talking to these ladies?
He's got to, you know why. Whatever.
What do you think's going on there?
Everyone knows what's going on here. Everyone knows what's going on here.
Yeah. The micro reactions are just, yeah. He's like, oh my God, I'm thinning a little. How do I look?
Get the body language experts.
In front of these beautiful, supple, young, fertile women.
I know.
Oh my God. This is I can't believe this.
Mm-hmm.
Why would you subject yourself to this? Oh man.
Jesus, is that wait, what have I been doing wrong?
Youth, baby, youth.
I've been on smoke and carousing. This is
crazy that doesn't work. Somebody should, somebody's got to publicize that.
What are they actually talking about here?
They're talking about, they said that Mamdani had like good hair or something.
Oh, okay. So that's why he's touching his hair.
Yes, that's why he's talking about hair.
Yeah. He's like, oh, I get Mamdani now. He's a socialist, but all the women are getting wet down there.
Mm-hmm.
It's so interesting to me. And I would imagine he, somewhat like Obama was, that is very effective in diffusing the caricature. Because when you do talk to him, it's very clear his focus is very grounded in the brass tacks of.
See, so even this is just, we can't do any more of this. John Stewart.
No, you have to keep. You have to power through. You have to listen to the retardation.
He's not, but he's not diffusing. None of us are being gaslit by this thing. You are being gaslit.
So he assumes, everyone is.
Yeah, because you're on your knees. Yeah. You got your mouth wide open, John. Okay. Mm-hmm. Nobody else has that sensation. Okay.
The logistics.
Nobody else is using this guy to hire more jailbait producers. Okay.
He asks a man a question 4 times. He dodges the question 4 times. And Jon Stewart's like, listen, he's just trying to demystify the whole thing. He's like Obama. He's such a great
the women
orator,
are like, but he has such great hair. Why does he have to answer the questions?
God.
I didn't see Obama dodging a bunch of questions, but Obama wasn't running as a socialist.
No.
Of how he's going to do this shit, and not necessarily the broad strokes of we must take over first the means of production. And like he's literally like, there's this fund. And so what we do is we defer the annuum of the fund to 35, and then we can fund the
because he's lying to you, you doddering old fool. I'm serious. This is going to give me an aneurysm, Sitch. This is like, I can't believe the levels of stupidity here.
There's only like a minute 30 more that we have to get.
You are the one that supposedly hates stupidity more than evilness.
Right.
Yet we're watching the stupid guy. The evil guy gets away.
I know.
It's very serious.
I mean, weirdly, the AC thing, for as stupid as it was, is just a great example of that, where he's like, set your ACs to 78. And then they have a full-blown panic, call it socialism, call it communism. And he's like, set your ACs to 78. Just do it. I don't know what to tell you.
The funny thing was, it wasn't even him.
Dude, they don't even understand the 78 thing.
No.
They're fucking retarded. The idea is in a capitalist society, we would have plenty of energy and we wouldn't need to set our thermostats to 78 degrees. But look, there's an ulterior motive. They want you to set your thermostat to 78 degrees. They want you to set it to 90 because they don't want us producing energy that is going, they think producing any sort of energy is going to wreck the planet.
Right.
So that's their ideological belief. So it's completely divorced from reality.
It was like
they don't believe capitalism can solve climate change, even though it is constantly.
Yeah, no, they think it's the cause of climate change, 100%.
Yeah, capitalism is the cause. Yeah, when really it's the solution. Yeah, these people are brain broken. I don't. How do you deal with this problem? How do you deal with the stupid? Because it's like 90% of people are fucking stupid.
I know.
Oh my God.
An auto text that goes out during heat waves that had been going out.
Is she fondling her breasts in front of Jon Stewart?
That's normal.
What is going on here? What's up with her hand between her cleavage?
She's just playing with her ring. She's just slowly taking her wedding ring off.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
For like a decade.
Exactly. Yeah. It's like you just end up looking foolish. Like he's just.
That's a pinky ring for the record. That's not a wedding ring. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're right. It's true.
Jon Stewart can't concentrate. He's got to look away as she's like taking this ring and sliding it on and off her finger.
Yeah. Why is she making what kind of motion is she doing?
Yeah. What's this, John? What are you thinking? What are you thinking I'm doing here, John? Yeah. You can't take it. Oh, look at my sexy finger. Just jacking off my sexy finger here in front of you. Nothing going on here.
Running the city.
Right. But they make it seem as though he literally was sitting back there and goes, we must feel this oppressive heat because the billionaires must understand that the people, the fever of
It is a huge threat to them. It's like any thought about collectivism is a threat to their way of life. You know, they're like radical individualists. They think about only themselves, these politicians. And the idea that you might have to suffer a little bit of warmth so that everybody else can feel a little cooler is a threat.
Whoa! Hey! Whoa! Wait a minute. There's some interesting. What the fuck? I'd be like, wait a minute, lady. You just brought up like, oh yeah, they're so afraid of collectivism because they're so into individualism. I mean, is it so bad that a few people, you have to feel a little bit warmer, right? Just you have to sacrifice a little bit of your AC so that everyone can have AC. This is a very interesting point to make, huh? What's going on here?
Does Jon Stewart ever pick it up? Like
Of course not.
She even said
course he doesn't.
collectivism.
Holy shit!
Does Jon Stewart know
my
what liberalism is?
No.
That liberalism is individualism.
No.
That she's literally attacking liberalism right in front of him.
No. Or
The
even just
fucking shit lib.
the idea of like how insane that is. That should be like, wait a minute. Why are we talking about that? You have to lower your AC. Okay, shouldn't it be talking about like, well, we need to have a stable, better energy grid in the city so that everyone can crank up their fucking AC to whatever the fuck they want.
To max. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
We need to have cheap, abundant energy so
Yes.
everyone can afford their AC at 59.
Well, it's not a bit crazy. Okay, I don't want to die here. But yes, I know. It's so insane. And he just completely doesn't matter. He's hypnotized. Obviously, you've seen
The
Odyssey.
finger thing works.
Right. This is like the siren. These are the socialist sirens over here on the shores, and they're calling John. They're like, John, join us. And he totally just buys into the whole thing. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, no.
Look at his eyes. Look where his gaze is.
Right on her breast. I see what's
know.
going on here.
Yeah, it's like
The one
she's like-
jacking off her finger.
It's like, listen, you jack off your finger, you unbutton your shirt. So John stares at you, and then I'm going to start whispering the sweet words of socialism into his ear.
They probably both talk about what a lecher Jon Stewart is, but how they're
course.
totally working him.
Of course.
They're like, oh my God, I'm so glad I got this job for Jon Stewart.
Mm-hmm.
He's such a dirty old man, but
I know.
thankfully he's helping us get ahead.
Of course.
He probably wants to have sex with both of us. Ooh, gross. Yeah. But Mamdani, oh my God, he's gonna get us through the door with Mamdani.
Of course. Living in as well temporarily for $2 says New York City shut down nuclear power plants. Contemplate this. That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. Good.
They're
idea.
fucking idiots. They're fucking idiots. We got two $50. Well, no, we got $100 super chat and
awesome.
a $50 super chat.
It says, I'll read it in 1 second. New York effectively shut down its power plant, its nuclear power plant, serving the metropolitan area. In 2021, the plant provided roughly 25% of New York City's
Oh
electricity.
my God. Retards. Not only that, see, this is another thing. They're so anti-capitalist. It completely brain breaks them. They can't stomach the fact that capitalism is making the technology better and better and safer over time. Like they literally can't come out and say that, because that throws a monkey wrench in their whole idea that capitalism is destroying everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they can't even be honest about nuclear power.
That's crazy.
They can't be honest about anything. Oh my God.
You want to know what's hilarious? Okay, this is from the Wikipedia article. Okay.
Let's hear it.
The generation capacity lost by the closure of India Point plant was largely replaced by fossil gas.
Oh my God. Why did they get rid of it?
In the first full month after closure, the carbon emissions from the in-state generation in New York City rose 35%.
I'm surprised that's on Wikipedia, and the Wikipedia warriors didn't edit that out of there.
Oh my God. How fucking retarded. What is wrong? These people are so stupid.
Yeah, these are
Holy
the people. Remember when he was talking about competency, and Mamdani's just there to deliver competent public policy? Get out of here. All these deep blue cities are just fucked. Totally fucked. Yeah. I have to move to Florida. I'm going to have to move to Texas. I'm going to have to escape.
Yep. Tachi McSwag, thanks so much for the $30. Says it's so terrible that David Pakman spends 100% of his time on his show only punching left. I wish he would maybe criticize Trump just once someday in the distant future. Also forgot to mention another Destiny thing. Seeing Zoran reminded me he has abandoned any defense of AOC and Mamdani and wants other Democrats to sabotage them and refuses to work with them or treat them as being on the team.
Well, that's good.
Yeah. Well, it's because it's because of the primary stuff. Sure. That's about the David Pakman thing is hilarious too. Like David
that's
Pakman,
a dig
99
at Kyle Kalinske.
right, 99.9999999% of the time is talking about Trump, and then Kyle Kalinski's like, "How dare you spend 1 microsecond talking about the left?"
Yeah, don't punch left.
JMac, or sorry, Fire, thanks so much. JMac with the $50. Says, great stream today, guys, but I'm logging off to play Power World with my kids. We're bonding over enslavement of cute animals. Gonna beat it today, most likely. Take care.
Well, thanks for joining in. It's always nice to see you. So
it's always nice to teach your kids about the values of slavery.
Yes, of course.
Mhm.
Get them when they're young.
Yep. Adam defunded for $20. Thank you so much. Says, I like your guys' commentary mostly, but I find this funny. This is how I think some of your audience feel when you interview people from the left or the right. Bit of a shod and fraud moment. S-Class is a best class.
Like we go easy on them?
I've never done anything like this. So
I mean,
I think the interview that I think I did very poorly and dropped the ball on was the Cenk interview. I definitely was like way too soft on Cenk because I was kind of trying to be nice. And he just goes on and on and on. So,
yeah, it's always difficult when you have a relationship with a content creator.
Sure.
It's the situation with Mamdani though is he's like way more powerful than any of the people we're talking to or interviewing. So,
well, yeah, and John's doing it for ideological reasons, right? He's trying to suck up them, and everything, but. Yeah, and I got to get better at. I try because it's like with Adam, like when we talk, I try to let people like talk, I don't like to interrupt people, and unfortunately, there's like a lot of people who 100% take advantage of that in a very bad faith way, and they'll just go on infinitely because they know that, and they'll just they'll never actually get to the point. You just got to tell them to shut the fuck up.
Yeah, you and I interrupt the shit out of each other, and it's not a big deal.
Yes,
it's harder when the person is a guest. And then look, I will interrupt. I'm more on the I'll interrupt this fucking blabbing train than Sitch is. And people give me a hard time in the chat. They're like, stop interrupting. And I'm like, fuck you. This guy's going to go on for an hour if I don't interrupt. Like, fuck that.
Yeah, of course.
So I have, what is that, amicableness trait, one of the 5. I think it's conscientiousness. I'm lower in conscientiousness. I don't give a fuck. We have a $100 super chat. It's Canadian, so it's really but it might be like $50.
I don't know if I don't see it.
You don't see it?
No.
Eric Diot.
Oh, it's weird. I see it.
1031.
It's not on the main menu, but I see it on the right side, which is interesting. So sorry.
Oh, okay.
Eric Diade, thanks so much for the $100 Canadian. Says the argument is for a proper transportation infrastructure to enable citizens to get from point A to point B with whatever forms of transportation they want to take, like public transportation, bike or car. With gas going up, this is going to be more of a talking point. That's true.
Yeah, that's a good point. I just think, it's the self-driving cars things is going to completely bring down the cost of rideshare dramatically. And I mean, that's going to transform everything. I think that might make public transportation moot since nobody seems to want to deal with the real problem of public transportation is you got all these people living on the bus, living on the train.
Well, it's going to be interesting too, because you're right. We're going to definitely live through over the next 10 years, this huge shift of automated cars. And then a lot of them are probably they're going to be electric cars on top of that. And I bet you're still going to see a lot of these same people complaining about it.
Oh, of course.
They just don't like it.
Yeah. Well, they're like, oh, well, this is more radical individualism. What are you talking about?
Yeah, exactly.
You're able to go to the grocery store safely without drug addicts in your face.
I know.
Oh my God. Look, and it's their fault. They're the ones that let all the drug addicts back on the streets again.
Yeah.
What the fuck? These people are insane. You could have a much more communitarian environment if you lock these sadistic criminals up like normal countries do.
Yeah.
They don't believe. They're so fucking naive. They don't believe that there are people out there that just want to fuck people over and lie and cheat and steal. They don't believe those people exist.
Well, no, they do if you're white and rich.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're poor and not white,
it's insane.
Then,
it's insane, isn't it? They don't realize that criminality is what leads to these people's poverty.
Yeah.
Fucking.
That's crazy.
So what does how bad does the finger banging get here? Are we gonna continue with this video or are we done?
I wasn't really, we can, I mean, that was it for this clip, but we can kind of scrub through it if you want to see if there's any more finger banging.
Just all the,
because I'll be honest,
John's like, look how big my hands are, ladies.
I know I wasn't super like zooming in on a lot of the little micro interactions here. I guess I should have been.
You notice how I pick them up immediately.
Of course. Listen, you know where to look. Okay.
Well, look, I know what's going on. Some girl starts doing that in front of me. I know what's going on here.
Of course. Yeah. No.
This is not.
It's funny. They talk about, like, it's like one of the, like, oh, if a girl plays with her hair right, that means that she's into you. The girl starts finger banging.
Yeah.
In front of you.
Girl starts jacking off her finger. You're like, yeah.
They're like, okay. That's definitely a sign that something's going on.
If she works through them and does each one at a time, then you're like, okay.
Yep. They laugh at your shitty jokes.
Excuse me, I need to book a hotel room real quick.
Yep.
Let me get my phone out.
Mm-hmm.
I have to run to the bathroom really quick, so
okay,
I didn't want to miss any super chats. Are you going to queue something else up?
I am.
I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not going to go until the video's queued up.
Oh, okay. Jeez.
Yeah. What's next?
Well, we'll see how much of this we get through, I guess.
Jon Stewart.
You said you want
to.
This is 2 hour.
I'm going to the bathroom for my favorite part here. How much of this did you watch?
I watched the whole thing.
Oh, you did? Okay.
I didn't really pull time codes though.
Okay.
But I'll read a super while I get in the bathroom.
I'll be back.
The Ocean is for $10. Thanks so much. Says, fun fact, you can join the U.S. Navy at 18, and if you're smart enough, you can work on a nuclear engine on one of our aircraft carriers or subs, but nuclear bad. Spooky nukes. It is crazy. Yeah, it is crazy how the nuke fear basically ruined the country's ability to have like way cheaper, cleaner energy. It's tragic. I'm glad there is finally pushback, but it's so obnoxious. There's all this pushback after they've already shut down all these power plants. The Ocean's for $5 says, does the warmth of collectivism include the Nazis? They were very collectivist. Yeah, I bet you, if you ask John or any of these people, like they honestly think they buy the socialist lie that the Nazis were like, no, the Nazis were actually rampant individual capitalists. I bet you they believe that completely if you would ask them this question. The Ocean is for $10. Thank you so much. It says Nordic countries have been slowly reducing their government involvement. For example, most roads in Sweden are privately owned. Schools can be operated by publicly traded companies, like Cuba. Yeah, it's fascinating because I was looking into, after coming back from Japan, I was looking into like the Japanese trains because they're just so, like everything about them is so amazing. Not only the trains, they always run on time, they're so clean and so nice, but all the train stations are like or not all of them, but like the big hubs. They're like these shining fucking towers of capitalism. The capitalism in Japan is crazy. You go to these train stations and there's like the train station itself, it's like 3 floors, giant floors. Like when I say a floor, I really should say it's like a floor that's the size of like 2 to 3 city blocks. It's massive. These fucking train stations are massive. Okay. It's like 3 blocks worth of 3 floors worth of just shopping. Okay. And they're full of people all the time. And then on top of that, and Tokyo Station is the craziest because it's so huge. And then on top of it, already having 3 blocks of 3 floors of shopping connected to the train station on all sides are like 4 fucking skyscrapers of malls themselves. It's the amount of shopping is fucking insane. And I was like, how is this all managed? And I looked it up and I was very surprised to see that the train stations back in the day in Japan used to be shitty. I think it was like in the 70s or the 80s. They were shitty and they were owned by the government. And they basically privatized all the train stations. And that's what made them really nice. And that's also why all the train stations are really nice and there's all the shopping, is that they allowed the train station people to like own the land and own the malls and everything, so that the train station itself is like, or the train company is incentivized to keep everything so nice because they basically want to keep everyone using the train stations, and then they go off the train stations and then they shop in the train station mall. So it actually, like, from a capitalist perspective, it's like the exact correct incentives were aligned for the Japanese trains.
And you think the commies are going to do any of this with their public transportation?
Of course fucking not. Of course not. It's so stupid.
They're all, the anti-capitalism is a like a brain disease. It's just so weird. They hate capitalism. They hate the idea of money or making money.
Mm-hmm.
It's weird. Especially now when we know so much about kind of the gamification of things. Capitalism is just a game for so many people.
It's true.
That so many people enjoy playing the get rich game.
I said, Sitch, you wouldn't even believe it till you travel there. It's true. Like, I would not have believed this. Like, me explaining it to you doesn't do justice. It is, I've never seen anything like it. It's fucking crazy and beautiful.
Sounds great.
Beautiful.
Sounds fantastic.
It is amazing. The Oceanist for $5 says, fun fact, the USSR tried to use nukes to make a canal. It worked as well as you could imagine, but yes, capitalism bad. What the fuck? Okay.
Well, I mean, a nuke too. Yeah, I don't know about that.
Mm-hmm.
It
Fat Brown
seems
Buffalo.
like you just make like a big hole in the middle.
Yeah, well, that's very strange. Why would you ever do that?
Seems like you need a conventional weapon, and you aim it kind of parallel to the ground, and you just keep firing until it gets to the other side, right?
There you go.
That would
actually,
work.
wait. Before we watch this, hold on. We should watch this too. Just kind of hammer in the retardation.
What the?
Of John Stewart.
Oh,
here. But here, wait, let me read this. Fat Brown Buffalo for $5 says, we need to get James O'Keefe in there to get Mamdani talking about his real plans for America. I agree, but I mean, listen, I'm about to play this clip. We don't even need to do that. Okay, he used to be very open about it. So, as you'll see. Squeeze Louise for $5 says, I think there's something wrong with YouTube. I was looking for episode 400 to re-listen to it, but for some reason, no results showed up. It's really odd. That damn YouTube, right? Hiding our episode 400. Like, can you believe that, Adam?
I keep trying. Sitch he's just immobile on the whole 400th episode thing.
Tobin Russell for $2 says, imagine if the DSA loses in the deep blue races. That'd be amazing. That'd be the best thing ever. I mean, I don't think they will, but that would be amazing.
The problem is, I think so many of these liberal, progressive people on the left are just as boomered out as Jon Stewart. They think they're voting for something completely different. Mamdani knows this. All these people know this. That's why they know these people are going to vote for them.
It's true. Yeah, it's 100% true.
It's insane. Yeah. They're not going to know till the mask comes completely off, and then they're going to be like, oh my God, I voted for that. It's the same thing with the decriminalizing, like shoplifting up to $1,000. What the fuck did they think was going to happen? You need a peer-reviewed study to find out, oh yeah, if you say people could shoplift up to $1,000 and it's a it's a misdemeanor. What do you think's going to happen, Sitch?
I mean, I'm going to get $999
Yes.
worth of stolen goods is what's going to happen.
Exactly. It's going to be crazy. They're just idiots. So many of them are idiots. They think, oh, people are basically good. I'm a good person, and look, and I'm an idiot. That's what they think.
One of the great problems I think in our society, and the boomers started this. I think John. I don't know if John. I think John is technically an Xer. I don't know if he's a boomer, but one of the great problems I think in our society was that the boomers, a lot of it was because of like the hippie revolution, all that shit. They kind of had like this. They developed this complex, I think, where they wanted to always be cool forever. I don't think the previous generation before the boomers had this idea.
No,
of,
not
like,
at all. Yeah.
I need to like be hip with the kids. I think
Yeah.
it's kind of the opposite. It was kind of like kids are fucking stupid.
Yeah.
I need to be an adult.
My generation is smart.
Yes.
Their generation sucks. Yeah.
Right.
There's definitely a divide. He is a boomer. I'm like an older Xer.
Okay.
And he's
okay, so
older
he's a
than me.
boomer.
So he's like
Interesting.
definitely a boomer. Yeah.
Right.
A real life boomer. I know everyone who's over 30 is called a boomer on the internet, but
Let's see. Yeah, it says the youngest boomer right now would be 62.
okay.
And John Stewart is 63. So he just made it. Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's a boomer. So yeah, he fits in this mold, perfectly. And so yeah, and this is such a problem because then they're forever stuck in this mindset of like, well, what are the kids doing? I gotta keep emulating the kids. Which, okay, if you're talking about entertainment, maybe it's not that big of a deal, right? But if you're talking about politics, kids are fucking stupid. You shouldn't be following what the kids are saying. Okay.
Yeah.
When it comes
not
to
at all.
politics. So gets you into trouble. This is where John's at the moment. He's too obsessed with this idea. I have to be hip. I have to be cool.
I think he wants to catch these girls in the changing room. I think
have to
that's
fuck
really
these
what's going on here.
socialist titties, yeah.
Yeah. So, which is just, so wrong.
Disgusting.
So fucking wrong.
Good feminist. Protorana for 20 New Zealand dollars. Thanks so much. Says, hey, fellas, it's been a week. How are we feeling about the Odyssey? Any changes in feelings? Hope everyone's having a productive capitalist week. S-class, maybe best class. But A-Team reigns supreme. Oh, look at that. Terrible.
I did not. I guess you weren't here for the poll.
No.
I mean, I haven't really thought about the Odyssey much. I mean, we talked about it last week. I think the discourse going on around the Odyssey is pretty much completely insane and totally divorced from reality.
I haven't really been tracking the discourse about it. I saw a lot of people were complaining about it. Well, I sense it's true. I saw Matt Walsh's criticism of it, which I thought was one of the stupidest things I've ever seen. But it's not surprising.
I avoided that shit because it just seems stupid.
It was weird for me to see Matt Walsh, who's like supposed to be so Christian, was like seemingly complaining that they Christianized the Odyssey.
Yeah.
Which you think he'd be in favor of, but okay.
It should be more might makes right. Conquest is good.
Right.
Don't feel guilty for anything.
I did download
Heads on pikes.
I did download the Audible version that Josh suggested last week. I haven't listened to it yet, and I should listen to it because supposedly there is a part in the original source material where Odysseus is like really struck tragically and emotional about the sacking of Troy and everything. So people kind of criticizing that, that seemed to be in source material. Yeah.
Oh wow!
I was curious to hear that.
I didn't know that.
The only thing I'll say, no, I haven't really been thinking about the movie that much. I mean, I still have the same feelings. I think it was okay. I think it could have been a lot better if they fixed the pacing, in my opinion. But the only thing I'll say other than that was weird when I saw people complaining about the movie was I saw a lot of people, I shouldn't say a lot of people, I saw some people who seemed to have unusual political opinions about this that were complaining that they didn't like the movie because it removed the glory of war, right? Because it focuses on PTSD and it's removing the glory of war. and all these like positive masculine things, and that you get from being in war.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought that was strange because whenever I'd see an X account that was complaining about that, I'd click on that X account.
All right.
And
they're like, we need to get out of Iran. What the
I would
fuck are we
scroll a
doing?
couple tweets down and they, oh my God, how dare America and Trump get us into some foreign war for Israel? How dare we be involved in some foreign conflict that has nothing to do with me? And I'm sitting here, I'm like, that's literally the plot of the fucking Iliad. Is a foreign king is forced, or in the Odyssey too, the foreign king forced Odysseus to take his people into a foreign war he had nothing to fucking do with whatsoever.
Yeah, that's in the movie.
That's the
They have
that's
to they have to draw
story.
lots to go
Yes.
to Troy and fight. Yeah.
That's the fucking the same, and those same people are crying. Like if it was the neocons, okay, if it was the neocons saying, "Oh, I don't like that," they removed the glory of war from the Odyssey movie, I'd say, okay, like that makes sense. Those people are very consistent in their worldview. But the people complaining about this, I'm like, okay, people just complain to complain. If that's a complaint, it doesn't make any fucking sense.
People are just deeply hypocritical, and it is kind of driving me crazy because I've seen that same kind of attitude. I'm just like, what?
I feel like that they're not just if you don't like the movie or don't like it because of like you don't like the casting and you don't like what that represents politically, like that's fine. Just say that. You don't need to have further opinions. You can just say that and then be done with it. And that's the problem is people keep wanting to feel like they have to keep adding to that.
Like there's this whole narrative that the movie's going to be a failure. I was trying to get IMAX tickets, like legitimate 70 millimeter IMAX tickets. And I was looking and they're fucking sold out. Everything but the first row for like weeks.
Right.
I went all the way out to when it's like not even showing anymore. And you can't get IMAX tickets at all.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, it's difficult for me to imagine that this is going to be some sort of financial flop. So,
well, no, obviously
that
it's
seems
not
to be
going
a
to be
super strong narrative.
Right. Obviously, everyone knows it's going to be very successful. So, it already is very successful. But
the other one that drives me crazy is the Nolan didn't have to cast these people to get nominated for the Academy Awards. Okay, like he could have all the diversity hires behind the camera, right? Not on screen, and still be nominated. And I'm like, you dumb fuck. The point is to win the Academy Award, not to get fucking nominated. You retard. And
That's
every
true.
single person in Los Angeles is one of these fucking far left progressive maniacs who are going to vote like crazy because of the diversity casting. So obviously he did it for the Academy Awards.
Yeah.
Like, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, that's what I said when we talked about it. I said, there's a strategy. I 100% believe they employ the strategy where they say, if we can piss off the right people on the internet to get them complaining about it.
Yes.
Like all the Hollywood establishment will come out, and not only will they, see the movie and they might like it because they might actually think it's a good movie, but they'll be like ideologically, they'll think it's like some sort of political statement now to go and see the movie and to support it.
Yeah, and to vote for it in the Academy when all the awards come up. So
yeah,
Nolan's not a fucking dumbass. He knows exactly what he's doing. Okay.
I mean, Nolan looked at well, maybe, I mean, they were filming the movie earlier, but it makes sense. Nolan looks at the reaction to, what was that fucking terrible Leonardo DiCaprio movie?
Oh, I know. One Battle After Another. I thought the same exact thing.
Yeah.
He was watching that going, he got a pretty, he's like, but look, I don't have to make a shitty movie. I could use what works here and actually make a good movie.
What if I make an actually decent movie, but also do the woke thing?
Exactly.
Devilishly devilish. How devilish of you, Seymour? Yes.
Exactly. I don't know how many he has, because evidently he got a bunch of Academy Awards for Oppenheimer too, which
right.
I was not thrilled with Oppenheimer. I thought Oppenheimer was kind of boring. That's another thing that's driving me crazy is all of the accusations that they're making of the Odyssey definitely apply to Oppenheimer, but nobody seemed to be making those when Oppenheimer came around, like boring, pretentious. That applies to Oppenheimer, but for some reason, Oppenheimer got caught up in the Barbenheimer thing and made it $1 billion, which is
there was
insane to me.
I mean, I don't remember there being some sort of like political woke casting conversation about Oppenheimer before it came out.
I mean, there's woke stuff in it, definitely, about, obviously they're covering the communists and shit.
No, but I mean, like, people, so much of it is like how the narrative is set before anyone actually sees it.
Nolan doesn't really come out and put his foot down in Oppenheimer and say like communism bad. It's really,
well, he's not gonna. That'd be a terrible decision to do in the communist Hollywood, right?
Of course, yeah, and obviously, I think he's in that movie is trying to have it both ways, where you can watch that movie, and if you think communism is bad, you're watching it going, oh, he really rips on the commies, and if you think communism is good, it's like you think, oh, he's really painting the commies in a good light here. Really is like freedom fighters, which is just kind of crazy. So, do you never saw Oppenheimer?
No, I never saw it. No.
I mean, I watched it in chunks because I was just like, oh my God, this movie.
I know, like, I saw the trailer and I don't know, didn't seem interesting to me at all. So I was just like, yeah.
There's some good parts, but I mean, I just watched it because I don't know. Nolan is, I think that's another thing that is driving me crazy. This narrative that if you like the movie, you're a Nolan fanboy. Like, people are just trying to rationalize why anyone could like this movie. Anything other than the fact that, it's a pretty compelling movie. So, but whatever.
I mean, yeah.
We're not getting.
Well, you're obviously not a Nolan fanboy. I mean, we had a very long conversation criticizing Tenet. So,
well, I liked Tenet a lot more than you.
Yep.
But I disliked.
You said I ruined it for you. You were like, damn it, son.
Well, the movie, it's just there's a part in the movie that kind of ruins it. You kind of got to like just winch your way through it. It's the scene when the lady is like, don't think about it too much.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Like the scenes where time is running forward and time is running backwards and the people are interacting. Just that is such a compelling like idea that I think it pulls a lot of weight in the movie Tenet. I do wish that there was a better way to ground that idea, so it wasn't in such.
So it made sense.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like if it was in kind of like a Matrix type world where they could just say, oh yeah, well this thing happens in the Matrix, then you'd be like, oh okay, well there's not this time element thing that just completely doesn't make sense, right?
Right.
And then you'd go with it. You'd be totally along for the ride. But in Tenet, it's just not.
Yeah.
But anyway, we can move on. Enough movie talk.
Okay. Yeah, let's see what Zoran is saying before he's ever running for office here.
The purpose is about this entire project. It's not simply to raise class consciousness, but to win socialism. And obviously raising class consciousness is a critical part of that. But making sure that we have candidates that both understand that and are willing to put that forward at every which moment that they have, at every which opportunity that they're given. We have to continue to elect more socialists, and we have to ensure that we are unapologetic about our socialism. There are also other issues that we firmly believe in, whether it's BDS, right, or whether it is the end goal of seizing the means of production, where we do not have the same level of support at this very moment. And what I want to say is that it is critical that in the way that we organize, in the way that we set up our work and our priorities, that we do not leave any one issue for the other, that we do not meet a moment and only look at what people are ready for, but that we are doing both of these things in tandem. Because it is critical for us to both meet people where they're at and to also organize for what is correct and for what is right, and to ensure that over time we can bring people to that issue. The ramifications of victory here is the difference between life and death for so many of our brothers, sisters, and family beyond the binary across this borough of Queens. It's the difference between having cash bail anymore or not. It's the difference between having sex work be decriminalized and not. And with every battle that we fight as socialists, we need to remember what the stakes are and ground ourselves in them, and why those stakes are important and critical to us as individuals.
He says like 25 things in here. Like like anyone interviewing this guy with some balls would break those 25 things up into questions and ask him directly, do you denounce this? Have you changed your position on this?
Yep.
You know, fucking cash
To
bail.
elect more socialists.
Yeah.
Decriminalizing sex work, no cash bail. See, he says, listen to this.
BDS.
BDS, yeah. Listen to this one more time.
And we
Seize the
have
means
to
of production.
Yes.
ensure that we are unapologetic about our socialism. There are also other issues that we firmly believe in, whether it's BDS, right, or whether it's the end goal of seizing the means of production, where we do not.
Yeah, right there.
The
Fucking
end
that's
goal. So while Jon Stewart, the doddering old fucking fool, is sitting here yucking up like, you just want to seize the means of production. Meanwhile, a clip of him literally saying, well, that's the end goal. Seize the means of production. God, what if, John, you fucking retard.
Here's Morgan would play these clips and go, do you still want to do that? Do you
Yes.
still want to seize the means of production?
Yeah, what does that mean when you say that's the end goal? What does that look like in New York City?
Yeah. Oh man, it's so insane.
Yep.
He wants to throw the landlords out. He really does. I mean, I want affordable housing for people. I'm always an advocate for more affordable housing, but I just think you've got to build more housing. And the way that you do that is you incentivize people who have the resources to spend those resources building more housing.
Mhm.
And rent control is not how you do that. Rent control is how you do the opposite. I mean, you're going to have landlords sell their buildings at a loss just so they can get the fuck out of there. It's going to be great for me because they're going to dump all their money in the stock market. Stocks are going to go up big, like other asset classes are going to go up. Maybe they'll buy some gold. Gold will go up, right? But the state is going to take over those buildings. Now, do you think the state is going to do a better job? The state who builds all these housing projects that turn out to be the ghettos in every single city. You've heard people say the projects, right, Sitch? The projects. When people are talking about going to the projects, are they ever talking about going to some nice place? When they say that we're going to the projects.
Yeah. The nice projects, right? It's a nice project. That's what it means, right?
No.
Oh,
The
okay.
nice projects do not exist.
Oh,
Right?
okay.
You're going to turn every one of these buildings, or probably run down shitholes, because turning a profit as a building is probably pretty. I don't know what the profit margins are, but they're probably pretty slim already.
Mhm.
Look, if they're insane profit margins, maybe you could do something, but turning those buildings over to the state and thinking the state is going to do a better job. It's not only that, like all these people, they think that the world needs to run outside of this greed paradigm, but then they start these NGOs, like the NGOs in Southern California, to deal with homelessness, and greed still works its way in. All these people end up stealing all the money, and no one solves the actual problem.
Mhm.
So the idea that you're not going to get that you're just going to poured in some other kind of landlord, some city manager that is going to get filthy rich somehow or other, it's crazy. Guy's a fucking insane maniac. Oh no.
Sam just sent me this clip here.
Oh nice. Let's
see. Seems like a nice. This is some DSA. The DSA co-chair went on Fox News.
look at the policy proposals from the Democratic Socialists of America. One-on-one with a DSA national co-chair.
Let's see. Let's see what
Megan
she has
Romer.
to say here. Yeah.
How come she's
or
not a
just a blue
producer
close-
on Jon Stewart's show?
That's a great fucking question. Why is she not a producer on Jon Stewart's show?
I mean, I could give you a guess. I could answer to guess.
I don't know. I couldn't tell you.
It's a mystery.
It's a mystery. We might never know.
a blue coastal phenomenon. Okay, so we're going to put up on the screen a few of the things that are part of your platform, and I want to ask you, just give me sort of a true or false on these. Abolish the Senate.
True.
Okay, replace the presidency and Supreme Court as we now know them.
Yep.
Abolish ICE.
Absolutely.
Abolish borders and give amnesty to anyone currently in the U.S. illegally.
As a long-term plan, yep.
Defund the Pentagon.
Absolutely.
Definitely.
Abolish prisons, at least in large part.
Yeah, again, that as part of a long-term program, yeah.
Okay, so no prisons. Government or public ownership of most large corporations.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so then let's go back through some of those then. Abolish the Senate.
That 10% stake that Trump took in Intel. She wants to take 100% stake in all of the S&P 500.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But there it is. I mean, John Stewart's like,
it's bonkers.
I like that John Stewart's
bonkers.
I'm just sitting here asking Mamdani questions. I don't know what's true. I don't know. Is there no way to figure out what they actually stand for? There's absolutely no way. Meanwhile, Fox News is just asking some co-chair, like, "Hey, do you support all this stuff?" Oh, of course we do. Of course we do.
You got the skirt at Fox News, got through it in like 30 seconds.
I know. God, so retarded.
Very telling. Very telling of the boomer mentality over the Jon Stewart show. Oh my God.
There are people who are in the Senate now who are very supportive of DSA. They lose their seats?
Well, the Senate is an anachronistic institution. It comes from the British House of Lords. It is made to protect power for, the Senate was part of the system that was made to make sure that the people didn't have too much of a say. So we want to expand Congress significantly, but make it a unicameral legislature.
Okay, and without the presidency and Supreme Court, so abolish ICE, would there be any enforcement of immigration laws, or with abolishing the border, we're not enforcing immigration laws, they go away?
Yeah, so again, this is part of this longer term plan, and part of it
But if you can get there.
Yeah, I mean, if we can get to the place where the U.S. is not destabilizing countries in order to mine them for resources, there will be signitigantly less migration.
What do you say to those, though, that would potentially destabilize the U.S.? Because there's only so much the economy.
So this is like the genius thing of like, oh, listen, we're going to put into place all these perfect social programs so no one wants to commit crimes anymore, right? We're going to put into place, like, if America just stops being bad across the world, immigrants are not going to want to come to our country, which just seems a little contradictory, right, to some extent. But okay.
Well, it's ridiculous to think that the security state of other nations has anything to do with the United States. We're not in charge of their central government. We're not in charge of their security forces. People are coming here because they don't feel safe in the country they live in.
No, but all those countries, Adam, they're only that way because of America.
That's the ridiculous part.
Yes.
They're that way because they don't have a strong central government that puts the criminals in jail. The same thing you don't want to do. Mm-hmm. That's why they suck. Abolishing the prisons is the best way to stop people from wanting to come here. You're going to turn America into a hellhole. No one will want to come here.
So supposedly Mamdani spoke at some mosque and sat through Friday prayers where the imam prayed for the killing of non-Muslims by the sword of Muhammad. That's great.
This just happened?
Yes.
Is this his Reverend Wright moment?
I mean, well, no, like it just happened though. It wasn't like some past thing.
Oh, it was a long time ago. Yeah.
No, he just did it.
Yeah.
While he's mayor.
Reverend Wright was like, Obama sat through this preacher's talks that were kind of race baity.
Yeah.
Decades ago, and they gave him a hard time about it when he was running for president. But
he wasn't president at the time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Donnie's mayor. He's sitting through this. Yeah. So.
Yeah. No, that's bad. Obviously.
Great. Wonderful. Okay.
I love that Fox News is just coming out here and displaying the retards for everyone to see. But no one on the left believes Fox News. No one on the left watches Fox News. They think Fox News is just propaganda. So you'll have the Jon Stewarts of the world still voting for these DSA members.
Of course.
Yeah.
I want to hear the end of this though. This is fun.
In order to mine them for resources, there will be significantly less migration.
What do you say to
if we
those,
are
though,
not
that would potentially destabilize the U.S.? Because there's only so much the economy can bear, and when you have a flood of people coming in, it might not work out economically, according to a lot of analyses, if you just open up the borders and there's no enforcement at all.
Well, we're not saying open the borders tomorrow. We're saying rebuild
But
an economy
eventually.
and a society that works for everyone. And the open borders is part of a longer-term international plan that involves us stopping destabilizing countries. Most people who are coming to this country are coming as economic refugees, and we destabilized their country. We did that.
Well, a lot of
Right. But these people just fucking hate America. They just really hate every problem is America's fault. Every country in the entire world that some immigrants coming here because they're from a poor country. Well, that's America's fault. That's the thing too. That's part of why they're in favor of it. They don't care if people come to America, I think, and harm the country because they're like, well, we kind of deserve it.
Yeah, of
We
course.
kind of deserve it. It's like revenge.
It's a mixed bag. We've done some good. We've done some bad. So
Sure, but it's
definitely
like
a mixed bag.
But it's just so funny because like a lot of the bad stuff we did, it's like, oh well, you toppled their government in 1950. Okay, 70 years ago, you cooed their government. It's like, okay, well, it's been 70 years. I think there comes a time, right, where you have to say you have to take responsibility for yourself. Okay.
Well, I think NAFTA put a lot of their farmers out of business. I do hear complaints about that.
Well, what? So we're not allowed to have trade deals with our closest neighbors.
If a
behest of some
trade
other
deal
country?
completely destroys some industry, I mean, the reason why we're sensitive to that. We have trade deals where we're like, we make a trade deal that's going to eviscerate our auto industry. We don't want that. That's
Yeah, but
gonna
I'm
be
saying
like
like
fucking-
if we make some trade deal through NAFTA with Canada or Mexico, and we make a trade deal that's like shitty for the American people, and it's good for Mexico or Canada, and then it's also shitty for some farmers in South America, right? Then I'd be like, okay, well, that's terrible. But if we make some trade deal that's good for American consumers and also good for our neighbors, but it hurts and harms the economy of some other country, I mean, sorry. Like, what are we supposed to do? We're supposed to like shoot ourselves in the foot for someone else's sake?
No, look,
No.
America first, right?
America first.
I just,
I mean, I don't know the deal. I obviously have to look into whatever deals you're talking about. I'm not familiar. So
yeah, the way foreign aid usually works, as laid out by Selectorate theory, is that we are making a deal. Our political apparatus is making a deal with the elites in other countries who a lot of times the deal is you're going to subjugate your working class and we're going to get a lot of benefits from you subjugating your working class. Like that's the deal. And that's not really, I mean, I get why people don't like that. I don't like that. I don't want to think that we're fucking over another country. But I'm one of those people that actually believes America can do its own shit. We don't need to subjugate other countries to have a thriving economy. So, but a lot of people don't believe that. So they're like, we need the cheap labor. They have to subjugate them. How are we going to have cheap fucking Chinese goods unless that happens?
True.
So, but I do think that's how these people have a little bit of pull, because they turn that into, everything America does is bad and
Of
terrible
course,
for the
yeah.
world. Yeah. That's why I said it. Like it's a mixed bag.
Yes, all good propaganda is going to have some kernel of truth in it somewhere that they're going to use to kind of sucker you in, and then they go in a crazy direction.
If we're trading with other capitalist democracies where the public has a lot of political power, like Japan, right? They're not going to be able to fuck over their working class in the same way other countries are, right? So we're kind of, those I believe are situations where you can really come to this win-win sort of arrangement that you're hinting at, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you can't really come to that sort of arrangement in situations where you have a country that is mostly, like, there is no middle class. It's poor people and rich people, right? Because you're making a deal with the rich people, oftentimes to subjugate the poor people. And the poor people have no political way to change things because they're not a democracy, right?
True.
So
That's
I think,
all true.
but this is why we want to foster more democracies. But look, the world is a messy place, and if we need some sort of natural resource because we can't produce it at home, which again, I often contest that because America's big enough, we should be able to produce everything at home. So it's more a product of, we're just going to be lazy. It's easier for us to go to these rich elites over here in this country, and they can subjugate their lower classes to give us that natural resource. And it's sort of a product of us being lazy than anything.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, when that happens, it gives these DSA people power. And that's really what I don't like.
True.
You know, if you look at data, the Center for Immigration Studies says right now the households here in the U.S. that are headed up by people who are here illegally, nearly 61% of them are on some type of government or welfare program here in the U.S. Can we afford to do that? I mean, at some point you run out of resources.
Well, right now we make it very difficult for people to participate in society in such a way that they can avoid using services. So we want people to be able to work and live and go to school and actually participate, which means contributing to society and also getting what they need from society. It's a collective choice we can all make.
So if we talk about abolishing prisons, then does that make society?
So basically what she said is, well, just make them all citizens, or make it, get rid of the border so anyone can come to the country. So there's actually nothing that, like, because, normally you get in trouble if you hire an illegal person to work for you, right? So you have to do it under the
jobs
table.
are a resource.
Yeah, you have to do it under the table, or they have to have like a fake social security number, or you have to do something, right? Which is part of obviously why, people are able to pay them less and take advantage of both them and the American workforce by, paying this illegal labor. And her response is, well, to just make it so that they're all legal. That's how you solve that problem. Just make them all legal, baby.
Easy fix, right?
Yeah, easy fix.
Better. I mean, is there anybody that should be incarcerated? I mean, rapists, child predators, murderers?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so the long-term plan, when we think about most people who are in prison, they are mostly in prison for crimes of poverty. But that's
not what I'm talking about.
Did you know that? I didn't know that. Most people are in prison for crimes of poverty. What the fuck does that mean? What the fuck do you mean, you dumb retard?
I wish we could just teach crime causes poverty in public schools, and we could just hammer that into school children's heads. Crime causes poverty, because they instinctively on the left hate poverty. And if you could just get this meme inside their heads,
It's interesting. Yeah,
that it's the crime that's causing the poverty, instead of them thinking, oh, the poverty leads to the crime. And what causes the poverty is capitalism, right? You wouldn't have all these anti-capitalists running around, right? They'll never agree to that meme, though, because in order to logically understand how crime causes poverty, you have to explain how capitalism is good.
Of course.
Because the crime is what raises the cost of doing business and drives the businesses out of these areas, or drives prices up, or turns neighborhood. You have to admit that when capitalism leaves the neighborhood, that's when the neighborhood becomes a shithole.
Mm-hmm.
And they can't fathom that. They can't fathom that. It's so strange. Anti-capitalism really is like the cancer. It is the cancer of society.
I don't remember who I was listening to somebody a few days ago, and they said that Marxism is a religion for atheists.
Oh yeah, that's true.
He said Marxism. I think specifically said Marxism is the religion for the overproduced elite atheist, and I was like, Jesus, it's 100% correct.
Yeah,
it's 100% correct. I mean, they know what you're saying on some level. That's why their answer to that is like, well, that's why you just have to have the government go in and like force the businesses into the area, essentially.
It's so, yeah, this is why it always leads to authoritarianism, right? Because they think they have a carrot, and I'm like, no, you have a fucking turd. No, that like you're not
turd
enticing.
and a stick. There's no carrot.
Yeah, you don't have any incentive. You don't even understand how incentives work. You don't understand, like, people want to be rich. They want to be successful. Everyone has that desire.
Mm-hmm.
It's insane. It's insane.
I'm talking about the really,
yeah,
like the
I hear
murderers
you.
and
So
rapists of the
when
world.
so when we get rid of this need for crimes of poverty to exist, when we get rid of that destabilizing force that creates so many people who are living in desperate situations and doing desperate things, that brings those numbers down to very small numbers, and then we can collectively decide what we do with those people. I suspect it won't look like the prison system as we know it today.
Okay, but you do think some people need to be.
You should read that. She should read that book, The Murder Next Door. That will totally change your mind on crime. Like, most crime is because of relationships and like mate guarding and jealousy and
of course,
stealing other people's women or men.
They're all blank slaters though, so they're going to say that there's no, like, the only reason people feel that way is because of the patriarchy or something retarded.
Right? Yeah. Polyamory will just erase all of that jealousy.
Of course, yeah.
That'll make all that crime go away.
Well, also, I like that this belief here, like abolishing prisons, which is a very radical idea. She's like, well, I believe that if we do this, then that will fix that problem. It's like, there's not a lot of confidence in that answer, right? It's like, oh, okay.
No, none at all.
Locked away from society.
Some people are not able to be functional members of society. That's true. But what does that look like to keep the rest of us safe? You know, we're talking about safety. We're not talking about punishment. We're talking about making sure that we're safe, everybody's safe, everybody maintains their dignity, and everybody maintains their humanity.
Okay, so much more to discuss. I hope that you will come back, especially.
Yeah, the people who break into your house and like murder you, we need to really worry about their dignity.
Yeah,
that's why I fucking hate these people, man. I hate them with every fiber of my being.
Mm-hmm.
These people have never been preyed upon. Have never been really preyed upon. Yeah, they've never been fucked over, royally fucked over on purpose by another human being.
Mm-hmm.
That changes you. Fucking changes you. Yeah.
So,
oh God.
Okay, so we can done with this clip. So, friend of the channel, our good friend. Some of you do not like him very much. Dev, my good friend Dev. I love Dev. Dev posted on. So he was responding to Hasan. Hasan was crying, saying
he's still going back and forth with Hasan.
Yeah. So there's a clip of Hasan where Hasan is saying that the Constitution sucks and we should just get rid of the Constitution. He says like he wipes his ass of the Constitution, right? That's been making the rounds.
Okay.
So Hasan's response to that is, liberals on this website are actively posting out of context clips of me with the hopes that Fox News picks them up. They're temporarily embarrassed MAGA. Okay. So he's claiming that this is
Hasan made this claim?
Yes, he's claiming that him saying that the Constitution sucks and he wipes his ass with it is, it's all out of context, of course, obviously, right?
Of course, yeah. What is the problem? Oh, he was out of toilet paper and
yes,
he was in a museum that only had Constitution toilet paper.
Of course, yeah. So then Dev quote tweets this, and he has the God of War meme that's got Kratos looking up, and Dev wrote out, "Trump, deport Hasan and my life is yours."
Oh man, that's pretty good.
That's a good meme. That's a good meme. So Hasan was very upset by it.
Wow.
And
Really?
so, yes. So he very triggered by this quote tweeted Dev, and he said he has an old meme. I don't know when it was, but it's a meme of Dev, and it's got the Invincible meme where it's got like the racial epithets for white people, Mayo Monkey, Cracker, and Omni Man. You know, he's got the N-word on him, and he says, "Look at what they need to mimic a fraction of our power." And Dev posted that, and Hasan reposts that. He's like digging up this fucking tweet from Dev, and he's like, "These guys present themselves as liberals who are anti-MAGA, but they're absolutely closer to MAGA than they are to left. They will collaborate with the right to purge the left, not realizing they will be next."
Wow. So now he's going at, look, wasn't Hasan trying to bring Dev into the socialist fold?
He did, and then Dev very directly told him to fuck off, and I think that triggered the shit out of him.
And
So,
now he's coming after him. Now
Yeah,
he's
he's coming
like,
after him.
fuck you.
calling
How
him a
dare
racist.
you?
He made a joke about the N-word. Oh my god.
How dare you? Look at this. Hasan's fighting with Dev. This is
know.
crazy.
And it's funny too, because like I don't even know, like where do you find that tweet? I'm pretty sure it was like an old tweet from Dev too.
Dev should try to get a conversation with Hasan. Maybe he'll do it. Maybe he'll go on his stream.
No, he won't. He won't.
Maybe
He
Dev can
should.
go
I mean,
on
you're
his
right.
stream.
He should try. He should 100% try, but he would not do the conversation with Dev.
He should just say it to my face. I'll come on your stream right now.
I'll say the N-word right now. I'm Canadian. What are you gonna do? Well, actually, that's probably worse. He's probably
Canadian's
arrested.
worse. What are you
Yeah,
talking
never mind.
about?
What am I saying?
They'll throw him in prison for life.
That's true. That's true.
He says the N-word on a stream.
It's a good point.
That's like a hate crime.
That's
it's like
good
a
point.
10-year prison sentence.
Yep. So there you go. Well, good for you, Dev. Like you picking fights with Hasan.
Yeah, no, that's great.
Beautiful.
Maybe Dev can win our audience back.
Yes, definitely.
That's definitely a step in the right direction.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I guess we'll watch some of the super long interview now, even though it's
Back
even
to
though
the
it's
Hunter
late.
Biden.
Yes. I mean, we don't
You
have
said
to.
you want to.
It's up to you.
Well, maybe I'll search for the clips where Hunter Biden is like soying out.
The whole thing, I feel like Hunter Biden's soying out.
Yeah, this is like the weakest Hunter Biden performance.
I mean, this is a very weak Hunter Biden performance. That's why I didn't really have time codes. Because it's like the whole thing is just Hunter Biden coming off is like super boomery, doesn't really understand the conversation, doesn't really understand the current political environment for young people, doesn't understand how to push back effectively or really at all in against basically white nationalism or racism, to any capacity other than just classic boomer talking points. And they let Nick get away. It's crazy because he and the host in this conversation, they just let Nick get away with everything. Like Nick does the total Hasan Zoran Mamdani technique where when he's talking to them, he's all like, "Oh, I'm just like a kid. When I was saying all those things that you didn't like, I was just some young kid. And, I was crazy when I was young and blah, 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 blah." And then now, fortunately, like whoever edited this, I don't really know anything about Andrew Callahan at all, but whoever edited this, they actually dug up a bunch of clips of Nick saying insane shit. So you would have like
Context,
Nick.
yeah.
Yeah. So like Nick is saying like, "Oh, I was just like a kid." Now they kind of fucked up because they didn't have a timestamp. Because it's like the same time code where, the same time that Nick is talking about he's just a kid and he was just saying these crazy comments to be kind of edgy and he doesn't say them anymore because he thinks being edgy is cringe now. And then it cuts to a clip of him saying that like all black people should be in prison for the most part and Jews are controlling America. He said that last year. It's not like he's making it seem like, 10 years ago, I just got out of college, saying edgy things. And it's like, no, you're literally just saying this stuff last year. You're saying this stuff a couple months ago. Now, suddenly he's talking to Hunter Biden and he's like, "Oh, well, I mean, I'm just an edgy boy. Okay, I was just an edgy boy. I'm just trying to understand the plight here."
Yeah, I've changed. I've moved on. I'm ready for mainstream America.
So very,
I'm a Kamala voter now.
very pathetic showing, honestly, from Hunter. And then he's like, oh, he wants to have the conversation because Nick Fuentes says that he is anti-Trump now and he wants everyone to vote. He wants his audience to vote Democrat. And Hunter thinks that this is somehow good for the Democrats or something. He doesn't understand that like what's going on here. That a big reason he's pushing for this is because he wants to show that he is a force in which the Republicans have to court. Right? The same way that Hasan in the far left is trying to show the Democrats and has to some extent some of these primaries that they have to be courted. And so Nick's doing the same thing. He's like, you have to court me. But Hunter Biden doesn't really understand what the fuck's going on in this conversation. Harrison Dill.
Do you use the app at all? Do you use the YouTube app?
On my phone, yeah.
Yeah. Because now you can ask the AI questions about the videos.
Yes.
So you can say like, where does Hunter Biden talk about progressive policies? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I was going to see what it said.
I don't know if I was going to give you.
Where does Hunter Biden sway out the most? I was trying to make it a little more pointed. But it is interesting that the AI is like everywhere now. People keep saying that AI is a bubble, that the whole stock market is going to crash because the AI bubble. And I keep thinking, what the fuck are you talking about? Like it seems like the thirst and the usefulness of AI is just growing. This is why they're trying to build all those data centers.
Yeah.
Because they're like, fucking, this is going to be off the charts.
I get the concern of the bubble would be, well, it would be, are all these, because there's all these different AI companies, right? And are they going to all succeed, or is like one of them going to succeed and like all the rest are going to explode? So, I mean, there was a big thing about how OpenAI is like hugely unprofitable, right?
OpenAI?
Like their financials got leaked, I thought. And they're like doing horrible, like they're losing like billions of dollars or something.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that's the thing. Like the compute is you can use a compute for any kind of product or service that you want, right?
Mm-hmm.
And which products and services people are going to actually want and adopt, who knows, right? That's kind of the game that companies are trying to play. You don't necessarily know who's going to win that game.
Right.
But the people who own the data centers they have like the raw computing power. They're going to win no matter what. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
They're totally going to win.
No, that's true. Unless like there's come up with some way to completely do this without so everyone can compute on their own, right? Which, I mean, as of now, doesn't seem to be the case. So
Tesla's, or I don't know if it's Tesla or SpaceX. Obviously, it's the Elon Musk company. He's renting. I think it's SpaceX. He's renting out the spare capacity that he has now for the data centers he's built to other companies and just making tons of money renting out the capacity. But sooner or later, he's going to use that capacity himself to be like the brains of the self-driving car ecosystem.
Right, right.
So he needs that computer capacity. Right now, he's building self-driving cars that will need more and more. Every time one of those things goes online, it needs processing power, right?
Mm-hmm.
So as the fleet grows, he's going to need that processing power. But while he's not using it, he's like, I'm just going to lease it out to these. I think it's Anthropic, the people who own Claude.
Right.
He's just giving them computing power because they're using it for all these agents and shit.
Well,
but look, they're gonna have to buy it from someone else. Like if the self-driving cars took off immediately, they'd be shit out of luck. They'd have to shut down Claude. Everyone would be like, "No, I'm paying thousands of dollars for Claude to whatever build my website."
Mm-hmm.
I can't imagine there being. I can't imagine there being compute power that is like, nobody needs this compute power.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, like the problem, I guess, in terms of like the bubble thing, because people, I think, take it the wrong way. A lot of people who just don't like AI are talking about the AI bubble because they're interpreting this incorrectly. Like when we talked about like the internet.com bubble, okay, obviously now we can look back. It'd be foolish to say, oh, well, when the internet bubble popped, no one cared about, like the internet went away. Did that happen? No, obviously not. The internet is bigger than it's ever been, and the internet continues to grow. The problem with the internet, the .com bubble, was that there was too much spending on certain things before they were necessarily ready to utilize the internet to the capacity that we're utilizing it right now.
Correct,
That's what caused the .com bubble. It was like everyone's like rushing for this innovation before it actually was in a state that maybe it could have been profitable at the time that they were rushing towards it. And like, so you could theoretically, you got the same thing with the AI problems where like everyone's rushing towards it. And even if there is an AI bubble and some sort of stock crash because of it, like 10 years after that, AI is going to be bigger than ever. It's still going to be fucking everywhere. It's not going to go away. So I think people are kind of taking the wrong thing away from the AI crash, or the potential AI crash, I should say.
Yeah. Yep.
Harrison Dill for $5 says Sitch can't get his hair cut because if he does, he will lose his strength and power. You know what? That's a good point. I should be telling Sam this. Okay. You think it's a coincidence that a woman named Sam is trying to get me, a Jew, to cut my hair? What's going on there? Okay. Obviously, this is some sort of simulation winking at me scenario. Sam is trying to steal my power. Messy Tenant for $2 says it's good for the common good to eat corpse starch. Delicious. Terrible. Fat Brown Buffalo for $5 says, on the topic of Mamdani movies, did you guys know that Ryan Long did a street interview of Mamdani back in 2020 about Ghostbusters? I did not. Did Mamdani like the all-female Ghostbusters? Or did he call it woke? That's the real question. Margin for $5 says, am I the only one who hates the put on smile Zoran puts on with obvious calculation? Also, I hope Werewolf is good. I need some S-tier millennial writing.
You are not the only one. That smug smile fucking drives me crazy. Oh, it's so bad.
Mm-hmm. I haven't seen the trailer for Werewolf. So, but yeah. It is very obnoxious. Oceans for $2 says the consequence of decreasing literacy rates. True. See, that's the real thing. We're also worried about the AI bubble, Adam. We should be worried about like the reading bubble. We have an entire generation of kids that are like retarded or more retarded than normal. And that is what I do worry about with AI there used to be a time, probably a lot more for you, Adam, than for me, where you probably like had 20 to 30 different phone numbers memorized, right?
Oh, fuck yeah.
Yeah. You knew all these different phone numbers.
I mean,
and
all
then
my
now,
pals' numbers.
How many phone numbers do you know? How many phone numbers do you have memorized now?
I had a rotary phone. Sometimes I think about all the time.
You had a rotary phone?
On that fucking rotary phone.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Terrible.
I had an old-timey rotary phone.
Terrible.
That I would dial on.
That's crazy.
I was kind of one of the last people to get a cell phone too. A lot of people like had cell phones, and I was like just not really down with the cell phone.
Like, it's so bad. I don't even like, the only phone numbers I have memorized are the phone numbers that I had memorized as a kid before I had a cell phone. Like, I don't have Sam's number memorized because it's in my phone. So, and it's the same thing like GPS. Like, yeah, GPS definitely makes it so you don't really have to like know the layout of the city you live in the way that you used to. You know, humans, we are kind of evolved this way that we're not going to, unless we force ourselves to, we're not going to waste energy and mental space learning things that we don't feel like we need to learn. And that's probably, well, it can be bad because you can actually see, like, if you're not using certain parts of your brain, it will actually like deflate, kind of like, be taken over for other things because you're not really using those parts of your brain to some capacity. And I do worry that that's kind of the problem with a lot of the AI stuff, is that a lot of kids, if they grow up with AI, it's like, are they really, how much thinking are they going to really do? And how much thinking are they just going to be reliant on the AI to tell them stuff? Because I remember myself, when I used to have to do research for things, it was like it'd be hours and hours of like trying to find the right information. It'd be very difficult. I had to do so much work. And like literally now I could fucking type in the ChatGPT, like, can you find me XYZ? And like, it's not always going to be right, but like 7 out of 10 times it's going to find what I want. It's going to find the source that I want. And yeah, it makes me lazier. It definitely makes me lazier. Because I'm like, well, I'll just ask ChatGPT to find it for me. Why do I have to do the work? So I don't know.
I think it's
strange
so
times.
much better though. I would always have the experience of having to call all over the place for some kind of supplies for fixing a car or some art project.
Oh, that's a
I was
good point.
working on,
Yeah.
or driving all over the place looking to see if this place had it or this place had it. And all of that is done from the comfort of my computer now in a way that's just, oh my God, I think of all the time I wasted driving all over the place. I mean, that's got to be helpful for climate change, right? You don't have people getting in their cars, driving all over the place looking for shit. Like, it's so much more efficient just to order whatever you want and have it delivered. It's fucking insane.
Yeah, I'm glad that
level.
I'm glad you brought that up, because I mean, you exposed that, this is my own boomer mentality of my little rant I just gave, because like I'm looking at it from the perspective of a millennial who in his, adult life had the internet. And for people that are older than me, they're like, well, switching from having to call around or do all these things, like that was a lot of work. Switching from that to just the ease of the internet, even pre-AI, like is such an easier thing to do.
Yeah.
And I remember thinking about this when I was learning to edit and stuff back in college. You would see how back in the day, before you had nonlinear computer film editing, you literally had to film shit on actual film, and you had to look at the film once it was developed through like these like little lens, like little viewfinder things, and you had to physically cut the film for the take that you wanted. You had to look through a little fucking viewfinder, see the take that you wanted through this stupid little viewfinder, and physically cut the film with scissors and like tape it or glue it together.
Which I've done.
Right.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at this and I'm like, if this is how film editing worked, I would never edit anything in my entire life. This is like the biggest fucking insane hassle of all time. And it's the same thing, my parents would tell me, when they were in college, they had to use typewriters, and you type something wrong, well, get the fucking whiteout or redo the entire fucking page. There's no backspace. Right?
I always had my mom type my papers up. She could type 140 words a minute. It was like she just
nice
jackhammer that
right
typewriter.
Yeah. And I'm sure you could have boomer Sitch, like the older boomer Sitches saying like, oh, when we're switching from analog film editing to digital film editing, or we're switching from typewriters to computers, maybe some boomer Sitch would be like, oh, well, maybe we're losing something because we're switching from this more complicated hard work thing to an easier thing. Maybe we're losing something. Maybe we didn't lose anything at all.
No,
so
you're saving time.
Yeah, maybe it's all for the benefit. So maybe my concerns about AI and losing and people being stupider and things being too easy, maybe that's just the complaints that the old have been saying about the new for all of human history, and maybe it's nothing to worry about.
The thing about the AI is that you have to know the questions to ask. And you have to have some level of competency to be able to know the questions to ask. Well, look, sometimes I ask some questions and the AI gives me some insight that I didn't even know about.
Right.
I mean, I've been having conversations with the AI about like interest rates and shit like that. So,
interesting. Well, we'll see. We'll see if the boomer Sitch is correct or the enlightened new young Sitch is correct. I don't, to be honest, I don't actually know. I could see good arguments in both directions of it being the Wall-E future or being the Star Trek future. I don't really know where we're headed.
I mean, it would be interesting to see people who just don't know anything about anything interacting with the AI. Like, I do think the kind of AI therapist is dangerous. And there's obviously a lot of stories that are coming out from people who the AI is kind of leaning into their psychosis and making it worse.
Right.
I'm only ever using it to learn things, right?
Yeah, that's
like
you.
I think I always wanted to do, like, people always talk in investing about the yield curve. I never really had a good grasp of the yield curve. And so I just had AI explain it to me. And it's so nice to be able to ask like follow-up questions.
Yeah.
So you can have a little conversation with the AI, and now I know all about the yield curve. It's great.
Well,
what do you know about the yield curve?
I don't know anything about the yield
Fucking
curve.
nothing, right?
No.
You
I
don't even know
either.
what to conceptualize in your brain about the yield curve.
Wasn't that the
I got a
curve that
little
shows
map.
how much grains you yield every year that you have to use to pay the peasants?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what the yield curve is, right?
The yield curve is like when a woman unbuttons her blouse.
How much do you lean into the socialist titty?
It's like how many buttons does it take
Yes.
to yield the kind of curve that you're
Right. Well, I guess the difference is, you know, what you're saying about like asking the AI. I think a lot of it's going to have to do with, there could be like a lost generation, because I think a lot of it's going to have to do with how much, like, our schools have to be prepared for this, because the problem is you could have the AI is structured in such a way, and I would do this 100% if I was in school now. Okay, don't get me wrong. I did not want to do any homework or any of that shit. I would take my homework and I would just ask like the questions to the AI and try to copy paste that information down. And, you know, I try to like maybe rewrite it a little bit just so it doesn't, you know, set off the alarm bells. But that's all I would try to do. And when you do that, you're not learning anything.
No,
whatsoever.
those people are, yeah.
Right. And you're not, because
that is happening now.
Right. So, but that's the concern, is because then you're not even, it has nothing, like, then you're not even asking, you don't even have to know enough to ask the right questions, because you're being basically, you're fed the questions by the school. So school's gonna have to figure out a way to get around this or to solve this problem, so that kids actually do have to fucking learn how to use their brains and figure shit out.
I did put a short script into one of the AIs and asked for feedback, and the thing did give me good feedback.
Oh, interesting.
Which, yes, there were a few notes that I thought, okay, well, that is a good idea, and I could implement that note. But I would never. Well, the thing is, as in screenwriting, the most difficult part is creating the first shitty draft and giving yourself permission to just write garbage, because the writing is done in the editing. But the thing with AI is AI can pump out garbage in no time at all.
Oh, yeah.
So it seems to me leaning on the AI for that first shitty draft, I mean, you save a massive amount of time doing that.
Well, that's the problem. Yeah, that's
but the AI is never going to be able to put out a finished draft that's at all competent.
Well, maybe not never. Right?
No, not. I'm just talking now. Maybe like in the future,
Gotcha.
maybe it does. Yeah.
Yeah.
But at this point.
Mm-hmm. No, I mean, I agree with what you're saying 100%. Like, because I was playing around with AI too, trying to like do some writing stuff. And it was like, I noticed that sometimes it'd be good if I'd be like, generate 10 ideas for like a scene involving like these elements and these characters. And then it would give like a bunch of different scenes, and I could kind of like I would maybe think about one, or like I would look at it and inspire me to think of something else, right? Or inspire me to go in kind of a direction. And yeah, like if people use it like that, then that's perfect. I don't want people turning in the actual AI draft, because then if you actually, as you're saying, if you're trying to get the AI to write the actual shit, like it's so slop. It's so shitty.
This is
so fucking crap. It is crazy to me, and it's weird because, and people don't realize this, and I only realize it because I have been doing the same thing that you're doing, where I kind of fuck around with it. You start to see that like the AIs, they all have these like very repetitive, similar ways of
totally
of writing, and then I start to notice, especially on X, whenever I see one of these like information vomit post on X, I get like 10,000 likes. I'm like, this entire thing is written by AI. It's so obvious once you see it.
This is where you start to realize that all art really is curation, and that even as an artist, if you're looking to paint something beautiful or draw something beautiful, like you're drawing 10 drawings and you're curating, which one you think is the best, which one people will have the best reaction to, right? But a lot of times as an artist, you can be wrong. Like you show your artwork to people and people are like, no, that's the one that really resonates with people. And it's the one that doesn't really resonate with you as much, but you realize there's something there, right? This is really working for more people. Like this is what's popular in my work. So, but I think there are people who they don't really become good artists because they're really not good curators, right? You could show them 10 things and they're every time consistently picking the one that's like the worst, the one that nobody would fucking pick. And they're like, oh, that's the one that speaks to me. That's the one that I love. And you're like, what? Are you retarded? What the fuck? That's terrible.
Well, part of being a good artist is either you have to be born lucky in that what appeals to your aesthetic.
Yeah, totally.
And taste also appeals to a broad aesthetic, or you have to be disciplined and knowledgeable enough to figure out to figure out what
to be the master manipulator. Yeah.
Right. Which it's funny because that's used to be like old script writing kind of was along those lines.
The master manipulator line.
To figure out how to do that. Just part of what's so baffling to see how fluently written so much shit is.
I've heard Stan Lee say that, he writes something that's going to appeal to him and he just knows that will appeal to other people.
Mm-hmm.
I've always had really kind of eccentric tastes. So I know that style would not work for me. That whole, I can just write something that I like and then everyone will like it.
Oh, yeah.
You kind of have to be the everyman to be able to do that. I've always been more like I have to play with people's emotions. I have to figure out what's going to make it work for them.
100%. And that's how you get like people. I think a good example of this is like Jonah Vasquez, the guy who did Zim, who I think Zim is like the best thing he's ever done. And part of the reason Zim is the best thing he's ever done is because his own tastes are like really gory, like disgusting. And so when he has like complete creative control, he like goes way overboard with his own stuff.
That's part of the team pulling him back. Yeah.
But then once he's like, well, he's on Nickelodeon. And so like, obviously, Nickelodeon's for kids and there's going to be a lot more censorship. And they kind of like filter his vision through something or like forces him to kind of restrain himself. I'm like, oh, this is like way better than his normal stuff. I think you see the same thing kind of like with George Lucas, who, he needs he can generate ideas, but he needs someone else to kind of get them all lined up for him, like he did with the original movies. And that's why the prequels are so terrible, is because he just didn't have that. Or you look at the creators of Avatar: The Last Airbender, same thing. Maybe they're really good at generating ideas, but they needed some head writers. They needed some other people to kind of filter their ideas through. And then as soon as they lose that, what do you get? You get fucking Korra, which is fucking dog shit. You get the new Avatar movie, which sucks. You get the, all the Avatar comics, which suck. You get all this other shit that sucks because they don't have that capacity on their own. Same thing with the Game of Thrones people, with D&D. Like when they're working off the source material, when they're kind of constrained through George R.R. Martin's vision, it's like, they're like really pumping out good stuff. They're making some mistakes, but they're pumping out mostly good stuff. And then when they lose that and they're like on their own, they lose the training wheels, it just completely, collapses.
I mean, this even goes to the curation argument. It's just, you're saying you'll get a better curation with a team. And sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's true. It's very true.
AKA Batosa, thanks so much for the one gifted membership.
Yeah, thanks.
Michael Durman for 2 Canadian says A-Team reigns supreme.
Been a long time since we got one of those. So thanks. Thanks, Michael.
WTF 1A1A for $5 says, save yourself some money and ads and use the upgraded YouTube Vanced. It's worth being a little outdated.
Okay.
What does that mean?
Check
What is
it out.
YouTube Advanced?
I'm not sure.
No? Okay.
I just have the YouTube app, but I do pay for premium. So
That's
maybe
true.
you don't get the AI tools without premium. I don't know. I did ask the AI where he talks about and found a link. So hopefully it works out for us. We'll see.
I watch so much YouTube content. It's crazy.
So do I. Yeah.
Like 95% of content, if I'm watching something, is probably off of YouTube. So YouTube, when you're like that, like YouTube Premium is like 100% worth it.
Yeah.
Like if you're consuming that much YouTube content, and it's nice because it gives us YouTubers some money. So
yeah.
we don't have to
of
watch ads and we
course.
get paid.
Yeah.
Growth for 31 months. Thanks so much. Says the bubble isn't AI as a whole. It's over assumption on demand right now. The invitations of AI haven't benefited the companies implementing them. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's kind of along the lines of what I was saying.
I think of all the people who are going to want to use this tool in like scientific research, in the medical field. There's so much demand out there once they can iron the kinks out. I can't imagine them overbuilding. And they have some data center that's like, oh, we have no queries here. Nobody wants to use this compute power for anything. That makes it. That's like saying you can't, like you can have too many roads. I'm like, I don't know. Seems like more roads is always good.
Yeah, I mean, well, I guess so some people would say they're not confident. A lot of people have believed or made arguments. Some people, these are AI researchers, so what the fuck do I know? Where they make these arguments that AI will never really progress to a point that it will be actually that useful, or that it'll always have these kinks of hallucinating and all this other shit, and we'll never really be able to figure any of that stuff out.
The hallucinations are that's a problem with the data, not a problem with the AI. It's a problem with the training data. So
It's always going to be the case, though, right? There's always going to be, bad training data.
Yeah, I guess maybe. I mean, you want to look at if you're composing an AI that's going to be based or that's going to do medical research, like the training data that you want to use has got to be some like medical research data, right? Which, I mean, you can curate data sets. It's so interesting too. Like obviously Google's like a giant player because they have access to the data, right? Google's been collecting data forever. Who else has massive access to data? Meta, right? Facebook data is like off the charts. The only person that really didn't have access to data bought Twitter. What did he get out of that?
Right.
Fucking data. It's like Elon so had to buy Twitter, and there's this idea that Elon bought Twitter to save free speech, but I think that he really wanted the fucking data. Like the only way you can be an AI player is if you have access to massive amounts of data, and the only way Elon really did have access is through Twitter, right? That's the valuable resource.
True.
It's crazy.
Well, a big problem too is like unfortunately, one of the biggest repositories of data that the AI people were using was Reddit. So
yeah. Look, and they're getting in trouble for that. Like OpenAI, their resource for data was just scraping the internet, right? These other players, Google, Meta, and Twitter, Tesla. I mean, I think SpaceX might own the Twitter data now. They did some sort of sale thing. And I think it was sold to SpaceX. So, but any big player has to have these big data sets in order to train the AI.
Living in Stugs, Walson Early for Charge says, I've been looking forward to Werewolf since 2024.
Are we all caught up on super chats? Seems like you've been
There's some in the beginning that I skipped when Sean was here because they weren't directed at him. So
You want to just go do them now?
I will. Metalworks for $2 says, want to save education, get phones and more phones out of school. Yeah, they're going to have to do that.
Oh yeah, I'm totally in favor of that.
Yeah. WTF for $5 says YouTube Vanced is a program that bypasses BF YouTube stuff, but was shut down by Google. Yet it lives under a new name like Pirate on the digital sea. No, I don't really know anything about it.
Good to know.
Majin for $5 says, just remember people forgot all the stuff in Egypt despite living right next to it. Your experience of yesterday is not someone's first day tomorrow. That is true. That's a good point. What is your stance on AI data centers polluting the water and air? I don't honestly know. I haven't done the deep dive to know enough about the claims to look into see how much of that is legitimate and how much of it is people, just kind of over exaggerating or fear mongering. So I don't really have a strong opinion. Obviously, I don't want more pollution. So I understand. I guess I understand the water pollution because I use water, the potential water solution, right? I don't know how, are they burning coal? What is the air pollution that AI data centers is creating?
Kevin O'Leary, I've seen a bunch of interviews with him, and he's building a bunch of these data centers, and he says it's all hype. It's all people. He's even hinted at, he thinks a lot of the propaganda is being promoted by China because China's building a bunch of data centers, and obviously they want to have a big advantage over us in the AI race. So they're fomenting dissent about data centers that doesn't actually exist.
I know there was, I think there was some meta data center where it was doing something and it could have potentially poisoned the water supply wherever it was. And fortunately, the government was able to catch it in time. The regulators were able to catch it in time and stop it, from happening. So I'm I understand it's possible. Obviously, this stuff should be monitored. I understand there's some places where it's if the data center is too close to people's homes, it could be super
They're
fucking loud.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which that's fucking horrible. Obviously, these data centers should be built, not in audio range of residential areas or anything to that effect, because that would be fucking horrible. And I know the air pollution thing. I know the only one that I heard about with that one was some of the
Elon. Yeah.
The Elon data centers. They didn't have enough
gas generators.
Electricity, so they have all these gas generators, which is obviously fucked. So yeah, obviously that's all totally fucked up, and shouldn't have that situation going on. But I think those are all manageable issues that we can deal with.
Well, Elon obviously runs a solar company and a battery company. He's trying to integrate all of those things. Supposedly the gas generators were just a temporary solution because it's this space race thing. They're we got to get there. We got to get there. We got to get there. So, but the temporary gas generators weren't a permanent solution.
Yeah, I remember. I don't know if they're still now. I know when I think I heard about this or read about this story 3 or 4 months ago. It was they said the same thing. This is a temporary solution, but it had been a temporary solution that they've been using for
5 years.
Yeah, for a year now. So I yes, it obviously, I don't know how temporary is at this point.
Bring in the solar panels already.
Right. So
gotcha. Yeah. That's not good.
Living Size Wall Timberlake for Charles says, Sitch, have a look at the State Department Cuba report. Yeah, I will. I opened it up, so I'll check that out. 100 pages. 100 pages of Cuba being terrible. I live for it. Okay, let's see. Okay, I'm gonna go to the top here. Anonymous Cow for $5 says 8 years ago, David Pakman was calling the far left overblown and just a minority of kids in college campuses. Now the same crowd calls him David A. Pakman. Yeah, exactly. Completely. You love to see it, right? You love to see it.
Yeah.
Daz,
You did this.
I know. Daz DM for 15 pounds. Thanks so much. Says the only reason Destiny and all these liberals are now starting to see the Marxist communist threat in their parties because it's starting to affect their bottom line, winning elections. If they knew for sure that having DSA members in their party wouldn't affect their chance of being elected, they wouldn't be freaking out right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true for some of them. But I mean, some of them, like, I do think honestly don't like socialism. But yeah, definitely some of them it's just because they think it's just going to hurt them from winning. Jason Mulgreen for $10 says, who's surprised that van that ran into the Berlin event was, wait for it, Islamic terrorist?
Is this a new like vehicular manslaughter case?
Yeah, there was it was at a Pride rally, I believe. So.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, but not that surprising, obviously.
Palestinians for peace.
Yep. Philip Kogan's for 42 months says, did somebody forget to hit the live button? Never do that.
Look, I got the hey now. I'm certain of it.
That's true.
All the comments are going to be like, Adam got the hey now.
Listen, somebody poisoned me before the stream, okay? That's obviously what happened.
Taco
Pig Venus for $2 says, late and gay now.
Yep. Wasn't me. I was hanging out with you guys an hour before the stream even began.
Schneider Alexander for $5 says, the first hey now was Adam asking who got the first hey now. so neither of the fucking came in. Is that what happened?
Oh, wow. Fascinating.
Yeah. That's funny.
I'm going to have to go back and listen to the intro. I think sometimes the recorded stream is different than the live stream.
I think the record stream starts earlier than the live stream. I think the live stream has like a 5-second kind of delay. Yeah.
Funny.
I don't know if I already said this one, but J-Mac, thanks so much for the 20 gifted memberships.
Yeah, thanks.
Michael Doorman for another 2 Canadians says, my sister says she likes Hunter and Candace. Shaking my head. It's true. It's sad. It's very sad. I think Candace is probably the most evil political commentator of my lifetime. Yeah, I think that's I can't think of anyone else.
She's a fucking bitch.
Person. Yeah. Completely terrible. And Tucker's just obviously being paid, so paid off. I do hope one day we find out the truth. Is Candace just actually fucking insane, or is she just getting some massive payout from some horrible people? Trevor Schwidman, thanks so much for the $5. Says, I feel like most DSA talking points fall apart the moment you ask how and why. Yeah, exactly. Which is what we saw in that Fox News interview just now. The Oceanist for $5 says, Taco Bell has been around for 64 years. The USSR only lasted 69. In 5 years, the cheesy gordita crunch will beat the commies. Hasan most affected. That's funny. Look at this. Jason Mulgreen for $5 says, those of us in the know call it the cheesy G. Well, I never called it the cheesy G. The cheesy G. I think I'd feel a little cringe if I went up to the Taco Bell, cashier, and I was like, can you give me a cheesy G? I think they would look at me with such disdain and cringe that I would probably just shrivel up at that moment.
Yeah, that would be tough.
Because I remember there was a time period, I believe when I was in college, or maybe it was after college, I don't know, when I still ate Taco Bell and the cheesy gordita crunch was removed from the menu, but you could still ask them for it and they'd still give it to you. So you had to know. It's like a secret object, secret item on the Taco Bell menu was the cheesy G. Jason Mulgreen for $10.
Yeah, I don't like this thing. That bread thing around. Oh man.
Oh, you looked it up?
Yeah.
I
have tried this.
Yes. All it is it's just they take a hard shell taco, they put cheese in a gordita bread, and it's heated, so the cheese is like melty, and then they wrap it onto the hard taco. That's all it is. And actually, I think they put some sauce on it too. That's a little different.
I did like the double-decker taco that they don't serve anymore. And I got this thinking it was a double-decker taco, but that is not a tortilla wrapped around the...
No, it's a gordita thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think it's
nope.
delicious. Okay.
That warm,
Adam is against
that
it.
warm flatbread? No,
Yeah.
not
You don't
good.
like it? Why not?
No.
What's wrong with it?
Oh, it's not appetizing, and I
It's
just don't
delicious.
like it.
You're crazy. You're crazy.
Not my type of bread.
Jason, yeah, I would always got it. It was terrible. I would get that. I would eat those I'd eat the cheesy gordita crunch, and I eat these like super unhealthy. Oh God, it's so bad. These super unhealthy Frito. There's like
I
Frito.
love those. Those are good. Where it's like
it was the
Dorito shell, the Dorito taco
no.
Oh man, those
they
are
have
good.
these things. They still make that. I haven't had them in forever because they're so unhealthy. They're the Frito flavor twist honey barbecue chips.
Oh yeah.
They're so good. Oh my God. And I remember I started eating it was crazy. I don't know what it's like now. I haven't had them in a million years. Pre-shrinkflation at my college, I would put a little dollar in the vending machine and I get the bag of Fritos. And you know how like even back then you get the little bag from the vending machine, like half of it is
Mostly air.
Right.
Yeah.
This was like the only exception. You put $1 in, you got a full fucking bag that was brimming to the top with these fucking Frito flavor twists. I don't know why. I don't know how this escaped it. It was amazing.
The best value bag in the whole vending machine.
And it tastes, it's the best financial value bag, and it tasted delicious. It's crazy. I typed in Fritos barbecue twist chips, and the first thing that comes up, it says Uber Eats order. I guess if you want to Uber Eats these chips, it costs $2.79, up from $1. Just terrible. Just terrible.
$2.79. It's delivered to your door. How's that even possible?
I'm sure they throw on another $5 just to drive it over there.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Could you imagine that? God, could you imagine someone using Uber Eats to just order like a single serving bag of like Frito chips? God, that's awful. That's the worst thing ever. Who could do such a thing like that? That'd be like using Uber Eats just to get a single French fry, right? Who would do such a terrible thing like that? Jason Mulgreen for $10 says, wait. Did the Republicans get taken over by an anti-American, anti-West, anti-free market wing?
No. Good point.
It did.
No, it didn't.
Oh, okay.
What are you talking about?
My mistake.
Good.
Well, actually, it hasn't yet. But if you look at the Tucker Carlson Candace wing of the right, they're trying. They are definitely trying. So, but not yet.
I
The
just
ocean
saw
is for
free wings, and I was like, "Oh
Yeah.
man, this is the part of the stream where we get hungry."
The Oceanist for $10 says the consequences of normalizing Bernie and AOC. Speaking of Bernie, one of the socialists he praised canceled elections in Nicaragua. But yes, they just want the Nordic model, of course.
Oh, I know. Oh, so weird.
Roberto Calamari for $5 says it's crazy if you dress up like Hitler, people would lose their minds. But if you dress up like Mao, who killed 4 times the people, that's A-okay. Yep.
Did you get the one on Candace?
I read that one already.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah, the low IQ or the IQ test. Ukale, thanks so much for the 44 months of being This One Equals Freedom. Says as class is the best class.
Lies.
Thank you. PP for $5 says we need to stop saying the DSA is trying to infiltrate. They already have. We're just learning if it will hold. That's a good point. That's true.
And if they'll gain any power.
Sex Moves from China for $5 says, why would they tell Tom Holland and Robert Pattinson to use an American accent in the Odyssey? And what are your thoughts on Doro He Doro? Well, I'm assuming they used the American accents because everyone else is using American accents, right? So, like, if they were speaking in their Brit speak and everyone else is speaking in their America speak, that would be like, I think that would draw attention to the accents, right? Or if everyone's just speaking in American, you don't really think about like, oh, these people should be speaking Greek, right? So I think that's probably why they did it.
I did think there were some inappropriate uses of the word dad, but I'm not going to shit on the entire movie.
Yeah, but that's not the accent. That's the word choice, right?
Yeah, which I thought had a good structure, a good narrative, plenty of great visuals, characters that I genuinely cared about. I mean, I was interested. I wasn't bored throughout the movie. I was interested in how things were going to pan out for these characters. So, I mean, I thought Tom Holland did a good job playing the son. I didn't want the son to die in the end and me have to leave the movie theater on this fucking downer note. So, yeah, no.
I mean, I thought Tom Holland's acting was fine. I as I said when we talked about it, I did not like the way. I think he was the weakest written character in the whole movie. I didn't like how they made him so pathetic.
Yeah. But I mean, I was in it for Odysseus trying to save his son. So I guess
obviously you don't want him to die.
We shouldn't talk about spoilers, people.
Okay. Yeah,
I do know people still want to see the movie, so
in terms
maybe
of
they're waiting to get into IMAX.
Dorohedoro, I actually read. I didn't read the whole. I read pretty far into Dorohedoro long before the anime, and I liked it a lot. It is. It's funny. Randomly talked about Jonan Vasquez. It's very clear to me that whoever wrote Dorohedoro was a huge Jonan Vasquez fan. In terms of like weird, gory, like weird humor, like the humor is very similar to like a lot of like Jonan Vasquez's like Johnny and Squeeze shit, and the art styles also definitely was inspired. So I like Dorohedoro a lot. I've only seen I think about half of the first season, but I'm assuming the animes. I mean, it seemed pretty close to the manga, so I would highly recommend reading the manga, and the anime is probably a good choice as well.
I like the artwork.
Yeah. No, I mean it's very the comic is very beautifully drawn. It's super interesting. The comic is very, very interesting. It's a very creative world that's going on there, and it's funny because it like the Joan of Aqua's stuff. It looks when you look at the art style, it looks very like dark and gritty. But the story is pretty dark and fucked up, but it's like a lot. It's like very funny. It's like mostly almost like a comedy. It's like a very dark comedy. PP for $2 says, I'll put 1,000 that Hunter won't be the nominee.
Oh, look at this.
Look, he's gonna bet you, Adam. PP is down for the $1,000 bet. Are you how confident do you feel?
I'm not sure if I'm ready to go $1,000. I think Sitch kind of convinced me that things might be able to play out differently if some unknown X factor steps in. Yeah. Let me think about that though. Maybe I will take it.
Jason Malgreen for $10 says, I read that one. I read those. I think I got all of these. Just make sure.
Bloop.
Yep, I think I got all of these. The Oceanist for $5 says S-Class is the best class for the cheesy gordita crunch appreciation. A-Team deserves Mayor Nithya Ramen. Oh my God. Look at that.
So full of hate.
I know. That's what you get for not liking
haters.
That's what you get for not liking the cheesy G. Okay.
Yeah. I only had it once, and I was trying to peel that flatbread off of it. I was like, "Can't I just have a regular taco?"
That flatbread tastes good.
I know you really like it.
Yeah, it's tasty. Angry Bellsprout for $2 says, if the DSA lady was blonde and white, John might hire. Blonde and white and skinny. She's a little too outside the weight class to be a Jon Stewart producer. Grawl for $5 says, Adam, your views on infrastructure compute are right in general, but you're missing a lot of the details that make the data center boom a risky bet. Yeah, I think Groth wants to come out at some point because I think he's the guy who works on AI stuff.
Well, look, we should have him on if he's gonna.
We should, yeah. I'd be curious.
Help me make some money.
There you go.
I'm down.
You're gonna short the data centers, so
I'm down to hear what's going on, where the risk factors are.
Mm-hmm. Solo, thanks so much for the $4. Says on Reckless Ben lying. I know a guy who's been a fan of his for years and says it's okay for him to lie because it's part of the narrative and no different from a documentary or reality TV show. You should have Mika Curtis on. He's a conservative Christian YouTuber and independent comic creator who used to be more political, but has now retired from the culture war. You could talk about when it's actually relevant.
I know Micah Curtis. I followed Comicsgate.
Oh, okay.
So,
I don't know, but maybe I'll check out his stuff.
I might have talked to Micah Curtis on a live stream once or twice. I'm not quite sure. All right, you ready to go?
Oh, are we gonna watch this? Or we just
Hablas español?
Yeah, I thought we were gonna watch a little.
Okay, we can watch a little bit of this.
Well, unless you gotta go.
No, let's get the fuck out. No, we can watch. I'm just kidding. We had it up the whole time. We might as well watch a little bit of it.
I just want to see. The AI sent me to this. So
what did you ask the AI?
Actually, no, I didn't. The AI didn't send me here. I just kind of scrubbed through it. I didn't like the AI suggestions.
Oh, okay.
I asked it, where does Hunter Biden talk about progressive policy? I should have just made some notes when I was listening to this thing, but I was working on something else.
No, not a little bit, I guess, from high school.
Can you do a little bit?
Un poco.
Okay,
I don't speak it from my dad.
Do you know anything about this guy that put the interview together? He seems like very progressive.
I don't know anything about him, no.
Andrew Callaghan?
Nope. So.
Did you grow up like around a lot of Mexicans?
No, all white people for the most part.
Did they know you were Mexican?
They did. And I'm not going to lie. I mean, people made fun of me for that.
What'd they say?
Well, like, for example, one time when I was in Model UN, I was entering high school as a freshman. They looked at my name on the roster without knowing me. And they told me this after the fact, the leadership of the club. They said, oh, we thought you were just some Mexican kid, so we gave you a bad committee assignment.
Wow.
But see, I heard that. And
look at this. People being racist against Nick Fuentes.
I know. I feel like he took the wrong message away, or like the wrong life lesson away from it. Though.
He's like, I've been discriminated against. I'm going to get even.
Right.
I laughed. I said, that's funny. You know, whereas a lot of people would say, oh, that's traumatic. I'm a victim of racism. You know, I think that's, it's just a human thing.
Yeah. I always felt like growing up as like a white kid in America.
What if you went, what if you were and identified as being Mexican and they came to you and they didn't tell you that's the reason that they gave you all the bad committee assignments?
That would be unfair.
Yeah.
It's interesting. I'm just saying.
See, look at this. He's totally swaying out here.
Well, no, see, that was like one of the few times I was like, okay, Hunter made a good point. Like the one time. I was like, oh, that's a good point.
He's already speaking to Sitch's progressive side.
Right. I know. You should.
Are you going to campaign for Hunter Biden?
There you go. He got me. Yeah.
What's Sammy going to think when you put a Hunter Biden 2028 sign in your front yard?
Sammy, well, she didn't watch this interview. She liked some of the other clips she saw of him.
Oh, okay.
Maybe she's
going to help you pound it in the grass.
That's right. Yeah.
One point, isn't it?
And
so you may find it funny because you pass as a white Anglo-Christian.
Do you think I pass?
What?
You think I pass as a white Anglo-Christian?
Well, I not only think you pass, I think you identify as it. Yeah. Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah. No, but really, for real. And my point is that I heard you do an interview. Okay, when I literally on the write up here, is like you were talking about. How you were raised on like Mark Levin in high school.
Right.
And the thing that you liked the most about Mark Levin is how cruel he was to the callers.
Mm-hmm.
I don't get that. I like the joke about the cookies. It may be a joke and it may be edgelording and you may not really mean it, but you got to realize the cruelty to it. And without going like, oh, like, whan, like, people got to stop crying about the past. And that's the thing, is that I think that you have such an opportunity to talk to a generation of disaffected, angry, legitimately angry people in a way in which is is positive without having to do that shit. And by the way, and I'm not holding you responsible for the end of my conception of Western civilization, which is different than yours. But I just don't get it. I don't get why you find the cruelty. And I think that, by the way, that's why you like Trump. I mean, I'm making, a very unfair leap, because his first instinct is cruelty. His first instinct is to find the fault in the other. About everything, by the way. It's not his fault that we're in a war with Iran that he's ended 38 times. And
you see this sawing out here? This is like totally sawing out. He's like speaking to the Democratic base here. He's like, all the Republicans are cruel. It's all about cruelty with Republicans. Conservatism is about cruelty, about being cruel to people. Very cruel.
And started 39. It's not.
The left is not cruel at all. No. Celebrating Charlie Kirk's assassination. Doing the, what's the kid that got stabbed? Doing the stab dance on TikTok. The left is not cruel at all. It's just it's just those mean old Republicans, those mean old conservatives. Yeah, the Austin Metcalf dance. The left is not cruel at all. No. Innocent little angels.
Did you see
all of them?
Because obviously they don't want people desecrating Charlie Kirk's grave. So it's not. Yeah, so they're not where is exactly is he built? Because I think they're building some memorial or whatever. It probably doesn't.
Yeah, they're hiding it. Yeah,
right. And so Candace is like, why are they hiding Charlie Kirk's body? She's trying to make it part of the conspiracy.
Oh, of course, yeah.
It's like she knows. Obviously, she knows why.
Brain dead. I just think, this is where I see the progressive bubble forming around Hunter Biden. Oh, you think he's cool because he smoked crack with a bunch of prostitutes, but no, he's still inside the Hollywood bubble. He's probably working on a movie deal right now.
It's not his fault that inflation's high. It's not his fault that the wall didn't get built. It's not his fault that ICE is killing people on the streets in these places. It's the cruelty of it. Maybe it's a generational thing. I got friends who are Jewish that are going to be really, really fucking pissed off that I'm sitting next to you. And what do I tell them? What do I tell them why it's okay for me to sit and have this conversation with you?
I guess I just have such a different opinion of that. Why should we have to explain ourselves to talk to anybody? And why is it that saying the wrong words or making a particular joke makes it so the Jewish person wouldn't want to watch my show? I have a lot of Jewish fans. I mean, some of my best friends are Jewish. I've had Jewish employees, and they recognize that just because I'm not necessarily nice all the time doesn't mean I'm hateful, doesn't mean, I don't even think they see it as cruel. I think they see it as it's a little rough around the edges. And maybe that's the difference, is I guess it's just attributing this weight to something that be considered a joke and maybe doesn't have a cruel intention behind it. Like, Mark Levin, you got to remember at the end of the day, it's an entertainment show. It's entertainment. People call in. He gets frustrated with them. It's part of what I do on my show. And it's not always nice, but it's funny. And I don't think it's mean-spirited necessarily, and I don't think it's that big of a deal. So, I mean, the thought that I would, for example, with you, people would say, why do you talk to Hunter Biden? His father and his DOJ froze your money and put you on a no-fly list. I'd say, so.
Hey, look, this is where it's retarded. They're like, oh, look, when he thinks it's mean. He thinks it's mean at him to be mean to Jews. He thinks discrimination is not cool, bro. All right. You're just misunderstanding him. Who's he? Nick.
Oh, okay.
It's just an entertainment show. It's just he's just being entertaining, right? This is why it's it's just retarded. They're having this conversation with him. If it wasn't for, it's not even at this point. I guess it's later in the conversation where they throw in some of the edits. They just let him just say a bunch of fucking nonsense. He's just lying. It's like it's listening to Zoran or listening to Hasan just lie out his fucking ass, and they just are standing there they're just sitting there like retards. Let's look here.
When I'm 18, 20, not the best approach. So I agree with you on that, and I see it as I get older. Because let's be honest, saying those things when I'm a younger guy, when I'm 18, 20, it's like you got to think that's just the age.
Jews are running society. Women need to shut the fuck up. Blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part.
And a lot of young
Look, he said for the most part.
That was last year. That clip was last year. He's like, oh, I was just a child. I was just a child so long ago last year. It's like, this is so fucking stupid.
And some, I assume.
Yes, exactly. This for the most part, right? No, there was a part in this he does say, they asked him if there was like anything he regrets saying. The only thing he regrets saying was that clip that we talked about with Rikita when he was on Rumble, where he was like, this is a holy war and we're gonna, I forget the exact language he used, like we're gonna make them dead or something. And he was like, oh no, I shouldn't have said that.
Oh really?
Yeah, he's like, oh, I shouldn't have said they were gonna make, he said we're gonna make them die in a holy war. So now he doesn't say he regrets the rest of that speech where he talks about how only white people can make white civilizations, but that's another conversation. Anyway, do you want to watch more of this or?
No, we can sign off unless you've got something else you want to watch.
Not really.
Okay. Well, this was interesting, and I did think, obviously, Nick Fuentes is a big personality, and I think Hunter Biden did this really to like up his profile, his presence.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not going to be surprised at all when he ends up on that stage running in the Democratic primary.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I don't think this conversation helps him look good, particularly, but you're probably right.
What do you mean? He called him out. He said, look, stop being a racist piece of shit.
He did a shitty job of it.
How am I supposed to hang out with my Jewish friends when I'm here with you, anti-Semite?
Yeah, there you. He said that he
what
has.
What am I going to tell you? You said you loved Hitler.
Well, it was like talking about like him kind of missing, Hunter Biden being full boomer. He brings up multiple times the Nick Fuentes cookie line.
Oh yeah,
Nick Fuentes has
about
the thing.
The cookies.
Yeah, everyone talks about the cookies. Nick Fuentes has the thing where he's denying, he's questioning the numbers of the people that died in the Holocaust, and he's using like the cookie analogy. And Hunter's like so boomerish, he doesn't even understand what the problem is. Like Hunter thinks the problem is, oh, well, he's talking about Jews being cookies in the oven, and that's offensive. Because he's like making some joke about them being cookies. That's not are you retarded? That's not the problem. The problem is he's denying the number. He's saying that those people didn't actually die in the Holocaust, that the Holocaust is Jewish propaganda used by the Jews to control people. I don't like, who gives a shit if the cookie analogy was just because he said it at a time where he had to sort of like say it in a somewhat joking manner because he didn't want to get like as ultra mega canceled because this was, years ago, when things were still a lot more woke. And yet Hunter is like, well, that's the problem, is the cookie part of it. It's like, what, are you retarded? What the fuck are you talking? Like, he doesn't understand anything.
He boomers out even worse because, and whoever this guy is, who I'm assuming edited this video, boomers out because Hunter says something to the effect of, I think you've walked back some of those claims. And Nick is like, oh yeah. And they play the clip of him from the Piers Morgan show where he's saying, oh yeah, it could have been 10 million. It could have been more, way more. When he's obviously like fucking with him. Yeah. And they play that clip as if it's actually him walking back the claim. Yeah. And I'm like, these people, you guys are so fucking gullible.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, I think I originally in that same stream was like, oh, that's good. And then I was like, wait a minute. Or someone pointed out in the same stream that like, he's just joking. Which I was like, okay, yeah, you're obvious looking back on it. He was obviously being sarcastic when he says that. Oh, it could be even more people, right? Like,
it could be
20 million. Could be
50
Jews.
million.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Well, look, he gets an opportunity he's with Hunter, like the edgy boy, right? He could just say, oh yeah, I was just fucking with him. I wasn't walking anything back. Don't you know anything, you boomer piece of shit?
Mm-hmm.
But no, he doesn't do that. He's like, oh yeah, I totally walked it back, sucker. And Hunter Biden is just like, oh yeah, let me lick your boots over here. Let me just eat it up. You need any gift cards, Nick? You need me to run to the store and buy you some gift cards?
Well, he said,
I want to know my social security number or my mom's maiden name?
Mm-hmm.
Anything else I can help you out with?
He said the reason he wanted to have the conversation is because he's like friends with some person whose kid is like a big Nick Fuentes fan, and he's like disturbed by this. So,
oh, that was Hunter's ploy.
That's what he said. So
don't
I don't
believe
think he did a
anything
very good
Hunter.
job of it.
Look, I'm sure Hunter is a prolific liar. Okay, any crack smoker is going to be like forced to be a prolific liar just so that they can tell. Oh yeah, I wasn't smoking crack with a bunch of hookers. What made you think that?
Right.
No, I'm not in a hotel room right now smoking crack. I'm at a board meeting. Anyway.
Can't trust the addicts.
That part was super cringe. I was like, how are they falling for this shit?
Wonton Tiger for 35 months says, debate me. Hunter Biden is just a more attractive crackhead version of Mayor Rob Ford. Also, great job, guys. Thank you.
Debate him.
I know.
I don't know who that is. I mean, you could be correct.
That's fair. I would agree with that. He is a less ugly version of Rob Ford. That's probably true. Anyways.
All right. This was a great show.
Mm-hmm.
Are we going to do an outro? Are you going to talk about your isekai protagonists?
I mean, I got it. Of course.
I know. The outro is like sacred.
It's sacred. Of course
it is. Sacred outro. Let's go.
Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Thank you for joining us, Sean. It's good. It's always good talking to you. And thank you who've made it to the end of the stream. You are the true
isekai protagonists.
You're the true heroes. You are the true freewill seekers. You are the true anime isekai protagonists who would never, ever in your entire isekai protagonist life would you ever become a doddering old retard or some socialist titties. You would never be swayed by the socialist titties. You would say, nay, socialist titties, get the fuck out of here. I will not be swayed by you. I will find some nice capitalist titties, and we'll see you all next time.
Bye-bye.
Hey now.
Later, y'all.